everybody? We're back here again. Don't forget, don't press the bell. A simple game that we've already played before. This time, let me introduce you to the new players here today. Of course, we've got Kaiser from Yangon Galacticos, but his competitor on the opposite side, Chen. Welcome here. From GK. You know how to play the game, right?
Yeah, right.
I'll give you a countdown. When I say start, let it rip. 3, 2, 1, and you start. Ooh, fast opening. Oh, nobody's made an attempt yet. Okay, I'm gonna make the move.
Oh, nice one.
Oh,
Oh, you getting set.
almost.
Does it count?
No,
Okay,
I didn't hear the ring. I didn't hear the ring.
Okay.
Wait, you guys are fast. Are you guys just touching it at the same time now?
Oh, yeah, maybe. Faster, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh. Wait, was that it?
Okay,
no.
let's do it. One more.
That's fine. We're gonna do a sudden death match here. We're gonna keep it fast. You got to be fast, all right? First person to make the mistake. If I hear the sound, it's over. So make sure you don't hit it too hard. Because if you hit it too hard, you can still hear it, all right? Just keep it quick, light on your fingers. All right, this is it. Rip it.
Okay, let's go.
Don't hesitate. There you have it, boys. We already have our winner. Thank you so much to both Kaiser and Chen. That was awesome, and I think you guys have the world record for don't press the bell. We'll catch you after these messages.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
That's for sure Filipino. 100%. Is that my player?
Sanford. Is it not easy?
It either looks like Ogwen, something like that, or maybe Carl
Dizzy?
Sanji? Really? What a guess! Nice!
Good guess.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first.
We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We will prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Yangon Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings! And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit!
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
Or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons Falcons AP Brenner moving on through the grand finals.
Slango Red Giants are your new champions.
MSC 2023 champions! Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fights continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
World Cup up.
What are you doing?
I'm ironing my jersey.
What for?
I gotta prepare for today's match.
Turner?
Yeah?
They got knocked out.
What?
You remember? It wasn't a nightmare. They got knocked out. They lost. No, like I said, they were going to lose yesterday. They lost.
I thought that was a dream.
No, I said. Trash. Okay. We got some more games to get into today. You got me to snap out of it the first day? You need to snap out of it now. They're out. They're done. Come on. Get. It's done. Okay. No.
Chris,
We're done.
Chris, no, Chris, Chris.
We're done.
No, it's still mine though. What about my Onyx?
What's happening today? Come on. We got more knockout games.
We have 4 more elimination matches today, one of which is Onyx from Indonesia. And then there's SRG as well. There's just so many teams today, Chris. I can't say goodbye to any more.
4 more of them joining Liquid, not playing next week. Let's get into day 5 of the MSC.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya. Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2.
We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to fight and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Manggulan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang tsansa namin.
no one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Buktikan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Just south of the River Seine, we welcome you back to Paris, France, where MLBB's MSC at EWC 2026 continues. Our final day of this week, before we take a little bit of a break and get ready for the knockout stages, is upon us. And that means we will be seeing 4 teams, 4 games, especially with 4 teams getting their keys crushed and 4 teams moving on. Of course, I've got 2 men ready to not only hit the gym, but stay in it, even on desk here. Naisu and LaFell to kick off the action. We're going to have a lot of fun. I'm your host, Rain Day. Naisu, how we feeling yesterday? Still getting over the shock?
I have to agree here with Eterna, man. I think I woke up this morning too and I had to double check the standings. So I was like, wait, was that a dream yesterday? Did TL really lose? I mean, I was on the casting desk, but yeah, insane games yesterday.
And let alone to South America, a region that some people counted out before this entire tournament.
I mean, dude, I gotta say, MSC so far, every day has been absolutely amazing. Speaking of amazing, that was an amazing cold opener. Shout outs to Chris as well as Eterna and whoever planned that one. That was very funny.
It was Chris.
I appreciate you guys.
You guys.
He's working hard on that. Okay,
people,
while he works on that, let's hit the SDC rewind of yesterday so we could talk about the games and some of the drama. Sometimes the word is, guys, don't make a drama when it's not necessary. Well, no, it was necessary yesterday. We had some of the most dramatic finishes and some of the giants of MSC, of international MLBB's history, are no longer here.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We got a match yesterday where a substitution happened, and it actually worked out very well. I mean, like, here's the thing, Naisu, we rarely see substitutions at all, let alone making a game-winning impact. Because of Uni subbing in, Selangor Giants survived to fight another day.
Think how many of the top country or regions right now and organizations have been on the edge of their seat just throughout the entirety of MSC so far, and especially yesterday. A lot of us were questioning that substitute coming in, but it ends up keeping them alive. And, you know, this one too that we got to witness between Pro Esports and Yangon Galacticos. Again, we knew this one would be intense, and it was exactly that. It did not disappoint at all.
30 minutes, man. 30 minutes of pure MLBB. And of course, there has to be a Fredrin there. But once Hans goes back to the Hirara, quick games.
They send True Rippers home, of course, earlier on with SRG, and we'll see them a little bit later today. Guangzhou Gaming as well, continuing on their journey. One of the longest tournament games you guys just mentioned we have had in that 30 minutes and second set. And then, of course, Yangon Galacticos would move on. A great win, and Onic, with the fan base here, would find themselves a little disappointed with the showing against Aurora Gaming.
This one was amazing. It was also just such a good game. It was a little bit overshadowed with the biggest upset after this match, but this one also, there's a lot to talk about here because people wanted to see Aurora Gaming. Would they be able to do it again against a team like this? And they made it happen. Again, the mind behind that, the casters' reactions, the world reactions to this was just simply amazing. And then, of course, this one is what everyone's talking about from yesterday.
I feel like this is one of those games that I would say make people wake up and realize that MSC is a different beast.
Yeah.
Because of what happened in the third match as well as the fourth match, people are saying like, bro, we might get a new champion. Aurora from Turkey might do it.
Let's just call this one the biggest upset in MLBB esports history. Naisu, would you agree?
Oh, 100%. And, you know, I think this is also very healthy for the entirety of MLBB esports because for a long time, people have wanted to see, and I'm from the Philippines, but people have been wanting to see different contenders, different teams, different players rise up over these internationals. And now finally here at EWC 2026, we're finally seeing that now.
Yeah, and MSC being in Paris is kind of a conversation that goes hand in hand with that. As you expand where MLBB is presented, where the players are flying, the reach globally across the world can continue. And that's always healthy when you have a game that is giving you back and forth and unprecedented things. It makes people want to tune in. So hopefully you are here joining us for the very first time on this lovely Sunday, wherever you're from, or maybe it's Sunday night, wherever you're from. Regardless, we are happy to have you here because today promises even more action. 4 teams going home, and we're completing the knockout stages, plus a fun draw for who's playing who at the end of the day. Let's check out over at the Alliance Vault what ended up happening this weekend as well, because we saw $150,000 given to yet another team as they completed their championship. Team Vision would win, and that would mean they would earn those club championship points. They'd be eligible now for a club championship victory. But again, those players, it doesn't put the phone down. I love that. Just got to record from that position. I mean, there's only how many games do we have? 40 games, so 200 people. Maybe less, because you don't always have a team of 5. Have the chance to have that perspective going up and down to place that key. So that is pretty cool.
I've seen that.
You're pretty cool.
Yeah, he
Thanks,
is
man.
pretty cool. That setup is pretty cool. We were walking by it just the other day, and we were like, man, this is such a beautiful setup. Just because, again, here in Paris this time, we can actually, it's easier for us to see that whole totem setup. So to see it in person, I was like, dang, I can imagine the players putting that, that symbol up there for them.
Well, let's take a look at how we got here, because Group A and Group B both had brackets. If you're not used to that, where the entire tournament is in one bracket, we did it a little differently at this MSC, and it was actually great to see.
I mean, like, here's the thing. You can't spell brackets with a bruh. And that's like the whole expression that I have for this entire
took
tournament.
the words out of my mouth.
Bruh. Like, everything, right? Even Vamos defeating Team Spirit, that was quite a shock, especially what we hear in scrims. Team Spirit is one of the top teams here. That's why going up against Guangzhou Gaming, if somehow Guangzhou is able to do it, bruh.
Yeah, the same sentiments, man. And I know even after this MSC concludes and whoever is crowned champion, there will be months of people talking about what happened this MSC, what happened through the brackets. There's so many surprises just all added up together. People discussing, was it entirely the meta? Is it just people obviously catching up? Are there more just teams that are surprising everyone with their own strategies? I mean, there's so much to talk about and kind of digest here throughout this MSC.
Sometimes it takes a little time afterwards to really get the right answers because you're still processing in the moment. You see those bottom sides of both brackets, Group A and Group B. We have not yet gotten an advanced team for the knockout stage from that side of the bracket, which means Onyx and Selangor Red Giants. They will be crushing somebody's key here. One team will go home, which means we have the winners of the previous MSC, previous before this one, so 2 MSCs ago, and the winner of the MSC 3 MSCs ago, both having a chance to go out alongside Team Liquid PH, which would mean 2 of our 3 overall winners no longer here, Lefel.
I mean, like, here's the thing. When Selangor Giants plays, we also have to see what's going to be the starting lineup, right? Because with Sakai's, unfortunately, they struggle a little bit. When Uni came in, he even said in an interview, it was an easy win. I don't know what's the big deal. So I don't know whether he will be starting. It will be interesting if they choose that, because Kyrie so far has been performing. It's just that they lost against Aurora, but come on, at this point, Aurora is the top dog.
For today, the matchups look like Team Spirit and Guangzhou Gaming starting us off strong with a must-see matchup. Pro Esports and Entity 7 will go on stage next, followed by Onyx and Selangor Red Giants, and finishing out our day, Team Falcons PH going up against Team Falcons Meta. So a Team Falcons moving on, it's just which region is being represented. If it was Team Falcons PH to go away, that would mean no Filipino representative in the knockout stage, right? For one of the first times ever.
It's been a while since that happened. When was the last time that we didn't have a Philippine representative in the knockouts? Maybe M1. I'm trying to think M1. Maybe
we have in the knockouts, just not in the grand finals. But
yes,
like imagine that it's every grand finals now, not even knockouts.
Yeah, that's actually that'd be history in itself.
Yeah. This is an incredible thing that we have witnessed. If you've been enjoying MSC, let us know in the chat. We've had all the memes. We've had all the fun. We've had all the funny cold opens as well. What else can you ask for? Great games, but we definitely have had those. Let's kind of get going on our matchup for today, because to me, this is a big one. When you look at it, and if you have an idea of who you think is going to win, let us know, because again, I told you Team Spirit going to be going up against GZG, so get your pick'ems in right now. We do them every day. They're open for this first match, but for all the matches, so make sure you get them in, I think at least 5-15 minutes before the match closes, and then you'll be able to see if you're right. And if you are right, you might be able to earn your share of $300,000.
Who has gotten that right? Is what I'm wondering, because if you were doing the pick'ems,
true.
I feel like anybody has just been basically shaken throughout this MSC. So good luck to the pick'ems here. But yes, this matchup, man, Lofel, I know this is going to be a good one, just between what we've seen so far between Guangzhou Gaming as they make their way to the stage, but also Team Spirit. I think everyone was shocked about their loss against Team Vamos.
So let's talk about Guangzhou, where day number one, they showed amazing mechanics. It's just that they don't know how to use their advantage. The second time they played, they fixed on that, right? And now we got to see, going up against Team Spirit, getting the advantage in the first place is difficult, but we saw Vamos was able to do it, surprisingly, from their side lanes as well as the jungle. So it's a tall ask, I would say, for Guangzhou to do it, but because Vamos could do it, and because so far, MSC, you really can't count anyone out. So if Guangzhou Gaming is able to win those side lanes, enter the jungle, we might get another upset.
It could be a really interesting matchup. And of course, when you're looking at Team Spirit, they have been called the gatekeepers to that knockout stage for a reason. But will they be gatekept from the knockout stage today? When you take a look at familiar names like Kid Bomba, and even the youngest player in this tournament, Zaur Egoist, at 16 years old, you've got so many highlights, especially in the jungle and the EXP lane, that things are going to fall on them. Now, let's take a look at their road to EWC to see how they got here and what they're fighting for.
Team still winning, how can I flop? On the rise and I just can't drop.
I joined Team Spirit in the very first season and in MCC, and then we won 5 seasons in a row.
Bridges burn, tables turn, highs and lows, gotta figure it out.
So in this MSC we have Zaur Egoist in jungle and not one shot, and I think Zaur is just a young talent like Donk in CS2, and he have better communication with team. His mechanics are also great, so we trust in him a lot.
It's not that we didn't want to work with him earlier, it's just that it so happened that everything came this way, and he's only in the team now. But obviously the good thing about him is that he's 16, and obviously very talented, so I have high hopes for him. It's really going to come down on how he's going to feel in the game.
For Onyx Philippines, and a heartbreak for Team Spirit when they had the lead. I mean, if you've been watching MSC up to this point, you know that even if you have a 7, 8, 10,000 gold lead, a game can still turn around.
It's very sad to lose like that, especially in the last game where we have a 10k gold lead, and then
the rest of the world, we have been known as a team that's more concentrated on their micro, more on fighting. We tilt, we choke, that's the opinion of the other teams. But this year, this tournament, we have new goals, and we really have been working on our attitude to get better in game and outside of the game. So I really hope that we won't let the fans down, and that we're gonna give a good show.
This MSC we hope to prove that we can beat Tier 1 teams in South Asia, like.
In a way, starting from zero, but also in a way, knowing from your past experiences and trying to improve everything.
We're always confident, but this time it will be like better results and not only words.
Well, key still in hand and still alive at MSC. Better results hoped from Kid Bomba and the rest of Team Spirit. Is this the day that they get them?
I hope so. I hope they can unlock that spirit that they have. Team Spirits showed us a whole lot over the previous internationals. You know, this one's a big game for them. We have to go ahead and focus too on what they need to change. I think the side lanes right now is where a lot of focus for the teams or for the draft, because someone like Kid Bomba is very reminiscent of someone like Sanford in the sense of their playstyle, what made them so dominant in a certain meta. But they necessarily can't exactly do that now, I feel like, because of this current meta.
Because you kind of have to change the way you see the game, right? Before this, they can play selflessly, meaning playing for themselves. But now they got to play for their team, right? So that means that you're going to use a hero that doesn't necessarily win you the lane or anything like that. It's just like, okay, what can I do to help out my jungler? And it's always that, but the priority shifts, right? Before this, you can outplay and then your jungler still gonna have a good time. Now, it seems like you got to sacrifice sometimes a little bit too much, and that's just not their playstyle.
Where those sacrifices are being made, in the draft and in the team, in the who plays what. We've seen Paquito have impacts, whether he's in a gold lane or whether he's on a comfortable EXP laner, and that could just be the difference. So teams trying to figure out that balance. On the other side of this, you've got Guangzhou Gaming, who are doing their best to represent China. It would be the first time in international history that China's been able to make a knockout stage. If they win this game, but of course, the Gatekeepers Team Spirit standing by, trying to make sure that May and his squad cannot finish it up. Their road to EWC as well, they're hoping to do something unthinkable.
刚到 GZG 这个战队，我被他从中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GZG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。所以这场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。
Stop him and the beast rumbles at the feet of Guangzhou Gaming.
在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。
我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。
但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就是这种情绪在我心里涌出来，就使我落泪了。我觉得这是给我们训练，就是我们在训练里付出的努力，我们比赛里。我观看了这次在巴黎开赛的 MWI 女队拿到了8强，其实我有一点难过吧，因为虽然他们拿到了很好的成绩，我本来是开心的，但是我难过的是中国赛区的男队一直都没有很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队先做到了，所以我觉得我们男队需要一点突破的力量。因为我希望中国的粉丝能看到的是中国队伍热血的一幕，我觉得我们可以创造以往没能做到的目标，所以我想跟我的队友说，放轻松点打，对面很菜，随便赢了。
Unprecedented, surely, but people are starting to realize they're just one game away. A strong result for China and their men's side in Guangzhou Gaming would prove an accomplished EWC and probably one they would enjoy in the international MLBB scene. We'll find out. The game's about to get started. LaFell, both teams, whether it's representing China or EECA, have a lot that they're fighting for.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Even through the video of Road to EWC, we see them that multiple times they've been close. They're always just one game away. I still remember that one. That was a reverse sweep back in the wildcards. Like, even looking at the odds here, Team Spirit 81% are voting for them to win. But we've seen
saw the odds yesterday.
Hey, man.
Seen what has happened so far. Like, for me, I think that Guangzhou is hungry enough because they know how hurt they were when they were close, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think for a lot of the teams here, this has been the case, right? They've always wanted to go ahead and prove that they're worth the knockouts, worth a championship even. And some of those teams that people might have slept on a little bit going into the Nationals, now they've been making those chances happen. I mean, again, Entity 7, a team to make basically shockwaves across the world of competitive MLBB is a statement enough. And I feel like a morale boost for all those teams trying to knock down some of these teams that have stayed at the top for a while now.
At this point in the tournament, LaFell, you can't expect anything.
No, honestly, anything can happen. Like, I'm all up for it because it has been boring for the past few years.
Yes.
Because we roughly know what's going to happen. We can call the drafts. Now, every single day, something new comes up.
Well, whether it's EECA, proven to be the gatekeepers so far, whether it's China on the men's side of things, seeing the result of MWI, Women's China's team, trying to match it and maybe go even a little farther. Two journeys collide here as we begin the first matchup of our series where one team is going on and one team will have their key crushed. Let's send it over to the stage to begin our final day of groups of MLBB.
Yes, my friends, you heard it right. It is the last day of group stage here at MLBB MSC 2026. Crazy to think about the amount of surprise results we have had so far in the tournament, and we're only getting through the halfway point. Teams and regions that you would have never expected, dark horse runs that are only just starting, and some teams living up to their names even more than you can imagine. I mean, just look at them. Team Liquid, washed, it just works out.
You know what, honestly, talking about MSC this year, it's definitely a roller coaster ride because we have seen so many of the fan favorites fighting for their tournament life. Yesterday, we even sent home the defending champions. You know what, Milosh, this probably might be the year where we actually crown a new region.
This is the beauty of it, because as much as you want the favorites to keep it up and always have a good result year on year, it's good to change hands, that trophy, every now and then, because it means that the scene is constantly growing, that there's always new talent and fresh blood, and that means that MLBB has a long, many years to go in the future. Things just keep reinventing themselves.
I agree. But once again, today we will be seeing 4 best of 3s where 4 teams will end their journey and 4 will continue to the knockout stages. For our first match, join me in welcoming Team Spirit. This is a team that is known to gatekeep the international stages, shattering the dreams and hopes of the opponent in the process. But the surprise that keeps unfolding this MSC has left a question in mind. Can they keep up?
Can they keep up? That is the big question on everybody's minds. Team Spirit have impressed so far, but their journey is not yet set in stone. Let's welcome their opponents to see how well they'll be ready for it. Please join me in welcoming Guangzhou Gaming! MSC is made for statements, where halfway through the year, you show off your skills and how much you've grown. From a saber pick in the Big 2-6 to being so close to the knockout stage. You heard it referenced even in our introductory video for Guangzhou. Yes, we had a Chinese team at MWI make the top 8. They're looking to do the same here on the MSC stage, and we're all here for it.
Yes, Milosh, this is gonna be one hell of a series because like I mentioned, only one will head to the knockout stages. Boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little handshake, a fist bump, or any sign of respect.
What do you do when you got 2 big teams and egos on either side? Well, you go for the respectful handshake and get it rolling.
The question for this match is who will continue their journey and who will end it all here. I'm so excited, so let's throw it over to the Land of Dawn.
Day 4 of the group stage just wrapped up. We start off with YG making it to the knockout stage with Aurora Gaming, sending a titan of MLBB down to the lower brackets.
Another team falls, and Aurora walks over into the knockout stage. First it was Liquid, now it's Onyx.
Melawan Aurora Turki, menurut gua dari game 1 kita kalahnya mungkin Selenanya annoying banget loh. Selenanya jago, terus kita di press juga terus. Gak dapat momen juga buat balikin dia. Hero-hero draft mungkin juga bagus buat mungkin meta sekarang gitu, dia udah paham banget lah. Jadi kita mungkin ketinggalan, kalah step lah. Ya kalau lawan SRG buat sekarang pasti pede banget sih.
SRG
ENG, they brought out a new Titan, a new giant to the mix, and they move forward for MSC, keeping their dreams alive.
When it comes to fighting Oni, I think that it's just like another script, you know? It's like similar to 2024 where, and the last match was actually Oni Indo. They are fighting for the qualification also. And then I think that we just have to really prepare well, and then we really stand a chance to win as well.
MSC 2026 continue to surprise with E7 out of all teams eliminating TLPH, and now they face Pro Esports. Then we'll have Guangzhou Gaming, who are going to take on Team Spirit. And last but not least, the brothers Civil War, Falcons PH take on Falcons Meta. Who will make it to the knockout stage? We only have 4 slots available. Let's find out in day number 5.
Well, those slots are certainly coveted, but they are not going to be given away easily. You know how we say in EWC, nothing is given. Everything is earned. And Team Spirit, Guangzhou Gaming, are looking to earn it right here. But it starts with the start. Like a journey of 1,000 steps, the first one is sometimes not the most pivotal, but it is the most important to get started. And when you look at this, LaFell, a good draft, a good approach, we have seen be the difference in an early win or a loss. And of course, if you guys want to make sure that you're winning regardless of how your results go and you just want to look good, make sure to check out the 2 champions, 1 pick in my champions pick promotion coming up here with 50,000 diamonds possible to earn 5 winners, 10K diamonds each. Scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet and take part.
By the way, Randy, as well as all of the audience watching, just to let everyone know, in 2036, the saying has now evolved. It's like the journey of 10,000 steps. Like we've upgraded now. It's like 10,000 is the new base.
That's the standard.
Yeah, it's the standard for
10,000 steps. So that was 10,000 hours.
Yeah, weight loss and everything like that. You know, it's
10,000 steps a day.
But
you're right.
I 100% agree with you, and I feel like it's especially true for Guangzhou because let's remind ourselves, they're the one that came up with the saber in the jungle. No team has used it just yet, and Zara Egoist is more than likely going to use either Hirara or the Ling.
Yes.
I think it would be better if they somehow made Zara Egoist grab the Ling, and then they try to counter it with the saber later on. But legit, I feel like after yesterday, I feel like Eudora should be first pick, or just ban it out.
Yeah, there's now some of these picks, right, and some of these combinations too, have fallen into place throughout this MSC. And one thing's for sure, I'll still say it, like a lot of the teams are playing around their own personalities, which I really like because everybody can actually play a different approach to the draft, to these games. Again, you know, you only have so much room to do that in because it's a best of 3. And now that this last day is like, all right, you got 4 teams that are going to make it to the knockout, 4 teams that are going to get eliminated. You have to bring your best game plan starting in game 1.
The refreshing thing is, I still remember, I believe the last international, that was the meta where you are punished for creativity, right?
Yeah.
The more you try to move away from the meta, it really does make it so that there's nothing much that you can do. But now it does feel like more of a rock, paper, scissors, but now in broken walls. I feel like this is one of those maps where it really incentivizes having a very beefy front line. And I feel like this could be a game that is good for Team Spirit in the sense that I think Team Spirit is one of the teams that can actually do what some teams have done, which is give the hyper farm over to the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Basically have 4 utilities and 1 main carry. For Guangzhou, actually no, I feel like Guangzou could do the same.
They could do the same, that funnel strat.
But so far, they funneled the best with the Nolan.
Yeah.
Talking about this setup, Freya and Uranus, 2 basically 100% picks or bans most of the time. Uranus sometimes making it through more so on the pick side than Freya does, who is often banned. Modi in that EXP lane, how big of an impact is he going to have in his connection? Because opening up the jungle is so important.
Yeah, XP laners right now, it's in an interesting place just because, you know, for a while we talked about XP laners so impactful. They still are, and you see it. The teams that have actually struggled throughout the group so far have kind of with this struggle of what do we put in our XP laners' hands? Do we put something that is one of those tankier heroes that you can play that front line with? Because even for a lot of us, we're used to seeing the initiators, right? Yep. The initiators happens. Now for Modi, he's shown he's really good. For example, with the Yuzhong, right? If he can get a lead, he can get going. You know, he does a lot of damage. But again, teams are struggling with what do we do there, and then what do we do in the side lane, the gold lane also. Do we put a fighter there or a traditional marksman? And that's been kind of the nature of the decision-making for the teams.
And oddly enough, I really feel like some of these EXP laners, they got higher value because they're heroes that don't need the flicker.
Yeah.
Right? For example, the Freya can use the Vengeance, making it so difficult to take her down. The Urenas can opt for something like a Purify, same as the Esmeralda. Right now, Guangzhou, I honestly don't like this. I would prefer if they pick up the Eudora as well as the Paquito, because Valentina seems like I haven't seen the problem just yet, but I know eventually it will come out, so I'm just going to take the answer right now.
Yeah. Also because they banned out the Atlas. Usually the Valentina is an answer to the direct, usually blue side
so
first
they're
pick
hoping
Atlas.
for Team Spirit to pick up something like a Belleric so that they also
Supposedly so, yeah. I mean, yeah, I have to agree with you on that, Lafell, but again, there could be a method to this already. Again, Paquito himself, that hero alone, you know, has been flexed throughout the groups already. And there's the Belleric. That's going to be the answer. Belleric and the Esmeralda. So this already first 3 picks for Team Spirit.
Really strong.
Really strong, really good. I mean, even if you break it down to the statistics, Herrera's win rate is still like, what, 70+%?
And the crazy thing is, I feel like this might be one of those games that it's going to be very risky if you want to go for that Saber again. They might have to go for something else like a Harley to try and influence the side lanes, because even if Saber goes in, now it is much safer, but going up against a Belleric as well as Esmeralda, that's really no such thing as safe. And now we also have to see whether they want to go for a Ling or not, because I feel like for Team Spirit, wow, ban out the Ling and maybe even ban out the Nolan, and after that, not gonna have enough good junglers to deal with Team Spirit unless there's another surprise from Guangzhou.
Yeah, this is, again, this is one of the interesting things here, just the difference of drafts, you know, throughout the course here. But Clint being banned out just because, again, they already locked in their marksman. They already got their gold laner. The carry hasn't been picked up too much than what we've seen before between, for example, the Claude and the Moskovs. But, you know, you have your gold lane locked in, which then also just shows your hand for the Paquito.
But I feel like it's fine because they know that they need some kind of shred. Everything else, I feel like for Guangzhou is going to be more burst-oriented. And if that's the case, you will not be able to deal with the Belleric, you will not be able to deal with the Esmeralda. And I feel like they at least need one. And now even the Baxia gets banned out by Team Spirit. So they're thinking Guangzhou might go for the tank jungle route.
That new portrait always surprises me, man.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, is that Baxia or Franco? Yeah. It could be either or.
Yeah, that little Thunder God scene that Franco has. I'm like,
Eve banned out here, so we'll wrap up our final bans with one more on the side of Team Spirit. Expecting anything funky from them, Cold Star, coach getting him ready for this, and Sunday as well, coming in with a plan. Both teams have seen the stats, like you mentioned, Claude's low win rate, and also the high win rate of Herrera, but that's not necessarily a part of this matchup. So far, some uniqueness. These last 2 picks going to mean a lot for both teams to see if they can get an edge.
I'm wondering too, even for the roam options for Guangzhou Gaming, you know, what do they want to bring out? Just because you're already against the Spellric, you don't have the Atlas, you guys took that out. You know, what is a play here? What do they want to fight against with this? And now the Cho being banned out too, a hero that's great for going ahead and, you know, obviously going for those pickoffs. So do they pick up the roam now? That's what I'm wondering.
And the interesting thing here is they pick up the Alice.
Oh.
So is this going to be Alice jungle?
Alice?
We've seen it in MWI used by Na'Vi, and it did look pretty effective. Because here's the thing, Naisu, the thing that I was about to say about the roam, they need someone that can either heal or give revitalize. Because look at the 3 heroes of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
This is a draft that they can keep on fighting for even 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? They can fight for 2 minutes, and then eventually maybe Guangzhou will not have enough. Like Guangzhou, the moment carry dies, that's where Team Spirit really comes alive.
So it's either
I need more sustain coming in from Guangzhou here.
Hylos or Gatakacha is basically what we have as an option. The Brody and the Eudora get picked up. Solid choices here. Honestly, for Team Spirit's lineup, they have everything they need.
I feel like Hylos would be a good pick if they want to go for a healer. Yeah, maybe something like a Matilda S or something like that. But I feel like the safest is that Hylos.
Well, you don't think it'd be a jungle Paquito, though, right? I mean, we've seen Paquito go in the jungle previously in other metas.
Yeah, but like, if you don't have the flicker, you can't make those TikTok montages.
You can't make them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't make those highlights.
It has to be the Alice.
It has to be the Alice.
Yeah.
Well, Valentina picked up. We thought that might just be warding off something like the Belleric and using it. Maybe Alice was in mind all along and taking the Valentina away since the mid wasn't shown on the side of Team Spirit, so that they couldn't steal from her. The Grok picked up at the very end. How do you feel about that, Naisu?
I feel like for Guangzhou, they're going to their identity, which is hard engage, hard dive. Because at this point, basically all of them have to go all in. And I think that's dangerous. But if they're able to take out Eudora first, then they're fine. Because
they're not swapping.
Because the thing about the Eudora, it's an AO.
It's Paquito jungle.
It's Paquito jungle.
That's why I was throwing out there.
Wow, wee, wow.
That is a wow, wow, wee, wow.
Ooh-wee.
Bodhi on the Alice. May on the Rome with the Grok. This is going to be fun, guys. Well, what do you expect? 10,000 steps or the journey of 1,000 steps or 100 days or whatever the metric is now. We know the first one is going to be important. Whoever wins this off to a great start in a best of 3 that sends one team to the knockout stages and one team home. And to kick it off, we've got 2 casters ready to go. It's Mirko and Brigitte.
We're kicking off the final day of the group stage here in MSC at EWC 2026 with all elimination matches, starting off with Team Spirit coming from a loss and Guangzhou coming from a win. Who will get it this time around? Let's see here in game number 1. Mirko, I feel like the team fights for this game are looking to be pretty long between these drafts.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It really is going to be a lot of back and forths here for both the Team Spirit and Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit, at least it's more of the Spirit we know coming into this matchup, right? Yeah. It's also Spirit finally leaning into the meta for the mid lane. For the most part, I think the first 2 matches of Team Spirit, it just looks so weird for Sunset Lover because he's always been placed on heroes like the Valentina, evading away from the meta Eudora.
Yeah, and now the Valentina's on the other side, which might just go down here. Quick rotations from Spirit. That's an early first blood.
And that's exactly why you want a Eudora with you when you have a Hirara, right? Like, I mean, people have been talking smack on the Eudora because of a certain few matches yesterday, Onyx and TL notably. That's why you still pick it up though. It enables the assassins so well just by bursting them down. Pull yourself together though. That's a bit new, the Master Assassin for Sai, and Hiko's actually taking a Festival of Blood on the Brody instead of trying to bully the laner on the Brody. All right.
Yeah,
interesting.
The fighter emblems were something we're kind of really seeing now in the gold lane, but I guess there's a bit more sustain to be expected here for Hiko, considerably as someone who could likely be targeted every now and then. There's just so much backline potential, honestly, from Guangzhou. If you take a look at their lineup, there's just so much ways for them to go for the backlines, even through either recall or, let's say, a setup from Modi on the Alice once again on the team fight later on. But let's see, it's the first turtle already up, and all 4 members of Guangzhou already positioned themselves up here.
Zara's already going to be able to get level 5 here from this Lizard. Gets level 5, reset on the neutral objective as well. Side with the rotation first, clears out in the bottom lane, now into the mid lane he goes. Hiko's going to be late to this rotation, bomb up, falling star to the back, recall, still with the red tree, Zara nowhere to be seen. So waiting for the right moment, and Team Spirit will give over this neutral objective.
Wow. No one went down there. I mean, Sai was there too, but I guess they weren't really able to deal with Sawo nor Kid Bomba first. A lot of their resources were used at the exact same time. So I guess it pretty much really boiled down to who really got the red tree in that scenario. It was clearly Guangzhou Gaming who got the better of them. So now they don't necessarily have the advantage, but I think it's somehow working out. So far, they did lose one in the process, but that's the thing. I don't think there have been any direct trades as much just yet. Team Spirit seem to be the more proactive ones despite everything that's happened so far.
And I like their understanding of win conditions here in this game, right?
Yeah.
Their composition, yes, is very good at team fighting, but Guangzhou Gaming have kind of like hunkered down for the neutral objectives of the composition. Bombas though, falling Star Moon by Bomba. Needs to get that skill 1. Good stun from Sunset Lover. Even an ultimate. Zaur already using a dash, won't go in on Exig. Knows there's a lot more lockdown that Guangzhou Gaming can provide. And again, for Team Spirit, it's all about just understanding the win condition and taking a chill pill, not going too crazy, building upon their already winning lanes and waiting for their mid-game power spike to hit.
Yeah, and they have really great use of their resources as well, despite them occasionally having to use it defensively. And you know how they pretty much understand their timings and win conditions, as you mentioned. They didn't necessarily force a re-engage after that. They knew what had to be done, and they just wanted to protect each other and set up for the upcoming objective. As long as they don't let go of this lead, things are looking to be great for them. Even if it seems like it's not that much at this point, but you need at least see that they understand their timings. So we see the movements right now. There has to be a very careful transition towards this objective because Guangzhou are controlling the mid as much as they can.
Yes, now we're gonna get chunked as well. Has revitalized, but I don't think he wants to use it just now. Sai gonna try to go for the burst down, and it's instant recall with Retribution. Now the Wrath of the Dryad lands onto the stun as well. Connecting in the back as Sour walks up, Bomba with the flicker, finding the damage on Xing as Sour walks up, and the knockout strike comes around. Throne of Ruin locks 3 members, but Sour is still right there with the rest of the team. Revitalized kept Team Spirit safe, so again it's Guangzhou Gaming with the neutral objective. Spirit with the winning team fight.
And it seems like the lead just ballooned for Spirit rather than Guangzhou, just because of the amount of kills that they got, and now they might be the ones to be rotating towards bot lane first. Oh!
Crazy damage! Oh my god, through the wall! Hiko lands the shot, and Mei just got bursted.
They don't get the third, but that was a statement right there from Team Spirit. Now it's a 2k gold lead. Modi already down to half HP. And they've just solidified their lead and advantaged here in the bottom lane. I think they're really taking control of the sides. And as much as you're seeing really careful movements from their mid, it's understandable, it's warranted. And they're not losing out on too much. Czar Egoist, it probably isn't as the most aggressive Hirara just yet, but you understand that they're also waiting for the right timings for them to find the engage. And the sides are just doing a spectacular job at holding down this early game.
And again, if you guys are still, kind of confused on how the Eudora works, that Ball Lightning second skill, the stun, it has reduced magic defense up against opponents. So even tanky boys like Mei on the Grok, they're gonna fall, especially when the Thunder's Wrath comes around together with Hiko on the Brody, who's munching on turrets. There you go. Oh, Sawa gonna be initiated on. Bomba gonna be caught as well. Wrath of the Dryad lands though on all of them. Still the burst comes through. Both frontliners taken down for the turret up top as Sunset is able to get away. Trying to go for the stun right now as Zaur and Hiko will have to respect this. Guangzhou Gaming finally get on the board for kills.
Yep, I was about to say, Guangzhou, it seems like their lineup has to be really up front. They have to close in their opponents. Oh no, Hiko. Okay, he's gonna get out of that. But at least for Guangzhou, every single time, that can be a problem for them, but that can also be something they take advantage of. The fact that they are very melee, they have to go in. If you see them synced up, then I think when they fight on their terms, everything works out. But when Team Spirit actually make use of these combos, you see the Eudora, you see the Hirara, the burst potential is there alongside even Hiko, then that kind of changes the tempo. Oh, hold on.
You see the instant respect there. Sunset did not have the Thunder's Wrath up. Now it's back, but earlier it wasn't. Xing had to respect Zaur Egoist and Sunset Lover straight up with a flicker. And again, for Spirit, it's all about utilizing the space that they made with this composition through these individual lanes. Guangzhou Gaming, they've gotten a few picks here and there. They got the neutral objective, all 3 of the neutral objectives, but they're just not able to convert on any of the structural objectives, and that's why Team Spirit are the ones still controlling the map. They're the ones holding these positions.
I feel like they do get the wins in the objectives. They start things off. They're the ones who actually engage against Team Spirit. But what happens after that is the question. They're not able to sustain or fight for long, as opposed to what we were expecting from them. Oh, hold on, Kid Bomba though.
Flickers out of the barrier. That's gonna be the Ball Lightning. Now a Sunset Lover has to flicker out of Throne of Ruin. Sawo trying to look for the taunt now. Walks up onto Modi. Hiko's right there as well to put some stacks down on Modi. But it's a slow game that Spirit want to play, and Guangzhou Gaming can't really force the issue, at least not right now.
They're so careful. Well, Spirit are just like so patient about this.
But Guangzhou Gaming have baited out 2 big battle spells, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and Kid Bomba, they're very vulnerable to that instant engage now.
That can be an opening. We're seeing the first Lord spawn here in this game. It's Spirit actually starting it out with Kid Bomba once again.
Wow.
Just trying to get the information.
Yep.
But that's not where Guangzhou are trying to come from. They will actually find a bit of their way through. Modi already taking hold of that bush as well alongside Mei here in the right mid. But I think it's still tough for Recall. Recall has to have other people to tank either the crowd control or the burst damage that'll come from Team Spirit before he could just freely go in. And speaking of burst...
Whoa, the taunt lands as well. Bomba trying to capitalize on the ball lightning. Magic produce. Oh, Sawo in the bush. Finds the Wrath of the Dryad. Chrono Ruin and the Flicker now coming out as Xing is able to walk up, and now he's going to get caught as well. By the stun, by the stack. Side with the pickup out to Sour Ego is Bahiko. Finds a trade in exchange. It's a 1-for-1 jungle for Rome. Guangzhou Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
And that's the sacrifice they were looking for. Mei had to tank the first damage, and that's when Guangzhou, alongside Modi and even Xing with the IMU Wrath of Dryad, decided to go in. Going for the re-engage against Team Spirit, and we're taking a look at it right now in the replay. That was a great two-man setup provided to us by Modi, but the follow-up from Xing, I feel, was really what made a big difference. And now Recall's free to take the objective.
Uh-oh. Thunder's Wrath comes down. Guangzhou Gaming, they get the neutral objective and they back away instantly. Team Spirit are just getting outplayed around these team fights.
I'd like to think that the way they bursted down Mei was probably to them an opening, because you take down one of the front lines, but it didn't work out the way they expected it to. Now it's a tier 1 potentially falling down to the hands of Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit are not even able to defend it up close. It's just Sawo and Kid Bomba standing in front of them. There's just too much threat of backline. Although Modi doesn't have the flicker, but they'll just have to give up on this tier 1.
Team Spirit's structural advantage gone with one Lord. Guangzhou Gaming with a sweep on the tier 1s. Down below, mid, and up above, all gone, as Guangzhou Gaming will look to capitalize on this Lord advantage a bit more with the tier 2 up top. Xing, Bloodwings, Recall. With a bit of poke on Sawo, Bomba catches 2 on the falling Star Moon, baits out the Wrath of the Dryad as well, as Mei is going to be able to look for the airborne now on Bomba. Sawo with the pick. Sour Ego into the iframe. Sawo going to be taken very low, bursted out. Now it's Hiko's torn apart. Memory over. Now it's Sour walking up as well. Hiko on the board with the stacks on the Sky Piercer. Sour walks up, but he cannot chase. Guangzhou Gaming instantly with the retreat after losing their XP. Sunset doesn't have the Thunder's Wrath.
They lost out on so much turrets. Guangzhou Gaming, the way that they've been playing this, at this point we don't really see any lead between the two teams anymore. They've closed out the gap that's been existing, and we're looking at the replay just now. It looked like a fight that they still wanted to take. Modi actually found some setups here and there, but Sai had to focus down on Sawo, and that was a lot of time. That was a Belleric who definitely took a bit too much of their attention, and so they just probably really had to settle with that, also trading Modi in the process, but it's still a huge advantage for Guangzhou Gaming nonetheless. You see a lot of turrets already taken down, and them starting to transition into a playstyle where it feels like they're just guarding all around Sai, who's already 3-0 on a carry, and looking like a massive threat now that we're approaching the 12-minute mark of the game. So it's surprising to us, I feel, to see Spirit in this situation again, because I feel like entering this matchup, considering the matchup, you would really consider that the underdogs would be over to Guangzhou, but it's another potential upset all over again.
At this point, the upset would be if Spirit wins, right? It's the favorite teams losing out. That will be the real upset after yesterday's outcome. Oh my god, I mean, you're right. Guangzhou Gaming also have great scaling now. Team Spirit are going to have to look for those creative angles. Sawo again with the opening. Under Revitalize on Belleric, though, you just lose out on so much proactivity, right?
I agree.
It's just all about reacting to your opponents. It comes down to Bomba making the plays on the Esmeralda, and that's certainly very difficult with a carry on the hands of Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, it's like hopefully Sawo lasts long enough so that they can find some other angles around the team fights as long as Sai has his attention on him, but that's the thing. Will their targeting change? That's the ultimate already used by Sunset Lover.
But a flicker burned out by Xing. Tectonic charge on the Throne of Ruin, misses Hiko by just a bit. Sawo able to go in, and now it's going to be Sour walking up, capitalizing on the flicker, already used up, now the Purify burned by Sai. They're going to go for the retreat. Sour with the steal. Bomba with the flicker in forward, and Sour still able to survive as Hiko picks up another. It's a Mega already for Hiko as he looks to go for more stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Finally, a team fight win for Team Spirit.
Guangzhou still wanted to fight that, even though Team Spirit clearly already took down one. And we're in really great position to go for the contest. No one was really watching out for Zar Egoist. Recall too, I feel like he was kinda split between having to fight back and just focusing on the objective. Oh, the damage, yep. You can see it already, especially through Sai.
That burst is nothing you can ignore, man. For Guangzhou Gaming, they really gotta be decisive with the plays. One wrong move from main, you can see the punish instantly. You need to find these tech charges on these vulnerable targets.
Yep.
If you miss it by just a pixel, which happened earlier, Modi couldn't capitalize on the tech charge. Sunset on recall with that burst, forcing him to back away. Now it's a 4v2 up top as they're trying to get this base turret down. But Spirit will respect Guangzhou Gaming. They've built up the lead back to where it was all the way in the early game, and they're going to be happy with that. Whoa, Berserker's Fury for Hiko on the Brody.
Okay, as I was saying, I was supposed to say, Guangzhou, at least you saw from that last team fight their understanding of who needs to be targeted in this current part of the game, right? It felt like they were just trying to focus down on Hiko. That was a setup attempt from Mei. There was follow-up from Modi. But Hiko was just a bit too quick to react as well. The fact that he is already 4-0 as well is not looking as good. With the Malefic Gun pickup and the Sky Piercer, I think he is going to be a bigger problem right now for Guangzhou. On top of the fact that Zar Egoist seems to be a bit too free as well in just trying to find these targets. Right now, Guangzhou, we understand the idea, but the execution has to be more precise. If they really want to go for Hiko, they got to land those skills.
And if they don't land those skills, Zhao, I mean, even if they do, Zhao can just go untargetable. That's one, right?
Yeah.
But if they do get him, Hiko's a big problem now. I'd love to see the items. Berserker's Fury. What? You do a bit of true damage now, so I guess it's good for the shred on these very tanky boys up front. But usually when you want to shred, you go for like DHS, right? So I'm wondering what the Berserker's Fury is all about. I'm gonna have to catch him later on and try to ask him about this Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting choices here. Oh, but that's a Conceal. Winter Crown pickup available also for Modi. But I think there's another Conceal coming in too.
All right, just Conceal for Conceal. They're a trade already. Good damage on Modi. Bottom lane, slow pushing for Mr. Hiko. Great for Team Spirit. They know Guangzhou Gaming can't send anybody down below. They're gonna have to stick, and that means this base turret will be the next forced error for Team Spirit against Guangzhou.
Okay, at least Xing has the Wrath of Dryad again, but they have to layer their skills really, really well. You see the buffs already on Sai. You understand what they're trying to play around, but it's a burst from Guangzhou.
You wanna go straight for it. Throw to Ruin, lands on nobody. Wrath of the Dryad from Sao. Now it's a stun and the Sky Piercer goes through. He bursts them down. Recall with a Retry Witness. Now Sauer walks up and he dodges away from the untargetable already. Sao enemies of it all. Sunset walking out. Hiko with a jump again. With a double already. Jumps on side and gets bursted down. Oh my goodness. Before he gets shut down, he finds the last hit with a fadeaway. Recall all alone against two. Zara with the chase is Recall. Gets into the bush. Zara with the chase again. He doesn't have the stacks, but he's going to be able to walk up with a killing spree again. It's Sunset with a walk. Sauer gets the killing spree. And they get rid of the last member of Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh my goodness. I think we have to see that team fight one more time. Just to understand the entire sequence and process. We take a look into the replay and yes, the Throne of Ruin didn't land, but also we saw the exact same scenario all over again. It was just Guangzhou trying to deal with members of Team Spirit 1 at a time. It was Sao first, but even Sao, it took a while for him to go down, and all the while they were trying to burst down these front lines. Hiko was just there. He was just throwing out all these long-range basic attacks, and no one from Guangzhou was ready to answer back.
Did you see that damage? No wonder he went Berserker's Fury. It was the True and the Sky Piercer. True damage from Berserker's Fury and the Sky Piercer working in tandem. Executing Sai with a quarter of health with one basic attack. Hey, he might be onto something, this Hiko boy.
Yeah, how many stacks could he possibly have, right? If he's 7 kills, we're not entirely sure if he got the Sky Piercer even before he got all these kills. Okay, it's 42. It's 42 right now. Not looking so bad, but
oh my god,
this is terrifying. Because at this point, you see the damage of a single basic attack.
What happened to his Berserker's Fury?
Oh. It's an immortality now.
I guess he sold it for the immo.
Yeah.
That's a very weird build. Heptasee's Haas Claws. Did he sell it for the Haas Claws or did he sell it for...
No, he had the Haas Claws.
He buys the Berserker again. Oh, throwing a ruin on Asawo. Falling Simon to the back line now with the Wrath of Dryad as well to peel, but Bomba's able to flicker out as Hiko puts in those stacks. Sour with the walk up again. It's going to be the winner crown from Modi to try to stay alive. Hiko missed that first skill. Couldn't get the torn apart memory now again. I want to see the items.
Okay.
What did he sell for the Berserker's Fury again? Did he sell the Immo or the boots now? No, he has Immo, so it's the boots. Or is it the Haas Claws?
Because I think he had the Haas Claws even a couple minutes ago.
Wait,
oh wait,
it's gone again. What? Wait, I don't get it.
Wait, he sold
boots, and then he bought Berserkers, but it's gone again. Is this a visual bug or is it actually gone? Did he misclick?
What is he going for now?
I got no clue, but like, he bought Berserker's Fury twice this game.
And he hasn't replaced it with anything just yet. Maybe we see it come in, maybe in a bit.
I am so confused.
Okay, yeah, it's actually the build.
Yeah, and what? Where is it? Where is the... I want to see the Berserker's Fury.
He's probably looking to pick up something.
Did he sell the Berserkers by mistake? Oh god. Oh, he sells it for the win of nature. There you go, Sawo. For the walk-up first down on Lore, straight up with the carry and Team Spirit.
Yep.
We were too busy with the items. Maybe Spirit was as well.
Yeah. Guangzhou, I think the game plan worked this time. The fact that they went for Sawo first, but that was when they were off guard. They were caught off guard. Spirit were not able to respond. They were not ready, and they just barely had their members nearby to actually engage in a full-out punish against Guangzhou. So the moment that they were actually able to take that pick off, that was such quick movement from Guangzhou. 20 minutes into this game, we still don't know what the next pickup is going to be. The Immortality gets swapped with the Malefic Gun again for Hiko.
Okay, I think there's a bug there because he also bought Wind of Nature, but it just shows 5 items. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, so he's had the Berserker's Fury. Yeah, that was just so weird. But okay, Wind of Nature. He sold the boots for the Wind of Nature. Now we know for sure.
Okay, I think this is the final answer right now. I doubt there will be any swaps from this point onwards, not unless we see the Wind of Nature actually getting used. Oh, Kid Bomba, that was really far positioning you see from him. Team Spirit, this is 21 minutes, Mirko.
This is very scary. Sour gets caught by the barrier. Lord, Evolve, charging into that top side already. Thrown a ruin and the Blinker catches Hiko! Oh, he just gets wiped instantly! Side bursting him down. Sour gets caught by a tech charge. Time to perfection. Sawo bursted down. Bomba and Sunset left to defend against an Evolved Lord. Guangzhou Gaming strike first.
Such precise targeting and focus onto Hiko when it mattered the most. Modi on that Alice with the setup. And the follow-up to Guangzhou. For the longest time, it seemed like they were always just after Sawo, but in that last moment, in that crucial game-ending siege, they got the target they needed to find the most. And Hiko, without the immortality, he had it earlier, but without it now, he was just a much easier target to take down, and we're not entirely sure if Guangzhou were aware of the fact that he didn't have the immortality at the time, but it was such a smart and quick decision that you get to see from Guangzhou Gaming as they secure game number 1.
A fantastic game number 1. Again, just capitalizing on these vulnerable backliners. The Eudora and the Brody worked well in the early game to get structures, to get a snowball, but that one big team fight set them back so far. And it gave Guangzhou Gaming the right opportunity to scale up to where the Alice and the carry could just carry through. And again, Modi. We've been seeing him on the Yuzong carrying through these group stage matches, now on the Alice as well, catching Hiko. Right as he sold his immortality for the Wind of Nature, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like what you said about the Belair just waiting for Guangzhou was a bit too true in this scenario. And even for Kid Bomba, I feel like there were just moments they were waiting for Guangzhou before they also got to set things up for the team. And that did not necessarily work out for them, because you see every single time it's Guangzhou starting the fights, it's almost them winning it every single time.
And in this meta, Brigada, it comes down to who makes the first move, right? It's all about tempo. It's all about you making that step, being the proactive team. So Spirit, with the draft again, they already kind of put themselves in a very reactive composition. They're forced to react to all the moves, and when this happens with an Evolved Lord, there is not much you can do.
Yep, it's just overwhelming crowd control. that you see from Guangzhou as well. I think there's a bunch of things we gotta break down about that game, so we're throwing it over back to our panel.
Thank you, Mirko and Brigitte. One of the exciting things about seeing these moments is that you see different regions have their opportunity in the sun to shine. And when the lights are bright, it seems like GZG have answered the call. Welcome back to the desk on Brain Day, joined by Naisu and Lefel. Naisu, China, one step away from making history.
This is, again, this is how things have been going. You know, it's so exciting to see. And I feel like when you watch that game alone here, they made clearly some mistakes at the beginning, but they adjusted towards the end. I mean, even Lefel and I were wondering, like, some of those initiations from Modi on the Alice were questionable, but then that one at the very end where he caught 3 in the base, perfect. Even with the grok, right, from May, there was a couple tech charges that were kind of a miss, and then he landed some great ones. So again, this is the adjustments that they needed to make, and now they have the upper hand against a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Mirko got it right. Where we saw in this game, it was mostly Guangzhou Gaming. They were the ones that's engaging the fight, where Team Spirit just tried to react, right? And this is not new. Guangzhou has been doing this throughout all the wins that they have. They just have that ni-hao energy where you're like, we're coming in.
Yes, sir.
And then you just have to accept us coming in. And at that point, Team Spirit, honestly, like I gotta say, for the telestrator later on, it's mostly on mistakes, you know, coming in from both teams, where I would say Guangzhou Gaming, with the draft and the way that they play, they forced a lot of mistakes coming in from Team Spirit that made their team fighting a little bit more awkward.
They were very patient. They fought a lot around objectives. They didn't push towers. They were definitely not the aggressor in this game for most of the time. But they knew, I think, deep down that once their lineup got going in the right team fight, they could snowball with the correct push. Disciplined approach from GZG.
Even the decision to put Paquito in the jungle is, again, something that a lot of teams aren't going to do. They put that in the hands of Recall. He might have had a difficult time kind of maneuvering around fights here and there, but it was more so finding those openings, which he did so well. Also securing objectives early on. Again, the team really had to support him to be able to do that. And now it makes sense, too, to have that Valentina. You know, 99% of the time he's got the Wrath of the Dry. I don't think there was anything else that he took. So you can play around and locking down those members. And there was a lot of fights where it looked like something was going to start up, and then they kind of pulled off a bit. So there was really good show of discipline here from GZG as well. And again, I think Team Spirit has been one of those teams who have sat at a lot of the top of the standings, the power standings for a while, and now they've got to make some adjustments.
It was a nice Valentina pick early. We were kind of questioning it, not taking the Eudora, but they gave themselves a lot of ways to deal with some of the tankiness required to survive and sustain in these fights, which clearly they wanted to do. They played it slow. Uranus wasn't available, but they were able to steal from the Belleric. They also opened up a little bit from the Paquito and jungle, not being EXP, allowed Alice to come in and do what she does best rather than trying to peel all the time. So they had threats across the board, and they had more than maybe they should have. Lefel, you took a look at some of the mistakes maybe Team Spirit made, but also some of the ways GZG were able to accomplish that. Break it down for us.
Yeah, honestly, like, we got to look at the drafts first.
Should I stand?
Yeah, let's stand. It's okay. Not too high. Not too high.
Yeah, they had to raise the camera for him, man.
Yep. So now, this is the thing that we got to look at into the draft here. Let's talk about the philosophy of Guangzhou, where they really like to go in. They really like to dive, and that clearly shows from 3 of the picks here in the Grok, the Paquito, as well as the Alice. Now, this is the very interesting thing. We talk about the Paquito, and after watching that game, in hindsight, both the carry as well as the Paquito, they're really good at neutral objectives, because carry can really burst down the turtle as well as the lords, especially the lord is very, very fast. And when you're going up against a Harara, so far we don't have the stats right now, but she has, I would say, one of the highest retry secures when it comes to MSC for now. A lot of base damage, making sure that the turtle is secured. And I feel like the Paquito is just something that they use as an answer to potentially fight against that. Now, we got to talk about how both teams want to play. They want a team fight. They want to clump up. And that actually should have helped out Team Spirit, as we're going to be looking at the first clip here, where this is the first instance of them fighting together. And as we saw, this is what Team Guangzhou Gaming wants to do. They want to be able to actually secure all of these objectives. They want to be able to have good macro control and then have a good engage and then win the fight off of there. But look at what happened when the Eudora starts to be involved in the fight here. Look at we're gonna see the amount of stun, which is I believe 2 people got stunned here, and then the amount of burst damage. This is level 6 Eudora with not one item just yet, or just one item, and you can see the burst damage is a lot. Now, unfortunately, that's probably one of the only times that Team Spirit was able to win a fight where they're able to have a good AoE stoppage and then follow up with the damage. But then after that, it honestly went downhill. Because we're going to be looking at fights here where this is the awkward thing that I do want to say. Looking at how Modi as well as me engaged, that's huge AoE. And look at how spread Team Spirit is, or they're going to be after this engage. And that's a good thing. You want to spread, you don't want to get caught everyone together. But then they have a draft that they can potentially delete one person with the Eudora as well as the Brody, but because they're separated, that becomes quite a bit awkward as we see the fight go in, boom, bang, they split by top and bottom, and then Sao is like, okay, do I go to the top side or do I go to the bottom side to protect you guys? And we're gonna be continuing with the other clips here. This is where I would say Guangzhou also has to slow down just a little bit because they get a little bit too excited. And again, we see the potential, Eudora and Brody, quite a lot of bursts. They go in, someone overextends, stun, and then burst, get the kill. It's just unfortunate that this happened throughout the game, where Team Spirit is just waiting for Guangzhou to go in, which makes sense, but I feel like upcoming, maybe don't rely on that. I feel like Beleric should have used the flicker in this situation because with the Brody having his 7-1-1 KDA, with the Harara also waiting for someone to start the fight, I feel like just that one change could have helped out, because look at this. This is a mistake coming in from Guangzhou. They dive in a little bit too deep, and then eventually Team Spirit was able to capitalize. But imagine if you had a flicker on the Beleric, you could have flickered in and actually catch quite a lot of people here coming in from Guangzhou, and then after that getting the Lord, and potentially could have ended the game.
That is a really good point as well. Nice. Any comments on that? Or just, actually, the comment I want is how hard is it really? Because Brigitte says it's very difficult.
You know, I'll tell you this.
You got a lot of weight on that arm, a lot of muscle, man. It's a lot to hold up.
Hey, that's a couple minutes. That's an endurance test. I think like this is an endurance test for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I have to agree with LaFell too. I feel like when it was in the draft and you saw, because we were throwing out some roamers that have Revitalize as well, Gatakacha and Hylos. As soon as that wasn't picked up, I feel like they could have just maybe switched that Revitalize on the Beleric and just taken up the flicker, because you now don't have to fight Revitalize for Revitalize. And so, yes, LaFell, as we mentioned, that flicker initiation would have helped so much, because it also alleviates some of the pressure on Kid Bomba to always be the one, because once he jumps in, he's just shredded down by the carry.
It's interesting you guys are talking about not having the flicker on the Paquito as well in the jungle. So both of these kind of mainstays, whether it was Sao or Paquito, trying to capitalize on space or create space for their team, were going with different actives that did not allow them to do what they normally did. So it was kind of like, who can play this strategy of ours the best? And I think that Recall, to me, seemed like the most impactful player, because he was so patient with how he decided to go in. And when he did go in, he made sure to have an impact.
That impact comes from allowing your gold laner to scale up the way that happens for CY.
And that beautiful combination of trust, but also execution, is what has given Guangzhou Gaming the lead here. In the next moment, we're going to see if they can continue on, or if in this final game, Team Spirit will play their final match of MSC. The key ready to be crushed. Guangzhou Gaming ready to make history for China as they have their chance to jump into the top 8.
For Team Spirit, if they want a chance here, they know that Guangzhou, they're going to go for some kind of dive. And counter dive is not enough. You need a way to counter engage as well, right? It's good that you're able to avoid the initial engage, but how do you go back in? That's something that they have to consider, because Guangzhou is a mature team. The moment they know the engage is bad, they just back off and then try again.
I like that point about maturity you made. In the green room, we kind of set the conversation earlier. Big shout out to Maui as well, helping us with these editorial conversations. But Guangzhou Gaming and maturity is what was kind of on display for us. They usually have had histories of not scaling well into the late game. But Naisu, they were actually behind in game 1, and they found a way to kind of keep it together and then start trending upwards. Are you noticing that this is a little bit of a different GZG, or is that more on Spirit's mistakes?
It's a little mix of both, I'd say.
Sure.
A lot of the teams, I feel like, just because of the nature of the compositions of meta, they're prone to making some mistakes. That's going to happen throughout a game. No one's going to play a perfect game, you know? So it's just how fast that these players, these professional athletes basically can adjust in the game, and not just from game to game, because that's what Team Spirit has to do now. They have to go to that drawing board, figure things out, because you got to remember too, again, these matches today will decide who moves forward and who is knocked out. And a team like Team Spirit has been able to surprise a whole lot of people over the previous internationals that they've had. And for GZG, I mean, the same thing. They're a team that is on this quest to make it for the first time into the knockouts from their region, and they're one game away from making that happen.
Got some fans in the crowd as well. I love the early fans. Sometimes, you know, it's tough to wake up early. I get it, morning coffee, your caffeine choice. But at the end of the day, if you're here, you might be able to witness something special and say, I saw China make it to top 8 for the first time in MLBB history.
And again, they're going up against some serious competition here.
Yep.
Like, it's a statement to say you made it to top 8 by taking down Team Spirit. Team Spirit is also a mainstay in internationals. Like, we always look at them as possible grand finalists.
Yeah, it's usually top 5 at least.
Yeah, top 5 at least. But every single time, I think the closest was the previous MSC back in 25. They were defeated by Onyx Philippines, and that was close. They already had a 10K gold lead, so they should have went even further. But now, hey, c'est la vie, Team Spirit, they just make sure they get the Paquito early. And then the Valentina again, and this time with the Harara. So just a quick swap of the first picks.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, we kind of questioned that Valentina in the previous game, but Guangzhou Gaming has pretty much proven that they're just comfortable with it. I mean, you can go ahead, take these quality ultimates from your opposing team, and obviously makes them kind of second guess what they're going to bring up. Because you already locked in the Paquito too, which now it makes me wonder, like, where exactly?
Paquito jungle, maybe? They might be like, we might do this too. We might flex it on you.
Yeah.
Paquito goal and use the Ling.
That's what I'm thinking, because Hiko has played that gold lane Paquito. You can grab the Ling just for that classic matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see if they end up flexing it or not. So the Eudora and the Cho will get picked up. Again, Cho was banned previous game. This allows you to go for those pickoffs with the Eudora really well. These should be, just those two heroes alone should be an automatic kill almost.
This should already be fighting fire with fire, because if Guangzhou wants to go in, Team Spirit can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of forward momentum coming in, and now Guangzhou, they reply with the Moskov. So he's going to be supporting his team in case someone dives a little bit too deep. He can push them away. So I'm liking the opening draft coming in from Team Spirit as well as Guangzhou. Quite a lot of interaction between the two.
Again, with the Moskov being in play here, makes me wonder if we do just see the gold lane matchups now. But Team Spirit will play on that, because so many teams still kind of, if there is a flexible hero that can be flexed, and that has developed over these days as well, then they'll play that into the draft, because it also changes some of the focus on the bans. But you can see this just in case Guangzhou Gaming's like, you know what, we'll just ban out some more gold laners, so they do take out that Clint. Again, the Moskov is so deadly just because of the mere fact that he can pretty much just stay in his lane, push it, farm up, do his thing, play the off map, and then join the fights if the SOD lands.
Crazy enough, that was the strength of the character, but not the strength in game 1 of GZG. They grouped up and they committed to that group up. Obviously playing the lineup well. We'll see if maybe swapping over to the Moskov allows them to be as effective as the Uranus gets banned.
Day 7 of MWI. Yo, woo! Shout out to them. That is dedication.
Since yeah, that's crazy. And now
that's us.
That's you guys.
Hey, we're here since wildcards.
Yo, that's true.
we're here longer. It's not a competition.
It's like we're dedicated.
It's like we love the game or something. Anyways, yeah, the Uranus gets banned out as well as the Esmeralda here. Good ban on the Esmeralda, because right now for Guangzhou, they don't have a proper front line yet. So what else is there, at least in the EXP? I mean, like, I guess they can pick up the Alice again. Oh, the Belleric, yes, it's still open.
And you can technically flex that if you want.
Rarely do we see Belleric being in 4th pick though, right?
Yeah.
Usually the first 3.
I think that's because the Valentina kind of worked against that. And I think they warded off, so it's like, why prioritize that? And I think it's been smart.
I do have to say, though, right now the draft does look a bit difficult for the Cho to actually get a good kick in. But, hey, you know what? If you're here in MSC, you should be able to do it. Right?
I think anything's
Pick a target and then grab it.
Ling's still available, but is like the hype on Ling fallen? I mean, so much. Obviously, Paquito's going to most likely jungle here. Or actually, EXP here.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And so Harley picked up.
Well, this will tell us if it's going gold or not. So it's going to be EXP Barrett's, and then it's going to be that gold lane Paquito. That's what I was saying. You know, he's 3 roles basically that you can see the Paquito go to. So that's the game plan here for Team Spirit. They really want to burst a member down, get an upper hand in terms of numbers.
Maybe we'll see a Paquito mid.
Yeah, you know what?
I've heard a lot of things. But yeah, right now for Team Spirit, they're using a draft with a lot of forward momentum, having the Barats being the main escort, and then having the Dura as well as Hardy. You should get a kill, and now a Kaja gets picked up. So the moment a Cho or a Harley overextends, the Kaja can help them get a kill.
That's what he says when he ults. When he has divine judgments.
Kaja.
Dude, they're digging deep into the pockets here. Another unique hero for MSC. I can't wait to get an official count on what that is. We're aiming towards 90. We still got like a week to go, so plenty of time.
I hope by the time we get to the knockouts, which is just in a few days away, we still have unique hero picks come through, because it's just been so fun to go through these drafts in this meta.
It is a blast being here watching MSC live in Paris, France. For those of you watching online, let us know, who are you leaning towards? You might have favored Team Spirit, but now Guangzhou Gaming's in the lead with one more game to go potentially. China could be moving on to the knockout stage for the very first time. And to kick off game 2, let's send it back over to Mirko and Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And indeed, we have a lot of surprises to break down here as we head into game number 2 between Team Spirit and Guangzhou. I'm looking forward to hear Mirko say the Kaja later on.
No.
You're not?
They got it wrong. Kaja doesn't do Kaja when he ults. He does a... It's a whip.
Okay. And I hear you do the Barrett's ult all the time too, so maybe we're expecting...
Oh God, it could be... Yep, 2. Could be... And...
That's a lot. But it's surprisingly actually Hiko on the Paquito this time. So we thought it was a jungler all along, but they do decide to flex it eventually here. Could we expect like maybe better synergy across the board though? Because this is looking like a Cho Eudora, yes.
I don't know. Right now, it's looking very TLPH. I'm gonna be honest with you. The composition of Team Spirit, putting Bomba on a Barats, it's like putting Sanford on a Barats. You know, it's like, I don't want to see that.
Okay, so they have to make this work. At least that's what we're getting from now. And we take a look at the emblems too before we move on to this game. It's been a while since we've seen a Kaja, so I think it's still very usual. See the support emblems come through, the additional speed and the break smite. Pretty much same across the board, I feel, for majority of our heroes this time. Oh, but whoa.
Also putting Hiko on a Paquito. It's like putting Paquito on Teddy.
Oh, okay. You're still sorry about that, yeah.
I mean, it's the same side lanes as yesterday. It's crazy, actually.
It does feel kind of the same. And I feel like TS are also in a sort of same position wherein you're just really expecting a bit more from them, but it's been a struggle ever since game number 1 to just coordinate. I think like it's weird to see Spirit in this kind of position, but hopefully they work things out this time. We are seeing a more aggressive laning phase from them, to say the least, here in game number 2.
Oh my God, the Thunder's Rat straight up! One-shots, May. No, right now, first blood over to Team Spirit with a neutral objective as well.
Yep, a much better start. We can say that for Team Spirit right now, that we're looking at the way they've executed the first 2 minutes of the game. Laning-wise, it's been very aggressive for Hiko, and at the same time, you see better coordination from Sao and Sunset Lover, which I think is something to expect, because you're not on a Belleric anymore, so you could just be as aggressive as you want, and May!
Ooh, the deadly magic didn't land on May, thankfully, for Guangzhou Gaming. SOD goes wide.
Oh! Okay.
An attempt, you know, Sunset Lover flickers out of the way.
Yeah, it's a IMU. Daytona's welcome from Xing, supposedly, so that changes things a bit too. Xing will be, I guess, picking up the Daytona's welcome or either the Way of the Dragon more than anything here from Team Spirit's composition. But how are they able to utilize that? That's like 2 potential lockdowns or pick-off setups. And the damage is mostly going to come from Recall, at least for now in the early stages of the game. But has Recall been having a good time? Because I think he's already a level behind Zarigo is.
Bomba's doing a lot right now with just delaying the jungle. He's going to lose out on a bit on the bottom lane, but it's going to be pretty good to stop Recall. As you can see, Zaur is really capitalizing on the fact that he's getting so much more space, so much more room to farm up, a whole level ahead with a turtle as well. Sao feels a lot more comfortable on a hero that can be proactive instead of a Belleric.
Yep, and that's what we've been waiting for. Right now, Spirits seem to be back on track, at least for now, as long as they get to sustain everything that's ongoing. But the Belleric is potentially, if they fail, I think that could be an angle for Guangzhou to just really go for the punish. At least they have one way to get AOE setups and not just either the Kaja or the Cho if it ever boils down to a massive team fight. But let's see, Spirit are now positioning themselves across the objective. It's not like Guangzhou are looking to contest, however. Or it will take them a bit more time.
Yeah. Guangzhou Gaming were able to control all the neutral objectives in game number 1, and that's what's set up for their late game. Position, space, everything to scale up. This time, Team Spirit don't want none of that. Oh, up top, whoa, what a kick from Sawo! Where the Dragon kicks the Kaja back into Hiko. And it's yet another pickoff. They're really utilizing the strong side well. Sawo with the Deadly Magic, Sawo with the walk up as well. The Purify already out earlier. Oh, that's the Ball of Thunder. Bang! Goes down to Moskov. Sai down, Hiko with the hits on the turret.
They've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. They gotta be the more proactive ones. They gotta be the ones starting it off. And with this lineup, they're definitely doing it. Mei has not had a single Divine Judgment in this game. And you could see that Sawo's just starting to feel it on this Cho.
It's like watching... Oh my god, Bamba. He's getting free turrets. Guangzhou Gaming are the ones reacting to everything. And it's not the right reaction either. They try to go mid for some reason. And Bomba just stomps down bot. That's a free turret for a Barats.
Okay, at least for Guangzhou, right? If we're looking for potential angles that they can turn this around, they have plenty, and it's a Flicker Belleric as well, so they could just try to go for more counter-engage as long as they feel like they're already on the same page. Because at this moment, oh, hold on.
He goes for the whip now. Bomba with the response, throws him into the wall. Ball of Thunder, Bomba with a chomp. He just swallowed Mei whole.
You saw that, you saw that. You saw Mei, he tried, but Guangzhou, it didn't feel like they were ready to follow up.
Ooh.
It's tough, it's tough.
Very tough. Recalls forced out of the fight, tier 1. Free for Team Spirit, Sawo. Doing a good job on this Cho so far, and yeah, like you mentioned, man, Mei cannot really go for anything. That's gonna be a free purple buff as well. Oh, Ball of Thunder lands, and everybody Thunder's Wrath as well. Wrath of the Dryad. Holy moly, lands on Natalia. All 5 Natalias.
Okay, it's Guangzhou facing a 6.5k gold lead this time. Spirit have completely turned things around and are looking real good in game number 2. A potential game 3 is potentially coming for us at this point. If you take a look at Team Spirit and the current situation that they're in, because I think the panel also touched on how maybe, yes, they can utilize the Kaja to punish some of the overextensions that have been happening or that could come out from Team Spirit, but I don't think we've seen any of those. It's more calculated backline engages either from Zar just to force reactions out of Guangzhou. It's more pinpoint and precise way of the Dragons coming in from Hiko. I don't think he even had to use the Flicker as much just yet because it's always Guangzhou tending to overextend, but they might actually go for one this time. They don't risk it as much though. There's still tier 2 turrets across the board.
Eudora is so annoying. Xing just walks up a bit too aggressively. He didn't even walk up aggressively. It was Team Spirit with a conceal, and he's forced to go back to Fountain. Tier 2 up top taken down already. Team Spirit with a 7,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks before, but it is going to be very difficult for Guangzhou Gaming as long as Sai doesn't get space to farm. This has been a very difficult Moskov game. Like, Sai has just not been given any space, any lanes to farm up.
And how far behind could he possibly be? Because he's already 2 levels behind of Hiko. I think there hasn't been much opportunity for him to also take some gold to catch up. And Guangzhou are just really investing in defense right now. They gotta put up their walls. You have to have Modi reliable enough to tank everything, because looking at Guangzhou's lineup, it seems like he's the only guy you could really rely on to do that. Xing and Mei, they probably want to go in for the more aggressive setup plays and pick off potentials if ever they do find any. And he also picks up the Eudora ultimate instead of any other setup. So it's just probably all on Mei right now. They need a bit more of the damage to come through because, as you mentioned, Sai is taking a while to scale up and he's probably behind in terms of items right now.
very, man. He only got the gold staff earlier. That's his second item at 8 minutes, so his third item, Power Spike, might come through in like 10 minutes, looking at the pace of the farm. Spirit gonna get this for free. There's no chance Guangzhou take it unless Sai gets an SOD, but Bamba knows better than to leave that open. He's able to body block for Team Spirit. Zaur also still with the retreat, just in case. I remember a crazy steal from Oheb last year against Onyx, also in the group stage.
I think everyone learned from that, you know? They're just starting to guard the bushes wherever or whenever there's a Moskov on the other side. But look at that gap between Sai and Hiko. It's
oh my god,
7 to 4.8k.
It's the same gap for Zaur and Recall.
Oh yeah.
The gold leads are placed where it's best. Even a 2,000 gold lead between the mid laners. Oh god. Xing would just be tickling Bamba whenever he goes for damage.
At least they still have holy shields, but I think they're all gonna pop even before the Lord gets to approach the base. They've made enough room for them to utilize the Lord to its fullest potential, and Team Spirit, they're looking to take down a base turret right now. Sabo goes in!
Uh-oh, Purify out already though. He's gonna get pinned down into the wall. Wrapped to the drive from Modi. Taunts everybody with a big whip as well, but it's not gonna take anybody down except, oh! A chomp, Purify out from Sai. Oh my goodness! What is that damage, my guy? Recall pulled back into the cards! No. The Poker Trick Sunset Lover again with the lightning. Modi stun, he gets away. Now it's Hiko and the rest of the team. Pulling it out, Zaur with the walk up again with the Poker Trick, as that's gonna be the knockout strike from Hiko to lock Modi down. Zaur can't get the damage to take Modi out of side, lands the SOD. 10-minute game for Spirit to equalize.
Such great macro and usage of their lineup. Team Spirit have completely bounced back here in game number 2 as they equalize the series. And we, of course, have to witness a game number 3. It's all elimination and qualification matches we're expecting for today. And they're just one step away from all making it to knockouts. They're doing what they can. They're fighting until the very end. But Guangzhou, so many questions left in that fight. It did not look like the same Guangzhou we saw in game number 1. There was just very minimal proactivity, but at the same time, even if they wanted to go for more proactive plays, they get punished every single time. The Kaja play was read out here by Team Spirit.
And every time the Kaja got the Divine Judgment, it was always just a big whiff because, I don't know, it was either on the Cho or on Bamba, right? And Sawo and Bamba, they like that. Easy for them to retaliate with a chomp, with a re-engage. And it's just so much better to see these guys on proactive heroes instead of heroes that just were waiting for plays to be made on the other side while reacting to it. Again, Bamba this time, hey, I didn't like him on the Barats, but he did a fantastic job. Hiko on the Paquito as well. I think, you know, I think it's the Harley. I think the Harley was able to capitalize on these winning lanes.
Yeah. They need not pay as much attention. Harley could just do what he wanted to do, and Team Spirit, they were all able to do what they wanted to do. So I think it's about time we go back to the studio to talk more about what happened in this game.
You just said do whatever you want to do, and LaFell is here. So let's bring that back. Let's hold off, because this man given freedom, opportunity, man, it could get crazy up here, Naisu.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm with a bunch of Americans. I feel very free now. America.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy. That was one of the most nothing games I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
Like that game brought me memories of when I was a child of watching paint dry, right? But hey, at least the game was more entertaining than watching paint dry.
And you still remember them, I guess, so that must have been memorable for you.
At least it didn't affect his memory.
No, because I was guessing. I was watching it because I didn't know what color it was.
The way you are.
That's why the way he is.
So much paint. It's not good to inhale a lot of wet paint, man.
Got jokes.
Maybe. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, yeah.
Call Rain Man again.
Guys, that was a big stomp. The average game for both of them lasts around 17 minutes for Team Spirit, about 15 minutes for Guangzhou Gaming. That one was under 12, about 11 or so. So a very fast game. Astam, what went right for Team Spirit there, Naisu?
Just about anything they wanted to, man. I mean, under the 5-minute mark, they were already pushing Guangzhou Gaming behind their tier 2 turret.
Guangzhou's just like, yes.
Here you go.
Take this chair. Oh, take this mic. Yeah, go ahead. Like, Spirit could do anything. Guangzhou didn't do anything to stop them.
I told you.
All right, here we go.
Brigida, why'd you give him freedom? Why'd you give him freedom up here? He's acting crazy.
You want my
You're not here to
telestrate?
stop
Grab
him.
the telestrate.
You know what? I could telestrate. That would be a funny segment, wouldn't it? See how I do?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
You do have something to break down, though. We also have some post-game stats as well, so maybe you'll hit the post-game first.
Yes,
and
I do.
we'll do a little telestrator later,
Sure.
just to see how it went. I think the big thing stands out. I mean, you see Hiko having a great game there. Everybody had a great game. Sour Egoist as well in the Harley.
Look at all the zeros. 0 turrets,
Zero turtles,
zero Lord, 2 orange buff, and 3 purple buff.
Like,
talk about not playing the game.
that's why LaFell is illustrating just how it felt in that game. Because they got Team Spirit took everything that they wanted to. I mean, they had to dig down and get that spirit going. And man, did they do it with this lineup. Because, yeah, again, you don't see this kind of, I mean, this was a very one-sided game. I mean, this was a stomp for that. I mean, you could see the reactions there too. So we asked them, like, what adjustments would they have to make? They made all the adjustments, Rain Day.
Yeah, and it actually felt like the Mozkov, and I'm gonna dive in my thought on that, because they played so well, so grouped, so focused on objectives. Head to head, they win 66.7% of the objectives against Team Spirit, and to go 8-0 on Turtles in this one, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous when you consider their normal style of play, which to me felt like they weren't able to get. The way Moscow excels is not necessarily grouping up, but the way GZG excel is grouping up. How can they fix that, LaFell? What did you see going wrong? Because you've got your telestrator. I want
You know how the game goes so wrong that even Rain Day made an accurate analysis. Like, bro, why'd you play like that? That's not how you play Moscow.
It's like,
It's his fifth day, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at the telestrator.
You want to stand? You want to stand?
You're not gonna do. No, you stand down, sir. All right, all right. So first of all, let's talk about the anti-synergy here in the draft, because we got Kaja here. In case you guys don't know what he does, he whips people and then he holds them down. And then you're hoping for someone to kill the other person, right? But the question is, he doesn't have early burst. She kind of has depends, and then she also like kind of depends. Like, I would say that Guangzhou's biggest problem here is, I would say, mismatch of what each of the heroes want to do.
Yep.
And Belleric EXP is okay. The only problem is it's slow. So speaking of it slow, let's look at what happened in the game of 20 seconds of nothing happens, right? Look at the minimap and look at how basically clumped up they are. We can see that the Belleric's coming and is like, oh, maybe I should protect that.
Never mind.
But then, you know, it's gone anyways, right? Faraz got that one, so let's go to mid. And let's not do anything. And then it's just, that's like the entire game. They're like, let's all group up together in case something wild happens.
And nothing happened. I know what it is.
It happens.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Say it like an American.
Herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
Barrett's is a herbivore.
America. Fireworks. July 4th.
Don't get him started, please. Rain Day.
Independence.
I've been there before.
I love Mondani.
You know, it's always fun to see it. Sunset Lover actually had a fantastic game, and you look at that performance, I believe, on the Eudora again. The first game, it felt like they were surviving the Eudora. Their team was able to go around it, ignore it, maybe work and find a way to still have a win with GZG. But this game, starting 2-0, it was no chance for Valentina to catch up on the opposite side of things. Sunset Lover's control in this game, it needs to be dealt with, I think, at this point. And you have to consider, do we ban it or do we take it away?
You take it. Take it.
You can't spell Eudora without raw. She's strong, bruh.
Yeah.
And also, there's do in her name.
He worked
so
at it.
do pick it up, because
Fusroda.
Fusroda.
That's what
I was talking to someone who hadn't played Skyrim, man. It's like, come on. That's a part of the vernacular. You got to know that.
She has great crowd control, great damage. She even looks like a decent person. Why wouldn't you pick it up?
They have to do it now. Ban it or ban it out.
Or ban it out.
Ban it out. We've seen teams handle it that way. Just ban her out.
Well, that's a good question, because Guangzhou Gaming now faced with a conversation that is going to lean them one way or the other, a little bit like this or that. In fact, speaking of that game, we had Guangzhou Gaming make a few decisions that might split the team a little bit earlier this week.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and right now we'll be playing This or That, just to see whether the players, are they on the same page or not? Okay, right now you guys can line up straight. So, we got 5 questions here. The first one is, first thing, after you wake up, do you brush your teeth or eat breakfast? All right, you know what? They all brush their teeth. Okay, come back to the middle. So now, before scrims, what's your routine? Do you shower first or don't shower? All right, now we know that they don't shower. So, which jungle heroes you guys prefer? Ling over there, Nolan over here. Only one person likes the Ling. So for this one, how do they like to warm up before a game? Playing rank or playing training mode? Oh, I thought more people would play rank, okay? And now, the last one. Who would you like to go on a holiday with? Either CY or Ming? Huh? Now we know who's friends with CY and who's friends with me. All right, looks like Guangzhou Gaming, they're all good. They are in sync, so no penalties for them. So thank you very much, guys. Good luck for your game, and we'll see you guys next time.
Sweaty scrims. That's okay, though. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to sweat in scrims. So if you shower before, you're still going to have to shower afterwards. I like the logic.
I mean, some people, they might wash away the mojo.
They might.
That's true.
They might wash away the mojo.
Yeah.
It's a different vibe. Might be more relaxed, too.
Different vibe, but then what was that also? They don't like, they do ranked or training mode?
Oh, training
mode.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I've always warmed up in rank. I mean, first game of the day is ranked.
Maybe that's why we're just casters.
Maybe. You got a point.
That's it.
I'm just saying.
That's it.
We're good, but not that good. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Listen. I
know what I'm saying?
How about when you play ranked? Here's the question: is it before bed? Is it at night? Do you get it first thing of the day?
It's 24/7 rain day.
24/7. Wow. Okay.
When shouldn't you play rank?
Haven't you seen us in the talent room?
Is that what you're doing with that tablet right there when
He's
you don't
playing
have
right
it?
there,
Because
man.
we're done with the telestrator, by the way.
You're
just AFK in mid? Oh, we took it off. We know what LaFell's doing. You gave him too much control, Brigida. We told you not to do it. At this point, though, we have everything that we need because this game is absolutely unpredictable. Going to draft for the third and final time between China and EECA. The gatekeepers of top 8 trying to gatekeep China's last hope here at MSC, who are desperately looking to match the result on the women's side of making it into the knockout stages. Can May, right there on your screen, figure out what to bring to the table to get a win?
I gotta say, first of all, I appreciate that whenever something goes wrong, we throw it over to Brigida.
Yes.
It's her fault, not our fault. I appreciate that. And number 2, I feel like it's more on the mentality of the game because game number 2, clearly they just played scared. And that's not how you should play against Team Spirit, where you saw that in game number 1, just fight when you have the chance and it somehow worked out. You kind of have to go back to game number 1.
It's tough to, put it plainly because that's exactly how it felt. It just felt like they were kind of in this state of we're scared to move around the map.
Limbo.
They were limbo. They couldn't really move, and it almost was that mentality of what, we're so far behind, just go next. And so now it's their chance for Guangzhou Gaming to make this happen here. This is why I was making the point earlier, where it's like, you have to be able to bounce back from game to game, even not just from the days here, because after getting slapped like that in game 2, how do you bounce back in game 3? Well, we've already talked about what can potentially happen in the draft, and that's really where it starts. And you just got to have a better game plan here for Guangzhou Gaming if they want to move forward, because now the momentum is in favor of Team Spirit. And we've seen this before, where once they have momentum, they can usually take it just as quickly in game 3.
I'm only asking for one thing for Modi. Have a hero that can dive, something like a Yuzong, something like an Alice. That seems more his niche, right? Picking on something like a Bellery, I guess he can kind of do that, but he requires the flicker. So I just want him to use someone that can dive in. That's like his identity. Don't stray away from that.
Well, the Paquito actually taken out by GZG and the Cho as well. The Atlas also denied by Team Spirit, who will switch sides this game. And Expanding Rivers, one of our fastest map choices. I believe it is the second fastest. And one of the interesting things about this situation, which as a fan of MOBAs, every team comes in with a different plan and blueprint. But in game 1, game 2, both teams get a blueprint of what works for them. And so this draft is so exciting because both teams are trying to deny the blueprint of success for the other team while trying to get as many pieces of what worked in the games that they won for themselves. But it also opens up another layer, Naisu, which is, will somebody have prepared to surprise the other team again? Will they have more in their pockets that they'll bring out that might just change the narrative completely?
I think this MSC already has shown us how deep the pockets of the teams and the coaches, and in this instance for Coach Sunday and Coach Coldstar, they might dive into that. If not, then they just play their best game. I mean, this is something that a lot of people have been talking about online too from previous teams that now have been knocked out. It's like, well, sometimes do you go for comfort? Do you go for those heroes or that style of play that's worked for you so long? Or are you forced to adapt in the current meta? And that's kind of what we've seen through the courses of this. So I think as you're seeing the bans, those are even different in this sense. So it's like the game plan is already going to change. This first blue pick will tell us where things want to go. Do they just grab the Eudora? Is there something better? The Hirara and the Ling still up for contention between them. It's going to be the Hirara for Guangzhou Gaming, at least now. So the trade that we expect, this team spirit, just take that Eudora.
Eudora as well as the Belleric. Something that we do have to put in context here, this is the decider match. Win, you make top 8. Lose, your keys get crushed. And I feel like that's going to be a difficult conversation between the players as well as the coach. They might have a hidden pick. And there's two different mentalities. Either like, if we don't show it, we'll never be able to use it. Or, it's like, it's just difficult whether you want to take that gamble or not. Yeah, you risk it.
Because the last draft, I would say, if you look at what Guangzhou Gaming was able to do, they looked uncomfortable on some of the picks.
Yeah,
it didn't work for them. So the answer right now for Team Spirit, go the Barretts, they pick it up, and the Eudora.
And I think this is actually good news for Guangzhou Gaming because it opens the Belleric for them, which I feel they had their best performance on. And then the Barats also a good performance here, but was it so good because Guangzhou Gaming was not playing their game? And I feel like that might be something that enabled the Barats earlier on. It is a fast one.
Oof.
But there's the Uranus also, which is available at this point, which they hadn't seen. And the Lilia.
I'm slightly worried for this Lilia here.
Yeah, you're going to get comboed and instant black shoes.
And you're going up against a Fanny.
Yep.
I mean, let's talk about this. Lilia is very aggressive. She does a lot of damage because level 1, she already has her combo. But the problem is her HP is so low, and the burst coming in from Eudora as well as Fanny, they don't need any items to really take her out of the fight. Like, even if she doesn't die, she's going to be so low that she can't do anything. So that, personally for me, is a very risky pick. And now with the Fanny being present, I gotta say, Team Spirit opened up this draft very strong.
Yeah, not only that, but also just having this Uranus for Guangzhou Gaming. It's not like you can stop the Fanny from cabling through, or deal with the Barretts, or obviously the lock-on stuns that come in with the Eudora. We've already seen it too. Eudora with one item is already scary to deal with. What more, 2, 3, and you scale up like that for Team Spirit. And this is something that, again, the Lilia doesn't really solve. Yes, maybe you can go ahead and help clear some of the waves. You do a pretty good amount of early game damage too, but based off these first 3 picks for Guangzhou Gaming, you have to be able to go ahead and scale up quickly for them because the Fanny can almost match that. And if not, if the Fanny's delayed, we've all seen Fannies just result to what we usually see with Mozgovs. Go somewhere else across the map, push that, put map pressure there. And my goodness, game 2 showed us that if map pressure is a problem for Guangzhou Gaming, they seem to not know how to solve that.
It's also kind of a cool indication of where the hero comfort is because we're seeing some picks we're not familiar with. It's possible it's a region difference. It could be a player difference. Marcel, one of the only games he's left open not banned and not picked. Both junglers already picked on both sides, so we won't see him.
Yeah,
which is like a surprise. He's got a 100% win rate.
Yeah, honestly, I even forgot about the Marcel. But yeah, Team Spirit can pick it up after this.
Yeah.
But honestly, gentlemen, looking at both teams' drafts, the best way to say it, and literally, go big or go home.
Yeah.
Because these are the drafts that you can win it super, super early, and now the Marcel gets picked up.
Good call.
I gotta say, Team Spirit, they can honestly get the inhibitors by 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So where's that going?
Marcel?
Yeah.
He's going Rome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Going Rome. There's I don't think we've seen him flex anywhere else, but you know, he's the most, I would say the most annoying to deal with.
Golden Road, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like a mosquito, man, and it's tough to deal with. Matilda and Brody though, so I don't know, man. Looking at this Guangzhou Gaming draft,
go big or go home. Win all the lanes, push it, and try to end it by 12.
Does the Matilda help solve the macro problem though?
I think it helps either the Uranus or Herard. They're gonna go in so deep, and then that's gonna be your backup option. But I don't know, like really for Guangzhou, it looks like all gas, no brakes.
I mean, are these not some of the four most prioritized picks in the entire tournament so far on the side of Team Spirit?
So far, and then a Granger to cap it all off to go in the hands of Hiko here. So playing range for range in the gold lane, but a lot of mobility for both lineups here across the map. And, you know, we've seen it before, though. Marcel's golden hour can either work for you or against you.
I gotta say, both teams want to go fast. Both teams put a lot of risk in this kind of draft. So this is one of those games.
What do we think?
It's all about mechanics, man.
Mechanics. I gotta go with Team Spirit here,
Team Spirit, you like the draft. Marcel available, 100% win rate. You with Team Spirit as well?
I love Marcel. I gotta go with Spirit as well.
Literally.
So Guangzhou will probably win it.
100% pick ban, 100% win rate. Guangzhou Gaming let Marcel through to Team Spirit. Do they know something we don't? Because if they win, they're in the knockout stage for the first time in China's history in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If not, it is Team Spirit gatekeeping once again. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirko and Brigitte, for our final game of Series 1.
Go big or go home, as mentioned here by our studio, is the game plan and is what is reflected based on this Game 3 draft from both sides. Both are favoring Team Spirit though. Mirko, would you say that you're also on the same page?
Honestly, if you look at the draft, if you look at the prio, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Granger for the strong side as well, that outrange against the Brody. The Fanny on the hands of Sour Egoist as well. But Guangzhou Gaming, this time around, it really feels like they're just trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Spirit. And it doesn't look bad. The Uranus against the Barats picked up, I think, way too early as well. It did well in the previous game, but I guess we'll just find out here as Guangzhou Gaming will have mid-prio for the most part with this Lilia.
Okay, hold on. Saw?
The cables, forces out the revitalize.
Yeah.
All good.
So, we did say it's looking like Guangzhou kind of capitalizing on Spirit and the draft, trying to react to it a bit more, but we're hopefully just seeing that in terms of the draft, because I don't think it'll pay off to be as passive when it comes to the game, and you're seeing it even in the gold lane matchup. Both gold laners so upfront and aggressive in terms of the laning.
Yep. But it is Hiko who has to burn the flicker first, so that's a massive advantage for Guangzhou Gaming as they look to dive past this front to back that Team Spirit wanted to play with. Recall with the rotation up top already, waiting in that bush. And Guangzhou Gaming have set up a brilliant freeze. Hiko's gonna be forced to lose out on a few minions here.
Wow.
Or maybe even die, right? Like, he has no flicker, he can't just walk up.
And that's two of the marksmen with maybe or probably the longest range too, just going at it. And so we leave them for now as we take a look at how this first hurdle is gonna pan out. You see Guangzhou taking a hold of it, Recall starting it off, but there's still Sao, there's still a threat of a Marcel, but there is no golden hour just yet. So I feel like Guangzhou are still somewhat trying to take control over this.
And again, the disadvantage of the Fanny with now purple buff. Look at the zone coming down, retreat battle. It's gonna be one out by Sour still, despite no purple. Recall gonna fall to first blood as well. Sour pops in a revitalize to keep everybody healthy. Spirit with a massive win. Thunder's Wrath in the mid lane, just one more splash of damage. Sunset picking up yet another 3-0 and the neutral objective.
So unfortunate for Guangzhou. They wanted to start that out. It was Recall trying to actually get some damage in for the objective, but looking at where Recall decided to position himself to, the fact that it was both Kid Bomba and Zara Egoist just locking down onto this jungler and making sure that there was no other way he could go in for the contest on the objective was what granted Team Spirit that win. You have to pay attention to the zone as well, Cam. You have to pay attention to where you actually position yourself, because if you're somewhere anywhere near walls, Zara Egoist is just gonna have the time of his life.
And if you see that replay, man, Modi, he did all that he could to stop Bomba from getting the chomp down on towards Recall, but Bomba flickered past Modi. My God. Beautifully done by Bomba to secure that neutral objective. That's how Zaur was able to just walk up, get the retreat for free. Recall. Not caught on the bad spot, able to go for it. Golden Hour catches them all in place, and Hiko is going to build on the Rhapsody. Another pick off up top, and it is against Sai on the Brody.
And this is how you like to see the Eudora being played. Now that they're ahead, now that they are actually being the more aggressive combo. And it's also probably because of Sao, just the way Sao moves around the map, which doesn't make things any less or any more difficult for Sunset Lover to just also go in with the flickers, because you are fully aware of where to anticipate Guangzhou Gaming too. So that was a flicker play you got to see from Sunset Lover. That was a burst landed onto the right target. And this is going to be a problem for Guangzhou, because you see a lot of, I think, targets for Sunset Lover in this draft, honestly. You could consider so much people to just use your burst damage onto. Oh, if that cable actually landed. Okay, they're gonna get out of this, but does Kid Bomba has a flicker.
Even the Chomp to get away. Maybe the circling Eagle Bomba. Oh, that's a very sad. Dino Revitalize. Oh my god, saves him. There's no damage from Guangzhou Gaming. Even after all that, a good stun coming out on Modi as TS are able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane. Sour, no purple buff, recall on the neutral objective, and this time Kid Bomba does not have that chomp.
Oh, revitalized this time from Guangzhou too. Golden R!
Great delay. Now the retreat. Sour try to steal, but recall stays patient on the retreat. Waits for Zaur to show it, and now it's Guangzhou on the board on the neutral objectives.
Okay, at least if they weren't able to get anything down that engage in the bottom lane, they were able to convert it into something. The fact that they at least had to send one member of Spirit back and they weren't really prepared to take on that objective was already a win in itself for Guangzhou. Kid Bomba, did you get anything from that?
You got the Purify out of Xing, but that's about it now as the torn apart memory comes around, but the double flicker goes for Sunset and Hiko to get away. The dinosaur won't have a good time there. Gun down, taken out. Modi doing a good job again, gaining this map control and giving the space for Sai to pick up a turret.
I guess that maxed out time on the channeling maybe allowed for a bit more room for Guangzhou to really set up for that fight, which they are really taking advantage of this time, eh? Even gets bursted down, but they're just really looking to steal away this orange objective. There's a conceal from TS though.
Yeah, they get the frozen moments on a few members, but no battle spells worn. Guangzhou Gaming just playing it safe. Draw. Oh, Zaur with the cutthroat. Nexing has black shoes, doesn't even need it though.
Wait, Sai? Okay. It seems like he's trying to hold this bush for a while. No one really passes through from TS though, but just like that, Guangzhou have regained control of the map in some ways. It's still a mirror trade for that tier 1 up top and down bottom, but since the next objective is spawning here, Guangzhou, they probably are looking to take advantage of this. And the fact that Kid Bomba, yes, has been doing a really good job on the Barret so far, but so long as they get there first, you could expect it to be pretty slow for the XP laner here of TS.
And this is why I had my concerns, you know, even in the early game, even though Guangzhou Gaming technically only have one resource to deal with the Fanny, that skill 2 of Sai, it's still very troublesome because for Team Spirit, they're going to have to outplay Guangzhou Gaming around these neutral objectives, around these team fights as well.
Okay.
While Modi can just stand in front of Bomba to take those deaths in his welcome. The Golden Hour placed down as well. Oh, Recall trying to go for it. He's going to be able to get away right now as the Chomp comes around, and that's going to be Sai who gets locked down, but he's able to flicker out the safety of Zaur. Goes over the cutthroat. Can't find it. Good stun over Spirit with the neutral objective. Take Recall walking up now with immobilization on Sunset. Just one more shot should get him down. Recall with a jumping forward, finds the kill. Immobilization on Zaur, but he's able to escape as Bomb appeals for him. Zaur in the mid lane, now on Recall. Untargetable. Hiko with the dash in forward. That was actually a flicker. Burns it away. Good eye phrase by Recall. Xing thrown again, but he has the black shoes. Zaur low. CY won't be able to go for the kill.
The revitalize from both sides just made that team fight much longer than we expected it to be, but who won it out and who were still able to commit and prolong things even after the revitalizers went down were still Guangzhou Gaming. They have such low dong times, but Recall!
Uh-oh, gets away for a bit, but Sao was just waiting there. Together with Zaur, Ego is the free kill up top. Oh, chop down, Purify out from Modi. Turret 4 sign, a bottom lane on the Brody as Zaur is able to go on the tier 2 up top, and this this will be a win for TS. This is a very good trade on the board for them.
Yeah, even though they lost mid though, but the purple, I think that changes things a bit.
It's okay. He'll be able to steal the purple buff on the other side of the map. And Modi has no Purify, still goes up. Has the guiding wind to get him out, but the purple buff, again, not even stolen by Guangzhou Gaming. Still a massive win for Spirit.
Yeah, they just swapped purple buffs basically at this point, but Guangzhou, again, despite them getting a couple more tier 1s, even in mid, TS though, they still have the 4K lead and they're looking to take that one turret in mid as well if only they find an opening, but they're gonna respect Guangzhou. They're literally around these members though, and they will be first to prio and position themselves in this upcoming Lord.
This is really not looking good for Guangzhou Gaming. Their jungler is so behind, and their idea right now is to give the orange buff over to Sai. Recall's 2 levels down. How can he win the red tree now? Zaur just needs to go for the red tree, gets it in time. With a 2-level lead, it's almost guaranteed. Recall with the walk up on Sunset. But TS get away.
Yep, as much as Guangzhou, I think, wanted to do something there and at least get a trade, Sao was just too eager to stop them in their tracks. This is a Marcel who has been very proactive in terms of the gameplay. Okay, he's gonna spot Recall Tear too, but at the same time, you can just rely on him to really block off Guangzhou Gaming in case they want to go for the chase, just because of the fact that you probably are not expecting as much burst from Guangzhou just yet. Oh, that's a flicker though.
Uh-oh, great golden hour. Catches me. Oh my god! He still flies by and Hiko punishes him. Now it's out with the cables. A chomp down with the Purify already baited out. Sai gets pulled back by the missiles of Bomba. Pops into it in nature, but this does have no damage to deal with these tanks up front.
That's the difference. You see TS, they have Sunset Lover, they have Hiko, such reliable sources to just burst down one of the front lines, quote-unquote, here for Guangzhou, because it's always Mei who pushes forward and has to push forward, but it's TS this time with a siege.
Modi's low, still able to get away, has the consecration, pops it here, the retribution from Recall. And a good clear with the Lilia as well against Team Spirit Siege.
Oh. They're gonna lose out on so much though. That's a tier 2 down bot and in mid, falling into the hands of Spirit. At least Mei is back right now, but these synced up waves are really becoming a problem. Now it's TS with a 6k lead. Initially it was just 3 to 4k, but now even take a look at the items. But before that, Zor!
Oh no, gets stunned up, torn apart memory. Not enough to take him down, very close though. Not enough Sky Piercer stacks just yet. And it's because of the Dreadnought armor that Zaur got that saved him.
Yep. Okay, that's a flask too for Sao. Guardian already picked up by Kid Bomba here on the barracks. So you could expect them to just really stay for much longer. And they're going to be very calculated about this. They fully respect, we all know for a fact Guangzhou have pretty much reliable wave clear. That's a Brody, Lilia you're already looking at. On top of the fact that Modi can just be the one to put himself up front. And TS are just looking to wait for this next, but do they actually wait? Zar! He's positioned here really, really well. Catches Recall! The iframes are gonna be there, fortunately, though.
Yep. Not much he can do, you know? I mean, you need to be very instant with the burst, very hard to catch the Hirara. Just with one dude. That's why usually it's the Eudora that gets her, gets the stun. Everybody can just follow it through.
Zar, the way he's been positioning himself.
Yeah, very aggressive.
You know they want something before this next objective.
It's all up to CY right now to be the guy to carry Guangzhou Gaming, right? Like, he has the way to stop the Fanny. The only way, as of right now, they got a full peel for Sai.
Ooh. The waves. It's just really Zar holding onto this position.
It's kind of crazy.
Guangzhou have no idea he's there.
It's a very small dino. No big guy stacks on Bomba.
Still looking for those stacks. Now they spot out where Guangzhou are. They fully reveal the information and Zar, he's just waiting. Sao reveals just much more info.
Oh man, great golden hour, catches Sai. Oh, Modi gets bursted down, straight up. The consecration already baited earlier. Now Exing can't even use the black shoes. Gets cut-throated down to the ground as Recall goes into the bottom lane. And Spirit don't even want to go for the Lord. They want to go for top 8. They want to qualify to the knockout stage.
What a play from Spirit. Could this be it? Recall goes in. Oh no, but he gets bursted.
A big chomp down right now. Spits it, not a stun for Hiko to pick up the kills. He flickers in. Sai, very low. That's a win of nature as well. TS, now they say it's enough. We're gonna go for the Lord, guaranteed.
Yep, Moni's back. Xing, he'll be back too. There will be much more reliable wave clear for Guangzhou, and TS are gonna play it safe, but that was such a great plan coming in from TS. They knew they had enough burst, so if they had to deal with a target from Guangzhou one at a time, they had enough damage to do so. Now Sunset Lover even picking the Divine Blade will make things all the more difficult for Guangzhou, for them to go up against Spirit in this scenario. As we take a look at that, yep, it is going to be the Divine Blade, the Lightning Truncheon as well. So you have to be very careful. Even Modi earlier on, you saw how they were able to deal with him only with the Oracle as his somewhat of a defense item for magic damage. Now there's really starting to play the kind of game we're expecting from Spirit. They have a Lord marching up top, but it's Czar. Again, possibly looking for an entry from the opposite side.
So for Guangzhou, it's all about how they react to this. It's not the Evolve Lord just yet. They actually still have a shot at defending this with Lilia. But it gets very difficult knowing there's an 8.7k gold lead and a few stacks already on Hiko. Modi caught in the Thunder's Wrath. Black Shoes used very early on. Lord up top, gonna be able to take the turret down already as that's gonna be Spirit with a priority on the bot side as well. Both side lane base turrets have fallen.
Such a great tool to create space. Golden R laid down perfectly just so Spirit get that base turret. So now they're looking to take out even this last one in mid. The damage from Hiko too is already no joke. Sao catches one.
Bomba's just trying to zone right there, and he does well. Circling Eagle, now the retaliation on Bomba. He doesn't have the flicker. Torn apart memory takes him down, and Sour is able to cable out of there. 1 for 3. 1 kill for 3 base turrets. Spirit will take that any day of the week.
Yep, 15 minutes in, they finally exposed the base here for Guangzhou Gaming. Though they do show some signs of life, it takes a bit of time before they actually go in. They need to ensure that there is actually a target that will easily be within reach, but they're really pushing forward this time though. Guangzhou want to somehow equalize the map as we're taking a look at it right now. But you gotta pay attention to Zar and how they protect Sai.
That's for sure. Double Sky Piercer? Wait, Sour, oh my god, brother. You're playing with fire, bro. Just dashes into a Brody, Mathilda, and Hirara. What do you think about this double Sky Piercers? They're going up against... Hey, they steal the purple, but they don't go to their own purple, man. Bus.
Okay, at this point, the kills are pretty much spread between Recall and Sai, yes, but...
Well, what's the point of stealing the purple if you're gonna leave the purple for TS?
Yeah. They were... TS are just too quick.
You gotta explain this to me, Brig. Or maybe the panel needs to explain this to me.
The panel will have the Telestrator to do that for us.
Some of these games, I feel like I need to be streaming, man.
Rain Day will have the Telestrator to do that for us.
Yeah, okay, please.
Now they will not have that...
LaFell, please, Telestrator on that moment.
Yep,
Yes.
Yep, yes, you can highlight that. Okay, so we have a Lord now. We have a Lord now. It is still going to be Zar on the opposite side dealing with the waves first. And TS, I don't think they'll have as much problems with this. They have to still pay attention to the burst. Sao with the conceal.
With the waves, though, Sour can just end the game. If Guangzhou Gaming want to take this fight, and now they're going to have to fight 4v5. Recall, oh, he goes in. Gets the untargetable Golden Hour, isolates him for the rest of the team. Hiko! Flicker in, a shot to the face, and that was Modi. All alone, the circling Eagle used to get away. Modi's dodging away from the bullets. Call him Neo the way he's dodging from those shots. Sign the bush, torn apart memory. Maybe if they didn't get double Sky Pierce. Nah, actually, it doesn't even matter.
So close, Sunset Lover. At least they got the flicker down, but that's about it. They've only gotten battle spells out from TS. I feel like Hiko even uses aggressively. And now with the Lord and an exposed base, Guangzhou Gaming, they only have so much to rely on. Xing and Sai will have to go for the defense of their lives. And Kid Bomba has a flicker too. Who knows if he actually finds another surprise detone as welcome.
At this point, Spirit's gotta drop the ball for them to lose this game. Guangzhou Gaming, they have the clear.
but it's going to be delayed by Spirit. Sawa with a golden hour onto the Lord right now as the waves come crashing down. Modi gets away with the guiding wind. That's instant cutthroat on Xing. Again, not given the time to use the black shoes. A big chop down coming in, and Bomba spits him out, gets a two-man stun. The rest of the team capitalizing. He goes unstoppable, and Team Spirit confirmed their slot in the knockout stage.
It's a reverse sweep to get into top 8. Team Spirit make it through and get past that lower bracket after falling to Vamos earlier this week. And Guangzhou Gaming will unfortunately have to end their journey here, but what a fight did they show us here up against Spirit. It was so close for them to make history once more. But the experience, you just see Team Spirit eventually coming out on top.
It's just so sad to see after that great game one for Guangzhou Gaming. Even our panel, well, one of our panelists, Mr. LaFell, said it's that Ni Hao energy because they're always the ones kind of like walking up and say, yo, hello. But here it was more Tai Chen energy, bro. It's goodbye. Like, I mean, they were just chilling, reacting, going in randomly, double Sky Pierce.
Yeah, because even if you look at the post-item or post-game stats, which our studio will also talk about later, it is confirmed they stuck with the double Sky Piercer up until the very end, but we saw it with 2 kills, 1 kill each. It stayed the same, and now we have to talk to our winners. Another team making it into the knockouts as we throw it over to the stage.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is done and dusted. Team Spirit move on to the knockout stage. A huge moment here. And Sunset Lover joining me on the interview, of course, with our translator, Asal. A few questions to ask. First of all, game one, what do you feel happened there that the game slipped away from your fingers?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, вот первая игра, как вы считаете, почему буквально утекла она у вас из рук?
А мне... Can I just say in English? Okay. In the first game, I think that was a draft diff, you know, because we have only the start draft. We won the start and we troll a bit in some fights. And then their pick was much better because our main character, like Brody, cannot play the fight normally because of Grok and because of Alice. And I think it was hard game because of that.
So that's in game one. Of course, you brought it back in 2 and 3. Do you feel like you were able to lock in? You were talking about, there's a bit of trolling in game one. Did you just lock in going into 2 and 3 to close it?
Sure. We do our best on the game 2. We also won the start. Our draft was much better, you know, and we was so confident in that draft, so we just stomped them.
And how are you able to choose things together? Is this with your coach also who's kind of helping you out, making sure that you have the proper draft for every game as a reaction?
What's again?
Is it mostly all you together that are selecting what sort of draft you're going with, or is it more your coach that also is feeding in info for it, countering what your opponents have?
The main drafter is Kid Bomba, and coach and Savo also helping him a lot, and all of us can just a little bit help with our roles, you know, like Kid Bomba asking me, for example, Sunset, what do you think about this match and that draft, and etc.
Very good. Then you've been to a bunch of tournaments at this point internationally. It's been a while that you've seen all of this stage experience. How do you feel this MSC is different than previous MSCs and M series that you've been part of?
First of all, it's not in Asia, you know. The weather outside is like so different. It's the first time when tournament in Europe. Here's a lot of difference, like the food, the weather, the I don't know, atmosphere, and also I like the tournament. I like the atmosphere here. And finally we did it to the playoffs, so I'm excited.
Honestly, it's not your first time, obviously, at knockouts either. There's been a lot of surprises that have happened here, results-wise. Do you feel that you're expecting all of these upsets that we were seeing? You know, Team Liquid being eliminated, also being a big part of them, or through scrims you were kind of expecting crazy things to happen?
We didn't expect that Team Liquid will just lose to everyone, but we can understood that it's not Team Liquid meta, you know, there is Assassins most of all, and Carl Tizzy is more tank jungler, so I thought Team Liquid will be like top 4 maximum, you know, but it was so unexpected that they lost. There is also so unexpected that Aurora will stomp all of them, stomp all of the teams for the first match, you know, and they looks like the favorites, you know, of the tournament. So we'll see what will happen next.
This is the beauty of MSC. You never know what you get out of it. One more time then. Team Spirit victorious. Thank you very much, Sunset Lover, for joining me. We'll bring out the rest of the team because, as we said at the start of today, it's all about crushing keys. You guys move on to knockouts, and I will ask you to join me over here. Spasiba, my friends. Come on over. Come on over. We're going to open up our wall for the first time of today. 4 matches, 4 eliminations, and 4 players or 4 teams advancing. Join us in here. It's time to crush Guangzhou Gaming's key. Does any one of you want to do it? No. Zarigo, is you ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. All yours. It only makes sense that quite possibly one of the best junglers MLBB has ever seen is ready to go. And he'll be the one to crush Guangzhou Gaming's hopes. Keep it going, my friend. I know he's so used to putting pedal on the metal in the game, and here it all goes down. Team Secret to the knockout stage. Going hard in the paint no matter the moment. And this is what happens when you get eliminated from MSC at the Esports World Cup. You get smashed to bits. And that's the lesson to be learned. Team Spirit advance. And there's a lot to break down. I know telestrations are set and ready for this one. So please, my friends on the panel, all yours.
Well, the hope of China crushed in that moment, metaphorically and also in this set. The gatekeepers of Team Spirit do it yet again and gatekeep another region trying to make it to the knockout stage for the first time while Spirit go through. But it was so much more than that. It was a tactical masterclass. It was also a showcase of the young talent, Zauer Egoist, Sunset Lovers, comfort in mid with the Eudora 3 times in a row, Naisu. There were so many things that went right for Team Spirit that, yes, GZG disappointed, but it's really what Team Spirit brought to the table, showing that they proved to be in that knockout stage.
I like hearing that from Sunset Lover too, you know, that when it comes to the draft, Kid Bomba's the one really helping them kind of make those decisions, and it's one of those cases where it's like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Eudora 3 games in a row. We saw Kid Bomba play the Barretts a couple times now too, and the game plan for them was really standard. I mean, even, yes, Zauer Egoist to pick up a Fanny like this. Mind you, he got a couple kills plus the first turtle without even the purple buff. So there was just really good execution from a team like this for Team Spirit. This is something, again, that we expected. I would have been surprised still, though, if it was Guangzhou Gaming to send them out of the tournament, but you saw the key crush there, man. That felt like there was intention.
That was brutal.
That was a brutal key crush.
Yeah. I mean, like, speaking of brutal, this is basically reliving the nightmare for Guangzhou, because this is basically the same situation where they're 1 game away and they got match point.
Yeah.
And then got reverse swept. So this is 2 times now where they almost went to top 8 and then get reverse swept like that.
Well, one of the interesting parts about these 2 regions coming up is you get to see these different styles. And he mentioned Aurora Gaming, which suddenly became the favorites after their performance of constant wins and constant meta shifts. One of the things they pioneered is the Eudora. That was given 3 times over to Sunset Lover. You would probably not see that in a matchup with Team Spirit and Aurora Gaming given to anybody 3 times in a row, if they could help it. And of course, that was just one of the many things that showed up in these drafts. Naisu.
Also, you called it, Rain Day, the Marcel. You know, the Marcel, you mentioned that in the draft, and I think that was also really a good decision to go ahead and bring it up, just because, again, you were able to go ahead and obviously use his snapshot that's built in that kit. The golden hours that we usually saw from Sawa were pretty on point too, whether that was to kind of zone out the members of Guangzhou Gaming, or even to stall out like the Lord pushing himself. You know, you can kind of hold in there, but then you can line things up. We saw that with the stun with the Adora, the Rhapsody shots with the Granger in the hands of Hiko. There were so many ways for them to kind of choose the way they wanted to approach a team fight, and that's what Marcel kind of lets you do. Plus, just kind of having that sustainability with the Revitalize that he built in is another way that this composition from Team Spirit worked really well. So alongside Coach Coldstar and then, of course, Kid Bomba, great draft.
But also, we gotta say that Guangzhou Gaming, unfortunately, that draft has a lot of exploitable holes there, right? Having the Lilia is pretty strong early game, but as we said, basically three heroes have a lot of bursts that made it so that the Lilia cannot be a part of the game. So that's already making it into a 4v5, and without your mid helping out, both your EXP as well as your roamers can't really stay in front for a long time because there's no damage threat to the people that's threatening the front line. So I think that they were very ambitious with the draft, trying to make it so that they can win early, they can have a heavy push, which we saw-ish, but also even the items, nicely, right? The caster was talking about it, 2 early Sky Piercers.
2 Sky Piercers.
That is very greedy. Usually we only see 1 in a team. If you have 2, the problem is the Sky Piercer gives 0 value unless you get 3 or more kills. So before that, it's just a wasted slot. And because of that, we see Brody did not have enough damage, right?
He was like defense. He was like defense Brody.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things I love about the comments that we just saw were actually the mention of the atmosphere in Paris, the fact that it's Europe, it's different food, it's different weather, and Sunset Lever and Team Spirit will be moving on. The team that will have to find their way back home will be Guangzhou Gaming. And instead of LaFell doing a breakdown of what went wrong, we decided we'd just do an exit interview with Mei.
Right now, we're here with team captain Mei. Mei, could you walk us through what happened in that match?
那么现在呢，我们可以看到我们团队的队长 Mei， 请告诉我们在这次比赛当中发生了什么事情呢？
我们觉得就是还是实力不足吧，没有办法抵抗对面出招的方式。
I think we still didn't do well enough, and we are still a bit weaker compared to the other team and counter against their tactics.
Okay, so was it because of the gameplay? Was it comms issues? Was it the meta maybe that didn't suit them?
那觉得可能会是什么原因呢？是因为这个现场的一些技巧呢？是因为最新的一个这些版本呢？这些有效的战术呢？还是哪些方面呢？
我们觉得版本变动对我们队伍的改变很大，因为来到 EWC 赛场，马上就经历了一个很大的版本变动，使得我们之前练的阵容都没有办法有效。
I think, in fact, the meta change had a big impact on our team since we came here, and we realized that we have to try to adjust our team and try to adjust our tactics. So that will take a time to get used to that.
Understood, very understood. But how did it feel to go so close, come so close to the knockouts?
是的，那么我们非常理解您的状况，但是这个比赛非常激烈，就是几乎都快要赢了。您现在的感受如何呢？
就是感觉还是比较失落吧，因为还是没有进到8强。我觉得，这是中国赛区离8强最近的一次吧。
Yes, actually, I'm a bit disappointed because we are getting so close to get into the to win this knockout stage. This is the closest time we come this far, so it's a pity.
But it's only going up from here. Mei, that was a wonderful performance nevertheless. So what's next for you and your team?
但是呢，我们并不会止步于此。那么我们相信您刚才所做的表现呢，也是非常棒的。在未来呢，有什么打算呢？
我觉得未来就继续征战好下一个国内的联赛，还有世界赛吧，争取在世界赛上把中国赛区和东亚赛区的内容展现出来。
Well, we will go back and continue practicing. Hopefully, in the future, in the next game and matches, we can show our ability. Hopefully, we can be in a better position next time.
Obviously, yes. And we are waiting. Once again, Mei, thank you. Do you have any messages to anyone back at home?
是的，我们肯定会也是期待着您有如此的成就。那对于您的这个粉丝或者是国内的任何的战友呢，这样来有没有什么想对他们讲的？
还是感谢大家能一直支持我们，然后也对我们抱有期望的队伍说声抱歉，因为这次我们没有能做好。
Well, first, thank you very much indeed for all the fans who supported us, and I do feel sorry. So for this match, we didn't reach your expectations. I'm sorry about that. Next time, hopefully, we can be the winner.
We can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
非常感谢您来到现场，那么我们期待着再次能够见到您，谢谢。
Well, thank you, Turner, for that one. It was great to talk to May. We know that he wanted to get them into a better position. He did, but they were one game short still of the knockout stages, which means there's still more to prove. There's still more coming for China and the region in MSC and in MLBB. Reminder, we've got 3 more series coming up, so get your pick'ems in. If you have a chance to do so, well, here are the ones to guess on. Pro Esports, Entity 7, Onyx, Selangor Red Giants, Team Falcons matchup between another Team Falcons and PH and Mena going toe-to-toe. All of these are decider matchups. All of these we're going to talk about soon. We're going to bring back the panel in a moment after we go on a little bit of a hiatus because Pro Esports and Entity 7 are coming up soon. Again, get your pick'ems in. Tell us who you think is going to win if you have a chance to do so and be right. Maybe you're on the other side of things. We had a 92% earlier that went the other way around yesterday. Can you guess and maybe surprise all of us? On the other side of this one, we'll talk Entity 7, but I do want to let you know that if you're a fan of Acecraft, there's a new way to play in We Fly Together. It's some co-op. Sounds fun.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at Paris, France, in the port Expo de Versailles. It's such a great time here to get going with MSC, and continuing on with our coverage, you can be a part of it too. If you want to co-stream, make sure to look at these prizes, look at the opportunity, because you might be able to win something. You might also be able to gain some viewership or just be a part of the conversation, which is trending all over the world. Some cool news, MLBB has actually peaked out this EWC's viewership yesterday with 1.6 million overall viewers in that matchup, I believe, between Onyx and Aurora, the highest peak of EWC 2026 so far. So all of you watching have contributed to that. We appreciate you. If you want to be a part of the streaming side, make sure to scan that QR code that you just saw and join the fun. All right, welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. It's been a great day so far. We see Team Spirit move through, Guangzhou Gaming go home. I'm with Naisu and LaFell, and it's time to now start talking about a matchup that everyone wants to see. It's Pro Esports versus maybe the hottest team in all of MLBB right now, Entity 7.
Yeah, man, I would have said, Pro Esports definitely was one of the teams to surprise everybody, but I think Entity 7 last night took the mantle and just showed it to the whole world, because you're going into this matchup now after defeating an opponent like TLPH last night, the defending champions of last year's EWC 2026 MSC. And you ride into this matchup. You have all the confidence in the world now to go against a team like Pro Esports. I think, I don't know. People are still talking right now about that matchup last night.
I mean, I gotta tell you, Randy, so far, the Clash of the Champion Breakers here, both have really showed up against the MSC champions. Or is it really just the MSC champions not rising to the occasion?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. You could look at it as maybe there wasn't a grasp of the meta. The very first question I asked about Team Liquid PH, which many people have seen, is actually, is it that the utility jungle is the more comfortable way to approach this than the assassin meta jungle? And it seems like, the meta was, I think, maybe not understood by Liquid, but also I got to give props to Entity 7 for capturing a win after having a pretty disappointing result and showcase in their first game as well.
Yeah, just again, what they were able to showcase in last night's match against TL was amazing. Pro Esports too. I think most people, the first big play that they really were taken by for MSC was, again, Coily, what he was able to do on the Hirara early on of MSC. And just, Pro Esports, again, are one of the teams that just seem to have adapted really well to this just fight meta. And both these regions are known for that. A lot of other regions around the world of competitive scene for MLBB are just really good. Certain teams or certain regions are really good at just scrappy fights, team fights, where it almost feels a little chaotic.
Yeah.
But it's not to them. They're executing it really well. And, some of the teams that aren't used to that have struggled here and there. But this meta is just so fun to watch as it develops.
And one of the things that's developed is this kind of dark horse conversation, but really the new era of MLBB, which has been a talking point here for the last couple of years, supporting these new regions like China and, of course, South America, the Americas coming into maybe their forefront, Cambodia in different ways as well, taking to this main stage, having a chance to get to knockouts. There's a different macro kind of storyline happening as well, LaFell.
Yeah, honestly, looking at MSC, this is just a different kind of zoo, right? We have underdogs, dark horses, maybe even eventually a black swan, crouching dragon. There's just a lot going on.
I'm trying to think of something to add to that as well.
I mean, quack.
Is there an ugly duckling?
What is? We asked this on the caster desk last night. What is Entity 7? Are they literally just an entity?
Oh, dang. So
what?
That makes sense.
What kicked down the cavalry, man? What was it? An entity?
They're haunting a lot of people. 7 of them? 7.
I mean, here's the thing. I really feel like we also got to talk about how this is very emotionally charged for a lot of the players, and sometimes that can actually, I would say, screw over their game plan, because sometimes they want to be aggressive, but then emotions start to come up because, again, you see your keys. You know your keys again. In fact, even my boy here, Naisu, he teared up after seeing the key getting crushed for Guangzhou. His tears just went down. But props to you. You held it in.
Thank you.
You stayed professional.
You helped me.
And because of that, we love you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's the only reason we love you.
The rest were like, okay.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Pro Esports and their roster here. And I think this is a team that maybe deserves even more of a dark horse. I think they themselves have said, we are as good as anybody in this tournament. We have a chance now to go to the knockout stages as well. It started off really a great performance on the Belleric with PPP. And to me, he's a guy we needed to hear from before we jumped into this set. So we actually had to talk with him earlier.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna. Now we are with PPP. 5 Ps, right? Yes, okay. So we are with, what do I call you?
PP.
PP. Okay, so we just keep it to PP. Okay, PP. Coming into this, it's a high pressure match. This is another elimination match where you are up now against Entity 7. How do you feel about this match? Did you sleep well last night?
បាទអញ្ចឹងអានេះជាពេលវេលាឬការប្រកួតមួយដែលមាន pressure មានសម្ពាធច្រើនអញ្ចឹងបើសិនចាញ់ថ្ងៃនេះមានន័យថាធ្លាក់ហើយអញ្ចឹងយើងប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង Entity 7 តើអ្នកបានសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ហើយមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរចូលក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះសម្រាប់ការកេងពួកខ្ញុំកេងបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយសម្រាប់ការត្រៀមខ្លួនពួកខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ហើយសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតប៉ះ E7 លើកនេះ So regarding my sleep, I did get enough sleep for this match, and we are ready to take on E7 today.
Very nice, very nice. Were you surprised about the results from E7 yesterday, considering they made a huge upset here at MSC?
ចុះបងអូនភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលចំពោះលទ្ធផលថ្ងៃម្សិលមិញដែល Entity 7 បានឈ្នះក្រុមគេខ្ញុំអត់ភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលបងព្រោះដោយសារពួកខ្ញុំក៏គិតថា P7 អាចឈ្នះ Liquid ដែរ I wasn't surprised at the result because I thought E7 could take on Team Liquid.
Oh, can I ask why?
How do I? មើលតាមហ្គេមដែល Liquid ហើយនិង E7 លេង Just watching the competition or the match between E7 and Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. What do you think makes them so strong? What makes E7 so strong right now?
Okay, តើ E7 ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះគាត់ខ្លាំងចំណុចដែលគាត់វាយគ្នាហ្មងគាត់គាត់លេងចូលគ្នាត្រូវល្អ They're strong in their way they attack and the way they combo together.
Okay, so we're talking about team fights, and when we're speaking about team fights, Belleric has also risen in such popularity here at MSC. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what makes Belleric so strong right now?
អញ្ចឹងក្រុមច្រើនប្រើ Belleric អញ្ចឹងតើ Belleric ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះBelleric តាន់ហើយអាចអថាក់ទៅ Golan យើង Golan ដែលវាយមក Belleric ហើយអាចមានអាទី stun ច្រើនវាល្អសម្រាប់អ្នកលេងតែងឥឡូវហ្នឹង Yeah, because Belleric is a tank, he can take on the gold lane a lot and can even stun other opponents.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that the Belleric can do right now. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you like the meta right now for the position?
Okay, ហើយតើអ្នកអរប្អូនមានអារម្មណ៍ថាការ meta មួយនេះគឺស្រួលលេងឬអត់វាមិនស្រួលហើយក៏វាមិនបានដែរបង It's not easy, but it's also not difficult for me.
Okay. I like this. So coming into this next matchup, do you have a message to your fans?
Okay, អញ្ចឹងចូលប្រកួតលើកនេះតើបងមានអីដែលចង់និយាយទៅ fan របស់បងសូមឲ្យអ្នកនរគ្នានៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ជួយគាំទ្រ Pro Esport ពួកខ្ញុំផងហើយកុំភ្លេចជួយមើល live Pro Esport លេងផងអ្នកខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណI just want to say, everyone, please, all the Cambodian fans, please support us in this match and don't forget to watch the live stream.
Thank you so much for the translation. Thank you so much as well for this interview, PP. Hope to catch you soon because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, PP saying that he respects Entity 7 and actually could have seen them winning that game. They obviously did. They won 2, but also noting he loves the Belleric, the potential to disrupt the gold lane. Naisu, we've seen it all. We've seen it in his games. We've seen it this tournament. Yep. But a lot of confidence and good to hear some thoughts heading into this matchup from PP.
Again, it's regions like Cambodia. It's teams like Pro Esports that just thrive on this current meta that's developed, over the past week now up to this point, and they show it. So, whether it's the Belleric, whether it's whatever they want to put in the hands of their roams or their gold lanes, even the jungle, again, coily. There's so many things to highlight here throughout Pro Esports' lineup that's worked so well for them, and that's something that is gonna, I feel like, potentially take them into the knockout stage here. But they have a tough opponent now after the momentum from yesterday.
That's a great point. And that opponent, of course, is known as Entity 7. They are from the Americas, Latin America, South America, North America. They share one slot this year. This is the first time that we've seen South America take that slot. And now, not only that, they have taken down the defending champions of MSC and Team Liquid PH yesterday, which many are calling one of the biggest upsets in MLBB history. Whether that's true or not, we do know one thing. That has been a phenomenal performance so far from everyone in Entity 7, and we had a chance to talk with Shin earlier with Eterna to see how they're feeling after that historic win.
It's Eterna here with Shin from Entity 7, the team to beat one of the favorites, or the favorite, the defending champions TL, and I think everyone is talking about you right now. What did that victory mean to you and your team?
Dieron la gran sorpresa el día de ayer al ganar esta partida. Todo el mundo está hablando de ustedes ahorita. ¿Cómo se sienten ahora como equipo?
Nos sentimos bastante felices, bastante emocionados, con mayor confianza. Pudimos dar un buen draft y bueno, conseguimos ganarle a uno de los mejores equipos que yo considero.
We are very happy. We got our confidence back. We managed to get a win against one of the best teams in the world. And I think that now we have a better draft and we can win now.
And like, what happened? Like, did you expect it to go 1-1, 2-1, 2-0? Because that was a 2-0 victory against TL. Was that something that you expected?
¿Y tú esperabas que fuera el resultado 2-0? ¿Esperabas que fuera un 2-1? ¿O cómo te sientes el haber ganado un 2-0?
No esperé un 2-0, la verdad esperaba un 2-1 o incluso que nos ganaron, porque bueno, ellos son considerados los mejores, digamos. Así que esperaba que nos ganaran, pero ganamos.
We were not expecting a 2-0. We were actually expecting a 2-1 or even losing the game because they are actually one of the best teams in the world. But we won 2-0, so that happened.
And now they're confident. So let's check, what is your confidence level up against Pro Esports today?
¿Qué tan confiado te sientes en contra de Pro Esports hoy?
La verdad no los conozco mucho. O sea, lo íbamos a revisar ahora, pero bueno, estoy acá haciendo la entrevista. Y bueno, la vamos a revisar ahora después de esto, para ver cómo son.
To be honest, I can't really say because we didn't know them. We were just about to check them out. But I'm here doing the interview, so maybe after this we'll check them out.
Okay, so does that mean I can't ask them? I can't ask you about what you think is like the strongest about Pro Esports? Like, have you not studied them then?
Eso quiere decir de que si te preguntan qué es lo más fuerte de Pro Esports, ¿no sabes porque no los has visto?
Exactamente, no los conozco, no lo he visto, no lo he revisado y bueno, eso vamos a hacer ahora.
Exactly, I don't know who they are, I don't know how they play, and we're just gonna check them out.
Wow. Okay, this is the first time I've ever talked to a player and they have not studied the next matchup. That's good to know. Good luck. Do you have a message to your fans back at home, and considering they were up very early to support you yesterday?
¿Tienes algún mensaje para tus fans, ya que se despertaron temprano para ver tu partida ayer?
Sí, que nos sigan apoyando, ganemos, perdamos. Bueno, la fe es lo último que se pierda, así que gane el mejor equipo.
Yes, please continue supporting us. The faith is the last thing you lose. Please continue supporting us even if we lose or if we win. And thank you.
We will always support you. Thank you so much, Shin from Entity 7. Thank you so much for the translation. Who's going to throw it over back to you guys.
Wow, great to hear from Shin. I mean, that was kind of playing on a knife's edge, but in a way that maybe we didn't expect. No prep, but staying present. Hey. And LaFell, I mean, hey, something's working.
I mean, like, if I beat TL, I'm like, who cares?
I didn't know them. I don't know who's next. I don't know who I am.
We didn't text. Who are you, man?
You know what?
Hey, they came in no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
And no expectation. And also
32% said they're going to win.
Well, how can you not have a little bit more than that? They just took down Team Liquid PH. You got to know that there's something to the tank. Can you continue? But against Pro Esports, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, guys. Some quick early thoughts before we head into the draft. I mean, this is looking to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, man, it is. It's going to be tough to call this one, especially, again, after what Entity 7 showed us. I have no idea because Pro Esports definitely looks good, too.
I mean, like, for me, as long as they're able to get a good draft for Coily, it's going to be great. That Yusichin didn't work out. Everything else looks good.
Well, Cambodia and South America continue their run. One of these regions is going on to the knockout stage. In a moment, we'll find out who.
Oof. We started off the last day of groups with a reverse sweep. 2-1. To the side of Team Spirit going up against Guangzhou Gaming. And boy, after game 1, I was kind of scared for Team Spirit. I was thinking, will they make it out of this alive?
Well, they did. Guangzhou, they really tried their best. Honestly, that first game was incredible. Game 2 felt like a bit of a lull, and then it picked up, and Team Spirit were victorious at the end of the day. Sunset Lover was very proud of himself and the team. It would not be their first time that they had made it to a knockout stage, and there's more to see from Team Spirit as they crushed that Guangzhou key at the end of it all. But we still have 3 more games today. Best of 3s. There's 1 team advancing to knockouts, 1 heading back home. Let's start off with our second matchup. Please join me in welcoming Pro Esports. Having played the longest game of MSC so far, Pro Esports have shown their mettle. The pressure is on their shoulders to send Cambodia back into the knockout stage after an almost 2-year drought since MSC 24. They have what it takes. Can they apply it in practice today in this matchup of champion breakers?
You know what, Milosh? This is gonna be a very spicy one because Pro Esports will be going up against Entity 7. Yesterday, they shook the world of Mobile Legends by eliminating the defending champions. But their job is far from over. For their tournament life, for their region, they are ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game.
You heard it even in their pregame interview with Eterna. They're coming in with just good hearts and spirits, vibing through this. They have their own preparation, more focus on themselves compared to what their opponents are setting up. So we're about to get this one started, please. Entity 7, please, Pro Esports. My friends, you may go. Place your keys. Players, take your positions. The bout, again, a reminder. You win this game, you make it to knockouts. You lose, you are out. Goodbye here at MSC as both captains do a little shake. And let's get this one started once again. Back to our panel.
2023 was the last time that the knockout stage hosted a Cambodian representative. Can they get back here in 2026 at EWC here in MSC? And on the other side of things, South America and the Americas making maybe the start of one of the biggest and most historic runs we've ever seen from the bottom side of the bracket. Can they do it again and take down Pro Esports for a spot in the knockout stage? All of that coming up here. And of course, Lafell, Naisu, I mean, so much has been determined by the draft, not only in this meta, but also so many great moments can be determined by your participation in Rhino Day. A new interactive, happy effect. I wouldn't dare start this very important series without mentioning it because, of course, what's more important than spamming some emotes in game?
That's the best. That and the recalls.
Recall, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Rhino Day, get those emotes.
The third one is all chat easy.
Yes.
Yeah. After
easy.
like a 30-minute game.
30-minute game.
All easy. And I gotta say, this one is gonna be very difficult to call. Like, I feel like even if we try to go for a coin toss, the coin will just stand in the middle.
Yeah.
It would refuse to show heads or tails because even they're like, well, Entity 7 defeated TL.
Call it.
What was that?
You gotta call it. You gotta call it.
Call it. Oh, I was like, was that you, Lafell? Like,
oh, what are we playing for? Come on, man. A little No Country for Old Men.
This is tough to call it, man.
Come on.
I'm calling it.
You stand. Oh, here we go.
Hey, be men.
I'm calling it.
What are you calling?
That's pretty good.
Heads.
Heads. That was
Who's
what?
on heads?
Famous scene. Come on, man.
Good question.
I have no idea because, yeah. We've seen Pro where I would say where they fall short if the game goes extra long, where it does seem like they get a little bit desperate on trying to end the game early and then it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
And also the draft of the Yisenshin where they go for hyper, where everyone else's utility is only Coily, which on paper it sounds like a good idea, but maybe just a different hero.
If we had to break it down like draft-wise as we look at what map we're going to be playing for game 1, the Eudora was a main point of contention for a lot of these teams where they just go ahead and grab it, like we just saw with Team Spirit utilize that with Sunset Lover 3 times in a row. So expect that to be one of the big traits here. Obviously junglers too, but you know, with this, again, hide on bush. If I recall correctly, he is the only one that has been with Entity 7 all the way back in their appearance to the wild card in 2024 at the very first EWC, you know, and now they have this mix from the Latam region, from Amber, and they've made it all work together. It's kind of like these pieces of the puzzle that all came together where, we've seen Doom struggle even in that gold lane, but then the adjustments that they made when he played against Teddy was all that they needed to do. So you can't really count out either of these teams because over the course of their matches that we've seen now, they've just adapted so well.
I know Shin and Hide on Bush have gotten some conversation. I want to point out Doom. I think he's been great as well. I think he's a big part of why Entity 7 was able to win. I've been seeing so many focused conversations, as they should be, on the jungle and the EXP lane, but the gold laner, when playing well, is that extra win condition that opens things up for you. In this moment, you're seeing that win condition maybe get taken away, which was clearly the Marcel 100% win rate, Fanny, the Zushin, as well as the Uranus, the Phoveus, and the Atlas, all gone. And a fun fact here, LaFell, about Coily.
Yeah, Coily led Pro Esports to an undefeated regular season in MPL Cambodia Season 10, getting both the regular season MVP as well as the finals MVP. And now for him, he is going to grab the lane. Shout out to Rainday for calling all the heroes, by the way, because we got to talk about how Pro Esports, they're batting out all the front lines, making sure that I think they just want to go for heavy dives and they don't want anyone to interrupt that. And then for Entity 7, I feel like the Fanny is a respect we've seen. Even though Pro Esports did lose, Coily is very strong at the Fanny.
Yeah, Coily, again, one of the...
Eudora pick. Let's go.
I'm just expecting it to be the Eudora.
And then Belric?
Eudora, Belric. But Coily, I think because of what he showed mechanical skill-wise, he's fine with it. And that's why they just go ahead and grab themselves the Ling. I mean, imagine, too, the Ling doesn't have as high as a win rate as the Hirara, but when you put it in the hands of a player like Coily, you can really do some amazing things across the map. No surprise there, Belric, and there's the Eudora, right? So that is the mainstay, usually the trade that we see over on red side at first phase. Now, I wonder if Pro Esports does something different here with their next two picks.
So basically, like, the coach is asking, like, can you use the Ling? And he's like, I mean, just don't get stunned.
Yeah.
Right? What's so hard about that? Just don't get stunned.
High execution, man. And when you have a high ceiling character like that, which clearly has a low win rate, doesn't mean it has low potential. Because the best players bring out the things that if you're not comfortable with it or you're just playing it for the meta, you can't bring out. You just don't have the time to get that comfort.
And now the Cho as well, it's the Harv gets picked up here. So they want to be able to basically ignore their gold lane for a bit. Harv should be able to take care of himself against majority of gold laners now, unless Entity 7 goes for a like Esmeralda gold, Paquito gold, which by the way, Paquito is still open.
Yeah, that Paquito's still open.
But I feel like Hirara, no?
Yeah, maybe just take the Hirara, unless they let it slip through, but just because they're willing to go ahead and play something else for Hide on Bush, because they could just want to prioritize something else here.
That's true. The reason this is important, just joining us, if Hirara doesn't get picked here, which he will, it could have gotten banned in the next phase. So yeah, not a jungler they preferred outside of her, willing to let her get banned out.
Yeah, for now, Entity 7, they have a strong opening, especially because they already have the counters towards Pro. Right now, I feel like when it comes to the Cho as well as the Harv, we have to see what the matchup is. And the Cho, I just think that Entity 7 might build a draft that's not easy for the Cho to get a kick. For example, if Entity 7 is able to get up like a Barats, I think it's going to be hard for this Cho to really do much.
So maybe they ban it out, for Pro Esports, they want to ban one of those tankier options out. You already got a Belric to deal with. You don't want to deal with a Belric plus the Barretts. But this is, like, from Pro Esports, for these two picks, too, it's so Kozin and Coily, right? The different type of KK connection, but this time for Pro Esports, they're very adapt and to these heroes. The Kozin, especially on the Harith, back when he was playing in the Philippines, was one of his best hero picks. Still is. Same thing when you look at Filipino junglers playing the Lings, the Fannies. That's why when those Fannies come up, it's like, man, these guys can just put on a showcase of mechanics. So they'll ban out the Freya, that Uranus. Look at all these XP lane options that are being focused on.
I feel like we missed the Freya going through. I mean, that has been definitely a first pick for a lot of teams if she's available.
I was thinking whether she would be picked up here. It's just that I would say it's only good for Pro Esports because they're already having a draft that wants to dive in. When it comes to Entity 7, they don't really need that. And now, not a EXP ban, they ban out the Brody instead. And now the Esmeralda has been picked up. And because there's a Harv there, we still don't know whether this Esmeralda goes gold or EXP.
I think this is just the right combo. I feel like they have enough presence in team fights, and I feel like that's how they have thrived. I feel like that was kind of the way that they put their strategy together to tackle Liquid PH yesterday. It feels like they're getting more of what they want here today, Naisu.
Yeah, and I'm expecting on this one too for that Belric to have the flicker. Remember in the previous matchup we saw the Belric Esme combo, but it was a revitalized Belric.
Yep.
So this is the answer over here on this side for Pro Esports. They'll take Valentina
Moskov.
Yeah, you got to take.
I think so.
I feel like if they want a marksman, I think the Moskov works perfectly here against Pro Esport.
I agree with you.
The only reason they don't pick it up if they pick up a Paquito Gold.
Paquito Gold.
It's only either or, but I prefer the Moskov.
Well, the Melissa still available also.
Oh yeah, true.
And you do have a Cho, which that would do okay against, right? I'm curious. I feel like the Moskov, they played it yesterday, didn't they? I think they did play Moskov.
Yeah,
and Doom had a pretty good game. If I'm Doom, I'm thinking, I mean, it's comfortable. It's in the meta. It serves what we need. I like it. I think the combo might just be, do we do this or do we do Melissa instead? What's your take?
Well, they go carry.
Oh, carry.
Wait.
Which is interesting that they go carry because...
Carry?
Yeah.
It has a good lane against Harif, but then after that, there's no high HP hero on Pro Esports.
Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. You're not gonna you don't need to shred through anyone, and you know, carry has one of the lowest ranges, attack ranges for a marksman. So you're gonna have a difficult time.
Maybe they just want to rush Lord later on with the Harara to just get it.
Yeah, blitz the Lord perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice there on the last. Maybe also just. That has one of the things where it's like, we got to go with comfort on this, and a lot was banned out.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is going to be an exciting one as well. Our second series of the day begins. Pro Esports from Cambodia versus Entity 7, both on dream runs. Will the dream continue, or will one wake up to find it was just a nightmare? Ready for our Series 2 cast. We've got Trex and Brigida.
We're jumping into the land of Dawn for the second series of the day. Entity 7 coming off of the momentum of a big win, while Pro Esports trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Two different stories looking for the same dream. This is game number 1. Trex and Brigida bringing you the action. How are we feeling, Brig?
I can't help but think about what our panel was also wondering about before we headed into this game. The carry last pick and choice here for E7. Is it really comfort? And are they looking for a specific angle to play around this? Because you don't really see it paired up with a pick-off-centric setup type of roamer. It's more on a Belric that you see in the hands of Backend, but we probably will figure out what the plan is for E7 here, because again, laning, it's pretty much guaranteed. You could see it just now. Kozin is not having the best time of his life.
Yeah, but honestly, this is also a pretty comfort pick for Kozin. We did see him on it yesterday, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shin flickering out. That was close for both mid laners. Both flickers are already down. Imagine that.
Yeah, already some aggression, but still no deaths on the field. Taking a look at the emblems, both mid laner and Roam on the side of Pro with some speed to move around the map, and the Bargain Hunter into Kuza. But look at the damage already on a Doom. A nice pick off by PP.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. You wanted to rely on the carry for the laning, but even then, it was just a bit of help even from PP, together with the concussive blast just taking you out. Not to mention even another trade at least was taken, but that's just onto PP. So I think they're gonna be okay with that. Shin though in mid without the flicker won't be able to survive that attempt from Coily on this lane. Does Bush find one? I don't think he will find a re-engage from Coily, and the damage too from Sa. Pro are now 3-1 against E7.
Yeah, all before Turtle as well. 700 gold lead in the hands of Pro. If they can translate this into a Turtle, we're looking at 1.5k gold lead possibly. It's going very well for Pro, but Entity 7.
Whoa, what?
All around the map now.
That was a solo kill.
Down on the bottom as well.
Doom, there's no way. Okay, he does get to dash out of this. Doesn't have to purify, but this is looking bad. Both sides are not in favor of E7 just yet. Pro, they will have enough time to catch up to this objective. E7 are bursting it as much as they can, but the Way of the Dragon lands onto Bush. Tempest of Blades and Coily finally securing the turtle. E7 no longer want to fight Trex.
Exactly what we thought. You get that turtle, and now Pro has a huge lead. Luckily, Doom didn't go down the second time. He has already taken a death though. Purify is going to be up on the top side. Akashi taking the death. So both off lanes just kind of suffering. You add that up with the mid lane as well, the pressure. Wait a second, a little bit of action. Kashi should be able to get away from this, but the pressure that Coily's been able to bring in the mid with Saw and P, Entity 7 just having trouble dealing with it all this early in the game.
Yep, Pro Esports have seemed to polish the early game, and they're dealing with E7 really, really well. This is something you were seeing from E7 yesterday when they were just able to dominate against Team Liquid, but right now Pro, after that loss, it seems like they've learned so much. Just even looking at the level advantage, you don't want to see your gold laner almost two levels behind at this point in time in the game, and even your XP lane. But wait, Coily? All alone up top though. Does he get caught? He's willing to exchange some blows. He can afford to.
Yeah, should be okay. Coily's been amazing on the Ling so far. Been amazing on the Assassin so far. The day that they beat SRG, the Harara was on point, but the pressure that they're constantly putting on Doom.
He didn't even have to move as much. PP was just there to use the Way of the Dragon and saw with the Wrath of Dryad IMU. Second time we see Doom taken out. And Pro Esports didn't have to sacrifice much to get it.
Yeah, I don't know if Entity 7's just not getting the vision right now on Pro. If Vagine and Shin are just unable to keep up because Pro are attacking these off lanes non-stop. And Entity 7, they shift up to the top, but all they're going for is Gold Crab, and they're unable to really protect their offlaners. They're having trouble keeping up with the rotations, and now we're looking at almost a 3K gold lead before second turtle into the hands of Pro. This is only going to get worse and worse very fast.
I'm only starting to think of how E7 could maybe utilize the Eudora and the Hirara together to at least burst down a single target from Pro, because you don't really see much tanky heroes on their side. I think this is also why we question the carry pickup, because you don't necessarily need to shred anyone from Pro Esports lineup, but just the same, I don't think Shin and Haidon Bush have enough room to just connect and find a setup. Granted of how Pro Esports are so good at just limiting their movements right now, and they're again starting this objective. There's a setup coming in. Sorry, I'm Felix focusing onto Vaglin. Doesn't even get to use the Wrath of Dryad on time, and there he does, but the follow-up isn't going to be there. Counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from the original one. That's E7, but it's already a double kill for Coily. Two-man knockup from PP. E7. They just couldn't find their footing in this game yet.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like the best thing is to not even maybe go for that last turtle, play a slow, go for plays on the off lane, go to keep that gold at a minimum deficit, but at this point, it's a little bit too late. We're 4K ahead into the hands of Pro Esports, 8-1. Towers are going to start dropping to the boss side. You've got Coily up on top lane, taking tier 3 as well. Haidon Bush is going to just have to watch. They are going to go for the 1v1 up top, but I don't think that's a good idea for Haidon Bush.
Okay, Coily doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, fortunately for ES7, so Haidon Bush will be able to get out of that. I think there won't be any chase, but here in mid, you see Akashi trying to hold down the front, Coily trying to catch up as well. Vagan goes in, does have the Wrath of Dryad, but it's actually the backline that Coily's after! He finds both Shin and Doom at the same time, Cousin taking care of the rest, and it's almost a complete wipeout for Pro!
These are not fights that E7 should be going for right now. It'd be one thing if it was Vagine who had taken 3 or 4 deaths. It'd be one thing if it was anyone other than your offlaners. Doom unable to output any damage, Akashi just getting shredded down immediately, and while that's happening, Vagine tries to make that engage, and Coily shows up and just completely destroys the back line. And so why does Vagine even go in for the Wrath of Dryad? This is the time that they need to kind of back off, alleviate the pressure, and try to stay as safe as possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight, and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing from Pro Esports. 6.8k approaching 7k. You see most of it significantly in the carries, between the jungler, between the gold lane. So the spread of the lead is just looking too good for Pro Esports right now. The conversions are starting to come in. Haidon Bush though, Kozan, is he actually going to take him out? Sorry, I'm Felix with the last hit. Oh my goodness, Pro Esports, the leads just keep getting bigger. Way of the Dragon onto Akashi, and he uses the Falling Star Moon, but he fails to survive.
At this point, it's looking like a bloodbath. Just about anyone on Pro Esports can 1v1 anyone on E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone. Even Haidon Bush, even the Harara, who's got tons of iframes, tons of defensive measures to escape, is getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone tanky, didn't even need any help. And Haidon Bush goes down, sitting at 0-2-0. E7 has to play it safer.
They've only ever taken out one member from Pro. It's only PP. So as much as I also want to see them try and play the macro, it's just going to be too tough. So playing it slow, I agree, might be one of the ways to go until they feel like they can't afford to engage in a fight. Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Soria and Felix one-on-one, and now there's another wave of the Dragon landing onto Vagan. There goes the Wrath of Dryad and the falling Star Moon. This might just be a counter engage coming in from E7. But the clapback, the answer and response from Soria and Felix and Kuzen, it's a triple. It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back. It's gonna be another attempt, but it's a shutdown instead from E7.
It's all right, though, honestly, for Pro. I think at that point, they didn't even have to keep that fight going, but they wanted to try to get Kuzen that Maniac or Savage. Another Zamon's Force drops. Kuzen should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, and Felix going to get involved. Akashi chasing down. It actually might be bad for Kuzen.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana. It's a good thing PP and Soria and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So we're looking at the replay right now. I think this is one of the moments where it could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to maximize the Wrath of Dryad a bit more. But the sustained damage from Kozen is just too much. There's no one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports, so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NT7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got who hasn't been able, I mean, 0-4-2 on a carry. This is a late game hero already. And the thing is yes, you normally use this to shred, but another pick?
It's gonna be hide on Bush at that. It's at the exact same time they get to pick up the Lord. Two-man setup coming in from Soria and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the Wrath of Dryad. He is just gonna go for the kills. Fortunately, has a flicker for Vadim, but there he goes. It's a double steal for Kuzen, and all turrets, outer and inner turrets, falling to the hands of Pro. Oh!
I mean, he can do that right now, honestly. At this point, it's like, let's just see what we can do. Let's throw the line out. If we don't catch nothing, it's okay. Look at him under the tower right now. They pop the Holy Defense, get some minions still through. Wave coming down top. This could be game ending.
Okay. Pro Esports have an entire wave and a Lord marching up top. They're still gonna focus and try to take down the turret first, but he goes charging in. Vagan doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but he's still gonna go for it. PP! Finding another kick, it lands onto Shin. Coily too with the Tempest of Blade. There might just be a shutdown right now from E7, but that's about it. As they're looking to get more, Vagan! Hide on Bush! 3 members already eliminated from E7. Can Doom and Akashi deal with this by themselves? The Lord's already in the base. They're trying to go for more kills instead. Akashi down to half HP, finds PP. But that might be at the expense of his own life. But Kuzen, he finally finds it.
They're playing KDA heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills, they want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzen right now, 9-0-7.
Wow.
He's untouched. Sorry, I'm Felix Samuel, 5-0-2. Overall, Pro Esports have completely dominated, but maybe the best plan was to target on base in that last push because the clock is still ticking. 72 seconds for next Lord. Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Has he got Trinity in just yet? Fully out. There it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished the antique cuirass yet for physical defense. You have at least got radiant armor in, so there's a little something there. Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind, to say the least. And yeah, you have some damage output from Haidon Bush, but the thing is Haidon Bush can't last, can't actually get in there. And every time you do get past, Sar and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I feel bad for both Haidon, Bush, and Doom, really, you want to find these creative angles. Oh, Coily actually tried to take down that base turret all by himself without a wave. Could have been a possibility, but there was fortunately quick response from E7, but it doesn't change the fact that Pro are still ahead. And going back, Haidon, Bush, aside from the fact that there's so much catching up to do, I agree, it's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate so much punish. Sorry, I'm Felix, Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that Pro Esports could turn things around with this lead, so E7 could probably not afford to just put themselves out there, but they'd still decide to get out of their base. Now it's Akashi down to HP, PP in the back lines! He's gonna find shit all over again in the IMU Wrath of Dryad. Or it's not actually the IMU, but there you go, finally, it's a shutdown from Doom! Haidon, Bush! Finding Kuzen too! E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem to be there. We talked about this the other day. All it takes is 2 items for Eudora to really start outputting. It took about 12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin is finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the combo with all of it together, it's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming, though. Pro Esports unable to stall it. Yeah. It's just going to be 3 pushing in.
Great timings from E7 here. The Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily going for Haidon, Bush had to force out the iframes. There's just so much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily, but just because Kuzen and Sorry I'm Felix aren't here, E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors, have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports, and Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there. I think it took a bit too long. E7 too were just really grouped up together, so I don't think it would have been easy for him to find a target. On top of the fact that Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7, again, defending. They're taking it slow. Bit by bit, we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8K gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
Yeah. All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the Rose Gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for Entity 7.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They really want to go for Shin. First Wrath of Dryad, final use here by Faggot, but gets knocked up by the Tempest of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side trying to take down Akashi will be able to do so as Doom falls to the hands of Coily. Haidon Bush goes in. He finds a trade, but it's just going to be Coil. Is it enough? There's a wave coming in mid and top. Haidon Bush and Akashi will be here to defend, but Kuzen is just going to set his eyes on the base. Salmon forced to end things, but they clear out the minions. Another potential outplay from E7. And can they do this? Kuzen finding Akashi does eventually get the kill, but the minions have spawn tracks.
5 seconds for Shin. Kuzen drops him on Force. Haidon Bush with the iframes. They're still to defend. Kuzen just wants free shots.
Haidon Bush the stun. Shin doesn't actually land it. Finally gets the burst. And now E7 defend once more.
Entity 7. Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong as they hold strong for their life in just game number 1. A beautiful defense, honestly. Haidon Bush all alone, able to get some nice iframes. Defend. Akashi also gets back to the base. Pro Esports felt like they had it, but now Entity 7 working on the Lord.
This is something our panelists mentioned is back in. Flicker, Wrath of Dryad, Coily is down. Can they finally get this objective? Yes, they do. E7 are turning things around. Haidon Bush finds a double, and Sa is all alone here. That's not your base, but he's being cased.
That's not your base. It's looking reminiscent of yesterday's game where Pro Esports had the lead and just couldn't finish it. Entity 7 right now, you know, we gotta say, they got that dog in them right now. And they are ready to push this game to the limits, pushing Pro Esports to the limits. It's 30 kills on the side of Pro Esports.
What if that was the plan all along? You know, we need to suffer a bit.
Yes.
But we get to a point where we just get to rely on
builds character.
Yeah, you build character, you know, and this is something E7 have been building for 17 minutes now, Trex.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes to be ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Haidon Bush.
That changes things significantly in this game. E7, they still have the Lord, but will be dealt with by Pro. Sorian Felix doesn't find the setup there. And E7 are looking to disengage. Coily doesn't get access to his purple buff too. Imagine that, E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10k gold lead is nowhere to be found.
No, we are officially in late game now. Maxed items all around. Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the Rose Gold. This is what I was talking about when we talk about the item swapping, and this is where a carry becomes extremely dangerous. Late game carry, probably one of the most vicious marksmans you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead of going for the Flicker, it's a problem. How does Pro Esports catch that? Now, they've been able to find some moments, but the problem is before they were going for Shin, before they were going for Hide on Bush, but I think they need to change their priority on where these Way of the Dragons are going to be landing, where these Wrath of Dryads with the IMU that's stolen are going to be landing. They have to be a lot more careful about how they approach these fights if Pro Esports wants to win out.
Yeah, because I feel like the fact that they always go for Shin is just so Coily could freely go and dive in, right? But even if he gets to do that, I don't think Pro are able to handle the damage that you're seeing from Doom anymore, like just by themselves, like without them allocating the right amount of crowd control just so Doom doesn't get to cast the speedy light wheels efficiently every now and then. So there might need to be, yes, I agree, a bit of change in terms of targeting for Pro here, but can they find Doom? This isn't the best KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this would barely matter, but ooh, that's a lot more defense items getting picked up. I think Doom has the Immortality and both the Athena's Shield in his build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Picked up Athena's Shield. Okay. Gets rid, or wait. So that's, no, because you get some shield from the Athena Shield. So it's, you sell Athena's, you go into Rose Gold, you pick up Rose Gold, you go into Immortality, you pick up Winter Crown.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing, I don't know. Oh!
It's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this red tree? It's Bandit! Not even a red tree holder! Doom finding the last hit on the objective! And now it's a disengage for E7. They don't want any trades.
A lot of resources wasted on Akashi there. And that helps Entity 7 secure this Lord, enhanced Lord at that. They need to try to sync up these waves as much as possible. They may not be able to end here, but they can at least take inhibitors. Pro Esports on the other hand, this is what I was talking about. They have to think about a lot harder on how they do these fights. But the 1v1?
Okay, iFriend, hide on Bush. Might just go for the outplay here. Coily no longer has to test himself. Plays Shin! Flickering in, can he make it? He doesn't catch Coily. Also gets to pick up the Immortality just in time. Whew.
Collect it, prepare ourselves. Because the Lord is making his way downtown.
Yes. PP, can he find something here? Okay. There's the Lord. Kuzen still has Zaman Force. And they pretty much will have enough time to deal with this Lord, at least for now. E7 are not able to maximize it enough to take down a turret, and they're going for Shin!
Crown?
Winter Crown play, falling Starfall, but still gets knocked up and caught by the Way of the Dragon into the Wrath of Dryad of Sa! Doom finds Coily though. Sorian Felix with a set. Kuzen with his Ammon Force finds a double, and it's another Immortality pop for Doom. 3 members are down for E7.
A beautiful catch by Pro Esports, but minions are on the base. They have to go back to defend. It's only 2 members up with 40-second death counters on Entity 7. And Akashi and Hide on Bush do what they did a few minutes ago and defend the base. But Hide on Bush is going for the steals, trying to disrupt the waves right now. Big kick.
He gets caught. He does still have some iframes left and a couple dashes, so he will escape. But that just means he's the only one left right now. Pro Esports, they're making their way to the base 12 seconds before Shin makes it.
They've got a cannon minion. Can it be enough to close? Hide on Bush is making the big sprint back to the base. He's got an Immortality.
Okay, the Immortality's popped though. Kuzen with his Ammon Force Shin and going in. Do they have enough defense? They actually get to buy a bit more time. Immortality's pop for PP Pro. They gotta get back.
It just keeps happening. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's chance. I don't know if it's pure skill at this point. Entity 7 just keeps on hanging on. We're 23 minutes in. Another Lord on the map. Akashi's up in 17 seconds. And it's a 5v5 once again. Pro Esports trying to make their way to this Lord. Do they burst it down? Hide on Bush picks up a purple buff. It's down to the wire once again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time. Lord already below half HP. Vagin getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dryas already committed. Idol Push going in! But it's still Coily who finds the objective. It's a shutdown towards Idol Push, and Pro have seemed to find the perfect engage against E7. Akashi, the only one left.
When in doubt, Sorry I'm Felix continues to get those big sets for the team.
Pro Esports are not letting this get to another 30-minute game. They're ending it right here. 1-0 against Entity 7.
Okay, so lessons have been learned for Pro Esports. After being unable to finish a game yesterday that possibly caused their overall defeat, they were able to close it out today, even after going the distance, even after Entity 7 giving it everything they could. Pro Esports collect themselves and make the plays that matter to close things out. What a game one, Brigida.
Yeah, that was, I like that you mentioned it was just game one. It was just game one. And I you kind of saw how E7 were planning to play around this draft. They sort of answered their questions here and there, especially towards Doom on the carry, but you just have to respect Pro. The mechanics, the macro, and their ability to just bait out reactions from E7. I think that really mattered, especially in that last sequence, because it was E7, I feel like, who were just desperately trying to do something because Pro Esports were already there. They were already positioned around the objective. They were bursting it down pretty much.
I think a lot of those fights that Entity 7 did win out on was when Pro Esports was coming into them, right? Was attacking onto them, was causing the advance. But towards those last few fights that Entity 7 lost, they were forced to try to make a play happen. Vagin makes the engage, the rest of the team follows up.
Oh, why? Why am I standing on my...
standing on the chair?
Standing on my seat, yeah.
No, you're actually that height.
Yeah, no, I'm just that tall, guys. Please don't get confused.
Well, it was an amazing game one. We still have a couple more to go, possibly. Let's give it back to the panel and see what they have to say about this.
Thank you. I'm glad we're finally seeing what Brigida does off camera right there, because standing up on a desk, that's the least amount of it. I think this is such a exciting back and forth, guys, when we look at it with, of course, Naisu and Lefel to break that action down. I loved seeing the competition, and it wasn't a clean game by both teams, to say the least, but it felt like they wanted it. It felt like we were in somebody's going home, somebody's moving on and making a historic run type territory, which is what you want to see.
You can definitely feel the tension, just watching the games there, because, yeah, Pro Esports came out swinging, got a start going. Koilu was kind of unstoppable up to a certain point. And then somehow, someway, Entity 7 showed us why they won yesterday. They were able to pretty much take care of what I think it was a 10,000 gold lead that was built up first, and then they started to lead. But then, props to Entity 7, props to Hide on Bush and the rest of the team to stay into that game as long as they did. But eventually, it comes down to that one Lord take, and then I'm sure Lefel will go through this later on. But that Lord, it comes down to getting that retribution off, and when you're already kind of at a back foot, trying to get in the zone of that is so difficult. I mean, look at this, 39-16 for the kill counter here. Like this has to be the most.
Look at Kozin as well, 143,000 damage dealt. Doom only did 87,000. The highest coming in from Entity 7 is Hide on Bush. Not even, it's actually Akashi, 77,346. So he's about double.
Yeah.
Kozin did about double the highest that Entity 7 was able to do.
Yeah.
But Hide on Bush though, bro.
Yeah.
Talk about a defense.
Yeah.
This is really like a sword against a shield kind of matchup where we can see Pro Esport non-stop offense, but Entity 7 with not one, not two, how many defenses that they did, and every single one of them is highlight worthy.
And you were trying to look at what is the benefit maybe if you're coming in and watching, of both those strategies going toe-to-toe, well, one is waiting for that perfect moment, one constantly on the attack, and sometimes a good offense is a good defense. But when you slip up, like we saw Pro Esports do, losing a Lord, losing another Lord, an evolved Lord, it was the chance that Entity 7 wanted, erasing that gold lead nicely, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. There's a lot of learnings to take into game 2.
Yeah, again, in instances like this, when you turn a gold deficit of 10,000 around and you start to get some momentum in the game, you still really have to stay disciplined, because there were a couple mistakes made. And I know LaFell, like I said, he has some of this on the Illustrator later on, because a minor decision, like for example, using a battle spell or using one of the defensive items or not getting the setup you're looking for, all those little, let's say, mistakes could lead into a game loss here. And as you guys know, again, this match is a decider match, so you don't want that to happen and going into the next game.
Somebody's key is getting crushed. Somebody is moving on, making a historic run, guaranteeing at least $100,000 for their efforts. Top 8 and a chance at glory here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. LaFell, you took a look at some of these clips. You've got those set up for us. We're going to get you on your Telestrator. Break down what you saw in game 1 between these two teams.
So first of all, we got to look at the drafts here. There's quite a few things that we have to look at. But first of all, in terms of the drafts, the only question mark really is on this carry, just because it doesn't really solve a problem that's presented here by Pro Esports, because there's not a lot of high HP heroes, so it doesn't fully utilize the passive that the carry has. But more importantly, it doesn't protect yourself. And we're going to be seeing that in the clips here, where starting off, this is basically what happens in the early game, which, by the way, what Pro Esports does so well in this game and previous games on how they got a 10,000 gold lead is they perform the best at an open map, right? When everything is still there, they can capitalize on everything. Where if you're going to be looking at the map here, you can see that in terms of the position, they're playing a 3-2 position, right? So 3 at the top and then 2 at the bottom, because one of the reasons that they understood is that Doom made a crucial mistake, where this is basically like the safe place for you to be as a gold laner, and multiple times Doom actually stays in this area, which, yes, he wins the lane, but you're going up against a Ling. Ling moves very fast in the game, and we can see here that's basically how it keeps going on. See, Doom moves forward again, gets ganked. I'm only showing this clip, but it happens multiple times as we see in the game. I feel like the first 3 to 4 ganks are all in the gold lane, so that is something that could have been remedied if they pick up something like a Moskov, because Moskov can basically protect himself. He doesn't need any rotation. And you see, honestly, there's no rotation going to the gold lane coming in from Entity 7. And this also shows why I would say the best win condition for Pro Esports is just to play outside of the base. Once you get inside the base, it does become quite difficult, because if we look at the square that Entity 7 always forms, they try to clump up together, but what Entity 7 does is they split them up. It's not a front to back, it's front and back. As we see the team fight coming up here, they are pulling the front line away, and then you can see a clear separation here where the front line as well as the back line is clearly separated, and the one going for the back line is both the gold laner as well as the jungler. Massive damage, and there's really nothing that Entity 7 can do, and this is why Entity 7 keeps losing those team fights. They just get separated. But then things start to change when we start going into the map here. Get into the base. This is one time where I would say they made a grave mistake, where they're put into a situation where we can see multiple members got stunned up by PP on this Beleric, right? A very big ult hits onto basically everyone. Look at all the taunts there. Everyone was taunted, and that's the reason why they lost this fight. But then we go into the base, which, by the way, hide on bush. This
crazy.
Man.
I would say this is a career-defining highlight, where you can basically show to all the teams, like, this is what I can do, right? On the Herrera. But also, this is why they cannot end the game. This is something that they've done in the previous draft as well, where they're so good at splitting the fight. But what if there's no way to split them up anymore? They're always going to be clumped up, and you're going to make a mistake. So I feel like that's something that they have to look forward to, where you can play at open map perfectly.
Right.
But once you're inside the base, what's the next step? we see that the Joe try to kick someone else to separate them, but sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, I'd rather be, if I were, and if maybe you guys let us know in the chat as well, I would probably rather be pro esports in that situation where I have all the energy, all the momentum, the gold lead early on, everyone's doing well, and the only issue is how do we get through to that final portion of the base. I feel like it's a scary type of situation that we saw Entity 7 put themselves in, and the Moskov did come into our attention in the draft. Is it on your attention now, getting Doom on something more comfortable, something he could protect himself more from those picks coming in from the roam?
I think it was almost unanimous when a lot of people, when that carry was picked up in the draft, that last pick, I think some people definitely shared their sentiments about that. Even the casters, I heard them mention it too. And it is one of those things where, again, in late game, and we saw this late game get to that point where, yeah, the carry can shred even through the Lord, right? But yes, maybe something like the Moskov where you have a little more space to work with. You can play the long game if you want to, stay on the other side of the map, join the fights with SOD. You know you're up against a matchup like that where Kozin gets his Harith. Again, this Harith is Kozin's probably one of his best picks that he has in the gold lane, and you saw just how they played that. So Moskov might be one of them, but I think even for Entity 7, they really need to get the ball rolling in their favor early on, because I feel like that's where they're able to go ahead and build up.
Also, when you do get a lead, you got to make sure that you're very disciplined, because something that we were not able to clip just because it happened so fast, but once they got a lead, we saw Coily on that lane trying to run away, and then Shin tries to stun him, even expanding that flicker. That is one of those situations where if you can catch him, you could have ended the game. But he couldn't, and then that's just an avenue that Pro Esports saw. Like, hey, he doesn't have a flicker. We can go in, and then we can start holding the map again.
And that's how crucial battle spell timings are, especially in that type of game where that information is enough to say, you know what, now we're going to go take out Shin or whoever burned that flicker. That's an automatic kill for us. That's an automatic advantage in a team fight.
It all comes down to this one for Entity 7, who's representing the Americas. From South America, the last time they had graced a main stage like this, from my understanding, is M4 with RRQ Acura. And that was in 2023. They've been rebuilding in that region ever since. This is the result of that. Can Entity 7 find a way to clamber back and get into this matchup again? Pro Esports looked the better. They got the win. One more game for them, and they're through to the knockouts.
I feel like one thing that they can do to slow the game down is to have one person to basically track where Coily is, because in that game, he was perfectly free, right? Whenever he goes to the goal lane,
great point,
no one stops him. Whenever he wants to go for those objectives, no one stops him. When he goes to, kill the mid as well as the goal lane, no one stopped him. You need one person to keep track of that guy.
Well, like, when you have a character who's so mobile, that's one thing. But when you have a team that's so committed to grouping up, I mean, it's even making that mobility even more effective, because no one's going to go chase him down. They don't want to play like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, especially with a Ling, right? Like, it's like you want to keep track of him and keep tabs on him, but at the same time, like, Ling's can't just allows him to be everywhere he needs to be, and then you put him in hands like a specialist like Coily, even more so is it a difficult task to deal with. And that's so this time we might see some different things. Entity 7 is going to be on that blue side for that first pick.
You know what? It could have been clipped when during the draft we're like, yeah, just don't get stunned. And look at how many times he got stunned. Not much.
Not much.
Only like once or twice.
High ceiling, Coily proving he just really is that good. One of the junglers we've been keeping an eye on. Pro Esports looking to use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hainan Bush has been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats. Hainan Bush does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, by the way.
If they go forward to the knockout stage,
hey, that's a big salary.
That's a big salary, but give it up to Hainan Bush again. Like I said, he is one of the mainstay members from Entity 7. Very, very experienced player. Has even now just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So, to know that he's also shot calling and doing all this too, that's kind of is a huge statement for himself and the team.
Well, we asked what they would do about Coily's Ling. They ban it. They don't want to deal with it. The Harara also banned as well in response, alongside the mainstays, Freya and Marcel. Fanny and Valentina, which they didn't like, maybe a soft counter to the Belleric, which they enjoy playing, but this time it opens up an even stronger pick, the Atlas first. which could mean a Eudora response here on the side.
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan early, because Nolan is filling the spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Herrera wants to do. Because I feel like if you have to go for a Yi Sun Shin, then I don't know, there's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Herrera, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it'll change, obviously in the game too. Atlas being picked up, and they took care of the Valentina, so you don't have to worry about a Fatal Links being stolen by Pro Esports. If you're Entity 7, you can build on that. But this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belric available. You can go ahead and, what else? Power play move. What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7, because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina, that proves to be, I feel like that's a good way to open up going up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and the Pro Esport lose, Pro Esport can take that first pick again and then deny them of this strat. Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage, like a Nolan, maybe even a Harley, you need a mid that can set it up. So that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount of burst damage, making it easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So I really feel like it's dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Okay, so we got word. It is, they're going to go ahead and sort things out here for this draft. I'm wondering if we'll still see that, at least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday where the Nolan was picked up and that amount of bursts that they had? Because Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was from Guangzhou Recall, using the Nolan.
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst from Nolan is insane, because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the Uranus as well as the Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Jushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well, just so you don't get things banned out, because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
I would say Eve is not a bad pick, yeah. Because in terms of damage junglers, now it's like all the niche ones, like the Nolan, maybe even the Saber, Hanzo. Oh, Gwyn. Oh, totally forgot about the Gwyn. Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which Entity 7 for now has a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, there's the YSS you mentioned too. So YSS being picked up. Again, this hero does not have
a great win rate.
A great win rate. Is it only one game? One game win?
One game win.
Yeah. One game win right now for the YSS so far.
That was with Aurora, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Moskov, though, picked up. We wanted to see that adjustment. They've made it. Also taking out 2 of the picks that were used on the side of Pro Esports last game in the Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first 3. YSS, will this be another bit of drama that continues? Because if they have this and it loses again, goes to about 1-7 in this tournament, and you gotta start saying, guys, we need another option.
The YSS is just, I mean, most teams have either just gone with it or they go with a double fighter in the side lanes to try to make that work. But you can already see some of the focus again on XP options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like Entity 7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
Right, Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esport Draft. Because right now, this Yi Sun Shin is not a bad pick, because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora, and it's not going up against the Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before, just don't get stunned, right? And I feel like there's not enough threats here. Pro Esport, if they pick up the Paquito here, I think it will really make Entity 7 difficult to finish up their draft.
Yeah, Paquito open. It's going to be a Harith, though, so again, this is his pick. This is Kozen's one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it. For this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean towards the Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be okay here because there's not too many dives go in, so I feel like either Eve or Gort should be fine. And yeah, I feel like the Harith has so much kill potential even after first item. So again, that's just Pro Esport playing their map. As long as the map is open, we're gonna split the front and the back, and they're able to do something with it.
We have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance of where we stand cannot be understated. Shin, Haidan Bush, Akashi picked for their team, obviously just in name right now. Not necessarily what they're going to be playing. The Mozkov instead is going to be going up against the Harith. The Yisun Shin, the Zushin, and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry, I'm Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name Sorry, I'm Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions, but then I want to introduce myself as well, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man, but he played it near perfectly, and a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself like, oh yeah, Sora, still a threat when it is picked up, but again, these XP options that are left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane, some of these very tanky boys like the Barats, Alice, even the Uranus, kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play. But hey, once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, everything becomes fine. So now when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like it could... Wait, he wasn't banned. Oh, yeah. I don't know, because right now for Entity 7, kind of like the same as the first game, their draft doesn't answer the problem, and that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem, because then the Zushin as well as the Harith, they both can have Purify, and catching the Yisun Shin is going to be nigh impossible. So I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay, there's the Paquito you were looking to see. What rounds this out?
I'm thinking Eve is okay.
Yeah,
if not Eve, Gord.
I was gonna say Eve or Gord. Gord has really taken a sit down too. Yeah, he's picked up. He's teams have figured out how to play against him, but obviously you still have so much threat with his ultimate, the little bit of stuns.
I feel like Hylos is fine.
Yeah, Hylos could work here. You help with that slow or the speed up for your team. And even the stuns too. So this is, again, playing around your YSS, but this is a bit of a different game plan just because even if the YSS can't scale up the way you're looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin too, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, the Sora to an extent where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight. And the answer is going to be the Gatokacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're Pro Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat is going to be the Mozkov as well as the Paquito, and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So we'll see how it turns out for now. Pro Esport does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like, can the Yisun Shin work out?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, guys. Not waiting too long, though, because Game 2 is right around the corner. Yisun Shin's been a topic of conversation here at MSC. Over 5 days of play here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. He's gone 1-6 so far. Will it be 1-7? Or will it be 2-6 and start to turn things around? It's Game 2. Maybe that's a little bit of a sneak peek at what's going to go down. We got Trex and Brigida on the call. Let's see if Pro Esports can move themselves into the knockout stage.
We're jumping back in. It's match point for Pro Esports, but if we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigida, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together, and even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS, and the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk, they pick up Kuzin on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here, because even their mid-duo, right, feels like it's been patches ago since we last saw them both together. But now that's not looking great, Threx. To answer your question, as of now, Pro Esports are not making this worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS has trouble. It's such a high crowd control meta right now. And when we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero on their lineup has some form of, if not big, but at least small crowd control. Small stuns, big AoE stuns all around the board. And it's going to make Coily's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't... Ooh, a little bit more action.
Mystic Injunction, that's going to be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it, the hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again, and we've seen countless times these two heroes being played together. But Kuzin, if he goes down too, that's really, really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily finding Hide on Bush.
Surprise Hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he'd just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the Mountain Shocker to get the stun. Maybe he thought he could get a quick Violent Requiem off if he could get the stacks off. But he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzin, but the thing is, it does give Pro Esports some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush jumping in. Mystic Gush together to the burst is coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out though. He needed a flicker. Akashi needed a flicker to get that, and on the other hand, sorry, I'm Felix, the zoning, he's done. It's just so much for Pro. Coily got enough space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
How did Hide on Bush stay alive there though? Sorry, I'm Felix. Brings him down to about 10%, but Akashi goes down. Coily able to get a quick pick off, and just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. Along with Turtle.
Kuzin, no Zaman Force. Vagan doesn't have the Fatal Links too. PP will be there to help them just a bit, and Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage. Still level 3, but he's about to get it really, really soon. There you go. But it wasn't in time to find a punish onto Kuzin. So at least for now, Pro Esports, they are behind in terms of kills, but somewhat because they were able to just allow Coily to bounce back. I think that's what really matters the most for now. They at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP? Oh, he has no way out of that.
No way out at all. A small pick off for Entity 7. You know, you mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want on this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter, and he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taking a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
Hide on Bush, the way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Vagan, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to. You kinda are put in a spot when it comes to using your phraseless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think is eventually going to take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space, and the way it's looking right now, it's only Soria and Felix who can afford to do that. PP might be someone you expect to go in a bit later, especially with the AOG. But let's see right now, they're both holding the turtle. Both mid-duos will show up.
Akashi does get that Hunter Strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kuzin. Is he going to use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kuzin right now. Does force out the Zaman Force. Soria and Felix too, trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even get close.
Yeah, Akashi thinks he can go for Kuzin, but wait a second, little damage.
Why? PP actually jumping in with the AOG. Does block off a couple members from E7, but it's actually Sa gonna go down. Akashi finds him and PP next. Sorry, Felix, does he still want to go in? He finds a trade onto Shin, but are they still gonna fight this? Kozen showing up, does have to zap it force again. He's going after Hide on Bush this time. But the dash is a bit too much! Now it's Akashi trying to find a punch. Sorry, Felix with the help. And Kozen gets out alive, but Doom, he does not expect Coil to be there!
What are you doing? Not like this! Jumps in thinking he's gonna be the hero, jumps in thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of that last fight, and I mean, let's be honest, both teams made some mistakes. Both teams threw some bodies in when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Saurian Felix makes his way up to try to help out, and honestly, this is not a bad play. Look at the amount of damage Saurian Felix is able to output, gets the kill onto Shin, and at this point, E7 has to back off, but Koizen's not done yet. He's under the tower, and the fight should have ended there. Once Koizen backs off and Akashi's back off, but for some reason, Doom felt like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moskov last night, or Doom carry game 1, who was very particular and cautious of his positioning, because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kozen, another Zaman Force already used, and Hide on Bush. He is no longer afraid to deal with him. Even without the Purify, Kozen was just ready to take that fight on. So we're seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for Entity 7 to maybe try to gain some ground here. They're down about 3k gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side, gonna be able to farm, take advantage of that, maybe get a tower somewhere on the map. But Coily already on his way back up along with Saw, and Doom doesn't know they're coming.
Yep, sorry, Felix is just someone E7 are having a hard time dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin, but there's not enough ways to just hold down Saurian Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Gush to just really shred him down. Also has the Purify, so that adds to the problem. Now they're on to Fakin. Does have the perfect match. Is going to be safe, but even then, right, they gave up the objective, but I don't think we saw any trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with by Doom, and I think it's also about time they kind of feel a bit more pressured, because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with all of the win conditions one by one.
I mean, the position on Pro's map right now, they've got their bases covered, right? It's always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of rotates around, they are going to kind of conjoin into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 that they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go off alone, it could be a death sentence. Speaking of death sentences, McGinn should be able to get away here.
But he's only on the Radiant Armor as of now, and you're seeing at least 2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro. It's not looking good if you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7, because you have a lot of setup. You have a lot of ways to just target members from Pro Esports, but without the damage, it is going to be very, very tough. Akashi, though, holding this bush.
There's too many of them. I don't know if that's a safe play right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. Okay. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe. You know, see how long he lasts. Lord is going to be up, and this honestly not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Hide on Bush might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagin, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet. Going with the Crimson Pico, they just want to lock onto Akashi, and they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozen now with the Diamond Force, does force out the Purify using the Fatal Links, but they don't get to capture him. And now it's going to be Saurian Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial Migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? That's a stun from Shin, but Pro already got what they want. It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities wasted. I'm sorry on Felix that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down. But E7 doesn't want to stop.
Okay, concentration. No Purify. E7 probably wanted to go for him, but it's still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now E7 have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them, though. But the wave clear, I guess it can be handled. It's a Moskov and a Gord in their hands either way.
Yeah, they definitely have opportunity to defend against this Lord push. Pro Esport, the major objective is definitely take these tier 2s and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is up on that top lane, so not a whole lot. They may not be able to get that, but a second wave in coming after if Pro looks for the re-engage, or if Entity 7 makes a big mistake and comes too far out, that could be the advantage that Pro's looking for here.
Okay, Haunted Shocker in, Doom gets caught, Mystic Kush forced out too from Shin, and now they're already gonna take out all turrets except for the base turrets here for E7. This is a lot of control going over to Pro Esports alongside the Holy Shields too, so I think they will be very happy with what they've been able to take, at least with this first Lord.
Yeah, they get the tier 2s, they don't break through, which means Entity 7 has a little more life to spare. They still need to play it safe, because if there's a big team wipe, trying to contest a Lord or you get caught off guard, then Pro can definitely end things. But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before,
yeah.
they can even survive another Lord push, honestly, as long as they don't mess this up. Like you mentioned, they have great siege potential. They can hang out in the base, they have the magic push, they have Doom who can shred, and they have Akashi who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread, Kuzin once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his third item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred, but by now it feels a little bit too late because even Sarian Felix so ahead of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board for Entity 7.
Yeah, I think they'll have to wait for a moment where they could just really rely on sheer damage to deal with Pro. Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the setups, the captures, I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for E7 to pull off a combo like that. Unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out. And now Sorya and Felix tanking a majority of the damage, already forced to use the Consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagin there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from E7, even if he wanted to go for the setup on Kuzen.
Well, Vagin was looking for Koizen. Everyone else focused on Asari on Felix once again. Entity 7 shouldn't even be starting fights right now. I get it, maybe look for a pickoff, but don't force anything at all. Let Pro Esports come to you. That's where your advantage is going to be. Let them dive into you, back up, and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right because we were failing to see trades from E7 ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which made that kill towards Coily in the first minute of the game almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with an almost 9k gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sorya and Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from Sa, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against E7?
Alright, so Entity 7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes their engage. Nice Mount Shocker.
The engage actually came from Coily. It's not from anyone else, and now it's Kuzen's really taking down this base turret in mid together with the Zaman Force. They're gonna transition to the top. Hide on Bush trying to defend it as much as he can. Vagin going in too. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on Bush on the Spatial Migration does find Kuzen and pours out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Vagin catches no one and barely gets all the Purifies out. Sarian Felix gets Consecration back.
Oh.
This is bad for Entity 7.
Vagin doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with the Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down. AOG doesn't allow to anyone, but Coily already goes in. Pro Esports, they have the the base within reach. The minions have spawned, but they have another wave coming down bot. But E7 are pushing them out. SOD doesn't connect. Flying Clouds from Akashi. Where does he want to go? Sorry, I'm Felix being shredded down. Consecration! They finally find a target and take down one.
They got to go back to the base, though. There are minions down. They finally put another kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15-plus minute game, Brigida. Entity 7 somehow still surviving. We did predict that since they had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner, maybe not lose all three, but Entity 7 is once again in this position that they were in game number 1. Once again, they need to not make the mistake of jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hydon Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all going to be for this tier 1 in mid. And yes, E7, how are they able to do this every single time? In every single game that you see them. Even if they don't get a hold of the early game, they just find a way to at least push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7 to find any opportunities. But Vagin from behind.
From the back.
From behind.
From the back.
He's going to find anyone he can, but it's taking a while. Does land the Fatal Links and the shutdown from Shin!
Kuzan able to find Shin, that's huge. Zamon's Force drops and Kuzan still popping off, but on the top side, Doom. Base race, Akashi on.
Okay,
Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave down bottom. Doom already recalled as well, but the Zaman Force is already here. Does Kuzen use it now? They don't just yet. They're trying to deal with the poke. There you go, Zaman Force. Spear of Misery from Doom, pushing him out. But they have another wave. Can they create enough space? They want to go for the end, but Doom's defending to the best of his capability. Sa already almost going down. A flicker from Doom! Pro could not fight.
Pro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the Lord. They wasted their time trying to come into the base, and now Entity 7 is on the chase. SOD onto Kuzan.
Oh, Doom wants to go find the kill on Kuzan. Purify forced out as Vagin lands the Fatal Links, and now it's PP who's looking to go down. Coily finds a Mountain Shocker onto Vagin, but the flicker from Akashi! He finds Kuzan, but he goes down too!
Now Doom continues to push forward as Entity 7. This might be the time to back off. You got your target. You finally killed Kuzan, but at what cost? Akashi goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as Entity 7 tries to rush the Lord. It's Hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Okay, Consecrations. Ryan Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now. Coily's still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP. The knock up onto Vagin, and there goes the taunt. It's onto Hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here, but it's Coily, and there's Doom with the SOD fighting Hide on Bush first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself, but can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
It's a 1v4 right now. Doom against the world, getting free hits. Can they stop him?
Sorry, I'm Felix. You're starting to feel the damage. Doom, though, he's surviving, but not for long. It's finally a pickup by Pro, and they have the Lord marching in mid.
Shin now also getting cornered. The Magic Gush to find Coily.
Salmon Force from Kuzen doesn't make it, but it's enough. Shin cannot defend this all alone. Akashi, it's all on you, but they don't care. They just need the minions. Pro Esports make their way to knockouts and sweep Entity 7-2-0.
It was quite the roller coaster for Pro Esports. From an amazing victory on day 1 to taking a loss and getting sent down to the lower bracket, to 2 grueling games against Entity 7. They finally secure their spot in the top 8. They finally secure their spot in the knockout stages.
It's unfortunate you saw a bit of disconnect here and there. Entity 7, they definitely wanted to do different things across the map, and they tried as much as they could, but the synergy just didn't work out for them in terms of their heroes. And what we once thought was a really good start was just turned around immediately by Coily, finding all the kills. in the early game, allowing him to get back almost immediately. This is one of the instances you see a Yi Sun-shin work, and Pro Esports have done a great job at showing us how.
I mean, Entity 7 as well, you're right. This is a perfect example of a team that off pure will and force can try to go the distance. They took down TLPH yesterday, and today they did everything they could to hang on in this series. Sadly, Pro Esports was able to keep it together for them, but for all the Cambodian fans out there, they're going to be moving forward, and for all the fans out there, we got an interview ready for you on the stage now. Take it away, Rose.
Pro Esports officially heads to the knockout stages after eliminating Entity 7 in a clean sweep. And right now on stage, we actually have Kuzen for a little bit of a post-match interview, who said he's more nervous for this interview than the game that he played just now. How are you, Kuzen?
Okay lang po. I'm good.
He's a little jittery. He's shaking a little bit. Now, Kuzen, let's talk about game one. Come here closer. I won't bite. Don't worry. Let's talk about game one. Game one, you guys had such an amazing lead, and you even broke records by getting 18 kills. But you guys almost also lost that game. What happened in that game?
Feel ko po dahil sa mahirap din po kasi yung parang comms po namin kasi magkakaiba po kami ng mga language, parang kaya nangyayari po talaga yung mga ganun sa amin. Kaya parang sa susunod na lang po parang i-review na lang po namin yung mga game namin para maayos yung mga ganun.
So he said actually in game one, he felt that it was more towards the comm difficulties that they experienced in game, as most of the players actually speak in different languages, which means that during critical moments, it's very hard for them to actually coordinate and organize their thoughts. And Kuzen, you are going further and further from me. Let's not go too far. It's getting harder. So how did you guys manage to keep composure knowing that you guys almost lost such a big lead?
Sa akin po parang inano ko po yung sarili ko na di po ako pwede mawala sa laro kasi ganun na po yung nangyayari sa game. Kaya parang positive na lang po buong game. Parang hindi ko na po iniisip parang reset lang po talaga.
I see. So he said that he actually had a mindset during game one that he just needed to lock in. He needed to be positive. He needed to just keep his head in the game because he cannot be outside of the game, or that could potentially cause an upset for the side of Pro Esports. Now, finally securing your knockout stage tickets, what are your expectations moving forward?
Siguro po sa susunod na mga kalaban namin, hindi na po namin iniisip, parang gagalingan na lang po talaga namin yung focus po kami sa team namin. Parang feeling ko kaya naman po namin makapalag dito kasi nakaabot po kami ng ng top 8 ay knockout stage po kaya feel ko para sa akin po kaya.
He said he feels like they were actually do really good moving to the knockout stages. You know, it's been such a journey. It's a roller coaster for Pro Esports here in the group stages moving forward. I'm pretty sure this young man over here is more confident to play the game than to talk to me. You know, one more time. Later on, you guys will be having a draw where the 2-0 seed pool will choose from the 2-1. Who do you think will choose you guys?
Hindi ko po alam pero baka sorry po. Baka Vamos po yata. Vamos po. Or Yangon. Hindi ko po alam
Why do you think Vamos is gonna pick you guys?
Baka po, isipin din nila kami na yung pinaka pwedeng makatapat po nila ganun. Pero tingnan lang po natin parang
He said he thinks that Vamos actually might choose them, but we'll see later on. Do you have a message for Vamos if they do pick you guys later?
Sa Vamos, wala naman ba parang good luck na lang. Galingan na lang natin lahat.
No message for Vamos. Good luck to us, and let's do our best. Any message to the fans back at home?
Sa lahat po ng may mga Pinoy din po dito. Maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta po sa amin kahit dala-dali pa rin po namin yung bansang Pilipinas. Saka sa lahat po ng nanonood dito, mga sumusuporta rin po sa akin, maraming salamat. And sa girlfriend ko rin po sa family niya. Tapos sa lahat po ng pamilya ko.
Kuzen said that, thank you very much to all of the supporters, especially to the Filipinos in the arena that are showing the support for pro esports. He'd also like to say thank you to his family, his girlfriend, his parents, and all that kind of stuff. So are you ready to crush some keys, Kuzen?
Ready na po.
All right, pro esports, come on over. Who wants to crush some keys? Who's going to be the one pushing? Who? Will Kuzen be pushing? Who will be pushing? Who wants? It's okay. We'll decide as we walk. Come on. Okay, we'll decide as we walk. Who will be crushing? Who will be crushing? You? Sino magka-crush ng keys? Kuzen? Okay. Coily is gonna do it. All right, guys. You may take your position. Coily, you may head to the lever, and to the rest of the pro esports boys, you may actually watch. Watch close. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pro esports officially ending the journey of Entity 7 here at MSC at EWC 2026. All right, let us see the key and show it to the camera. Wow, such an amazing journey for Entity 7. Let's show it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
What happened indeed. Entity 7, the talk of the town, and probably still will be for the next 24 hours at least, have gone down. Their key crushed, their hopes for bringing the Americas a championship here at MSC now down the drain. However, they have done a lot here, I will say, and have certainly represented their region very, very proudly. So you should be happy with all that you've completed here, Entity 7. Hold your heads up high. And like Eternal likes to say, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting for the next iteration. Rain Day and Naisu, and of course, LaFell back on the desk, guys. What do we say after this one? It was a 2-0 from Pro Esports and Entity 7. Key crushed.
The key crushed, but you know what? They made a statement around the world, I feel like.
Yeah.
So they'll still go home, and hopefully they hold their heads high. They unfortunately couldn't move forward to the knockouts, but to take down an opponent like TLPH is a statement in itself. And again, it's also showing just how strong Cambodia is right now with pro esports and this lineup that's going to be going into the knockouts.
Yeah, we saw levels of the meta. They were catching up originally, and then they found their footing, and that's where the surprise from Team Liquid PH was shown. But then when they came up against Pro Esports, who I thought played really well, they had moments of ups, moments of downs. It seemed like they were a more complete team. They understood what this tournament was about, and they're ready to ride that momentum, LaFell, into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely have a few things to fix, right? Especially when it comes to ending the game, because it's clear that the early as well as the mid is looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
Because in this game, I would say they were able to capitalize on the mistake of Entity 7, where I feel like Entity 7, they rushed through the draft, right? Because they pick up the Moskov quite early because they were really hoping for a pure assassin pickup in the jungle. But then they saw that and it's like, hey, there's no Claude, there's no Ling, there's no Fanny, there's no Harara. All the natural predators of Yus and Shin is no longer in the game. That made the draft look so good for pro esports. But again, they think that Vamos could pick them during the draw later on. We still don't know who they're going to pick up later, but still, there's a lot of things that they need to brush if they want to move even further into the competition.
Take a look at the back end as well, and going off your point, Coily has made every character, every hero that he's played look good. Talk about his impact, Naisu, and also the fact that we get another win here for YSS.
Yeah, it takes some work to get YSS a win, and that's exactly what the team had to do here from Pro Esports to allow Coily to be able to do that. There was also just some really good usage of their team fight potential with this. Again, Kozen getting that Harith, being able to be very proactive on it. A lot of the times it was space provided, not just for the YSS, but for Kozen to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And, again, that's why that lineup, that draft that we saw from Pro Esports worked so well. And there was also a couple oopsie moments that we saw from Entity 7, which I feel like further it kept them
on the cloud?
Yeah.
You won the cloud? Yeah.
That's one of them.
All right.
That's one of them. It kept them from snowballing into the game.
And yeah, I that's why I say I kind of feel like I don't want to pick on the interview, but they did say like a little bit of a lack of preparation.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point to make. And I think Eterna showed her surprise at that answer, LaFell. It's not normal we hear that. We almost never hear that.
And this is why I discussed with Briggs and we both agree that sometimes it's okay to lie, right? Even if you didn't prepare, just like, oh yeah, we did everything that we can.
We know everything about
right?
that.
But we'll see what happens in game. And it's just unfortunate that, maybe they just use all their strength, their energy on TL, and even they didn't thought they would make it through. So they're like, wait, we're still here? What's the next step again?
I mean, you learn a lot when you get to a tournament like this, right? I mean, you learn if you're LATAM and you go and say, well, we lost, but we hopefully get some experience about that. And people are watching very closely. Hopefully that's happening behind the scenes as well. But Pro Esports is now the story. We have to continue with the winners, and they have a great journey ahead of them into the knockout stages. $100,000 earned for this team. That is a big deal no matter how you slice it, no matter where you're from. And a big congratulations to be top 8. They've taken down essentially half of the competitors here at MSC. One more week to go. Can they do it again?
Hey, one more week. By the time we finish today, we'll send 2 more teams home, 2 more teams getting to the knockouts, and then it comes down to, who's going to choose who. So I think once we get there, that's where the interesting things happen because, this group stage has been very fun. I feel like, again, it's been very refreshing in comparison to our previous iterations of MSC at EWC, and hopefully we get to see more of it in the knockouts.
I agree. Totally. It's really great that we have a chance to talk to these players so often. It's very hard for them to do these interviews, but we love it when they give us the ability to. The man who's not only picking for the team, helping to draft, helping to play in his role, helping to edit YouTube videos maybe. I don't know what else he's doing. He's doing everything. Haidon Bush has had a chance to talk with Eterna as they exit MSC.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Haidon Bush from Entity 7. How was that match for you? What did you think went wrong?
¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida? ¿Qué crees que anduvo mal?
Me siento un poco decepcionado y creo que fueron errores más de comunicación de equipo y un poco de errores mecánicos, pero bueno, son cosas que se mejoran después de todo.
I am a little bit disappointed. I think it was mostly about communication within the team and a little bit of mechanical skills, but those are things we can still polish.
Okay, so communication was something that could have been better. We heard from the interview with Shin earlier on that maybe you didn't prepare as well. Did you feel like that was a factor to what happened in that match?
Tuvimos una entrevista con Shin y nos comentó que no se habían preparado antes de esa entrevista. ¿Crees que quizás esto contribuyó a la derrota, que no se prepararon suficiente?
Sí, porque apenas llegamos a Francia, nosotros tuvimos un día para practicar y bueno, ya sean los equipos indonesios, filipinos, todo lo que sea Asia, tienen muchos servidores para probar, para jugar equipos como Aurora, Team Wiki de Indonesia, todos esos equipos tienen varias opciones para practicar. En cambio en LATAM no hay muchas opciones, solo es en América, LATAM, de Perú, Chile, Argentina, solo esos servidores.
Yes, when we came here to France, we only had 1 day to practice, and usually we can do that because other teams have their own servers where they can scrim and practice against really high-end teams, but on our server in South America, we don't really get that opportunity. So when you play against the other countries in our region, you don't get that quality of scrims which other teams had way before us. We only had 1 day.
Well, despite all of those challenges, I think you played very well, Haidon Bush, from yesterday to today. Even game number 1, it looked like there was going to be a comeback because of what you did. Are you at least proud of everything you've done here at MSC?
A pesar de la derrota, y sé que tú específicamente has jugado muy bien. Ayer y hoy has jugado excelente. Es más, la primera partida de hoy ni siquiera hubiesen podido tener la oportunidad de regresar a la partida si no fuera por las jugadas que tú hiciste. ¿Tú específicamente te sientes bien de tu performance? ¿Te sientes orgulloso de lo que has hecho?
Me siento normal, o sea, sí me siento un poco orgulloso de lo que hice, pero siento que se pudo hacer mejores cosas si es que tuviéramos mejores opciones para practicar o, bueno, tuviéramos más días para practicar, pero es algo que pasa.
I'm normal, I'm neutral.
Okay.
I have a little bit of pride of what I did, but I still believe that I can do better. And if we in our region had better conditions to practice and get better, I think we could do it better
There's so much potential here. There's so much potential. What's next for you?
¿Cómo se ve tu futuro? ¿Cuáles son tus siguientes planes?
Todavía no está nada seguro. Ahora de seguro voy a ver esta noche por qué equipo iré y qué es lo que va a suceder conmigo y bueno, solo eso.
Nothing is written in stone. I'm going to see tonight if I go to another team or if I stay. I haven't really taken a decision. I'm going to look at it tonight.
Okay, we're anticipating what's next for you because everyone is talking about you right now in a very good way. So before you exit, maybe the viewers, the fans, your new fans as well, want to hear something from you. Do you have something to say to them?
Hay muchas personas que están hablando de ti, están hablando de ti de una manera muy positiva. Entonces, a la gente que te sigue, a tus fans, a tus nuevos fans, ¿tienes algo que quieres decirle?
Le quiero mandar un saludo y gracias por todo el apoyo y bueno, todavía no se dio todo lo que podíamos demostrar, pero en el futuro yo creo firmemente que vamos a poder dar mucho más para LATAM.
A big shout out to all my fans. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for the continued support. And this is just the beginning. I know we can bring really big things for LATAM.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC, because now we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
What support coming over from LATAM? Guys, nice to LaFell. We're going to be changing out soon, but I want to get your thoughts. What set are we looking for? What set stuck with you the most?
First of all, I got to say it has been as we expected for today. Team Spirit as well as Pro Esports will go through, but Onyx against Langlory Giants, this is going to be quite a big one because, again, MSC champions going up against MSC champions. But if I'm going to give my thoughts, I hope for the best for Langlory Giants, being a Malaysian myself. But honestly, Onyx has been looking very, very strong. So I don't know. I kind of feel like Onyx could actually win that one.
And then we have the Battle of the Skies, right?
Yeah.
For the last one. I'm going to have to go, and it's going to be tough, but obviously they're the last remaining team for Team Falcons Philippines to represent the Philippines. And as much as I love the META team too, I know they're, the civil war that they have going on, but I hope we have a good match. We get 3 games, but I got to lean towards Falcons PH.
All right. Well, thank you, boys, for your analysis as well. I have a really, really good analysis. Clip this. Falcons are going to win the final game of today.
Wow.
It's going to happen.
Understood.
And
very understood.
I'm going to be right about that. All right. Hey, I may be new, but I know that for sure in MLBB. Guys, if you want to join me on my pick'ems, maybe you're a little bit more advanced than I am. You've been watching a lot longer. I'm 5 days in. However, I will say that the pick'ems for EWC have a chance to not just earn some talk about, whether you're right or wrong, but even your share of $300,000 in prizes. So get those in before this next match. It's a match of champions, Onyx and SRG, coming up after this. While we switch out our panel and get ready for the game, I want to let you know that in-game, you have a chance to have some fun too with a collaboration from one of the greatest games of all time, Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Welcome back to MSC here at Paris EWC 2026. My name is Rain Day. I'm so happy to have you back. Welcome, MLBB community. We love you. It's been a lot of fun these 5 days. We're coming to an end, and that means that we're sending 2 more teams home on the second side of this day. And yes, it is going to be a grudge match between 2 Falcons later on, but right now, coming up, it's a grudge match between 2 champions, MSC champions, that's right, and the teams that had won after each other. It's going to be Onyx versus SRG, and I've got 2 people who know all about that to help break it down. Of course, Renmar and Gideon. Gideon back on the desk with us. Renmar joining us as usual. What's up, man?
Very happy to be here. I am shocked. There is something about today. LaFell and I were talking about it. Some odd results, some odd decisions. I wonder if that's going to lead up to the results for the second half of the day.
That's a good question, Gideon. I mean, odd for you. I mean, you know,
I think the air smells a little different. I truly believe that this MSC might just be something special. I think that a lot of teams here right now really feel like they have an opportunity to make some life-changing money if they could just get to the finals.
Yeah, getting to the finals is the big key now. And of course, it leads into our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is, can the Sky King finally exact vengeance? There can only be one. And so which one will it be? Renmar, I mean, this is the story. And of course, Onyx and SRG, history is going to be made whether one of these teams win or lose.
Yeah, SRG has always been one of the reasons why Onyx has not had good results for the previous MSCs. In 24, they drew in the, I believe it was in the group stages, which meant that Onyx ID then couldn't go into the group stages, or in the knockout stages, excuse me. And then last year in 25, Onyx PH fell to SRG in the semi-finals. So Onyx in its Indonesian form, Onyx in its PH form, has not had good standings against SRG and MSC ever since we moved to EWC.
I think the only one is just Kelva, really, who's got like a positive win rate against SRG at this point in time, knocking them out during the M series. And I think at this stage, SRG and Onyx, I have to agree with what LaFell mentioned earlier. Onyx just looks like the better team as of right now, considering the overall performance based on the games we've seen so far with SRG.
Yeah, and the thing is with these 2 teams, we've seen both of them stumble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Onyx obviously stumbled a little bit later, SRG a little earlier, but in some ways, SRG proved themselves in that extra match, which now has maybe given them a little bit of an edge. Maybe they fixed some things. We don't know. Obviously, it's hard to guess these types of things, Renmar. You can see the players in the back room at EWC, getting ready, talking strategy, maybe just relaxing here before getting on for a very important match.
Yeah, my question is, which jungler are we going to be getting?
That's a great question.
Are we going to get both junglers? Is it going to start off with Uni? Will it go back to Zakai's starting things off? Because Uni, he made his presence felt right away for SRG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of people have been questioning whether or not Uni should be part of this starting lineup, just to initiate things. And I don't think it's a bad idea because so far, I think Zakai's has lost a little bit of his confidence, especially for the past couple of matches. It's not about bad decisions. It's just I pressed the button too fast. I got nervous and I reacted too slowly to it. Uni on the opposite side is actually able to not only play mechanically, but I think more importantly brings a shot calling element, alleviating some of the pressure from the IGL Crab.
And maybe just some confidence as well. And especially after you do a moment like that, I think you just find yourself feeling that you can get the job done. But against this team of Onyx, it's going to be difficult. You talk about the gold standard in Kelroy, you see Sans, Kiboy, Kairi. Well, we have so many different players who can make a moment and make it theirs that SRG is going to just have to play their game because it may not be possible to stop Onyx playing theirs. We had a chance to sit down with Loopy earlier on to talk about how he was feeling coming into this match.
8:30 here, and now we are with Lutfi from Onyx. Onyx, welcome. Hello. Earlier, he was a little bit nervous about his Indonesian, so he will try his best to do it in English, and then I will help translate in case he needs it.
Okay.
But, Lutfi, first question.
Okay.
What did you learn from your loss against Aurora yesterday?
I think gameplay.
Gameplay.
Yeah.
What about gameplay? Was it your gameplay that was lacking? What was wrong with your gameplay? Apa yang salah sama gameplay kamu?
Mungkin kemarin kita banyak mistake lah.
He feels like they made a lot of mistakes. What kind of mistakes are you talking about? Was it comms? Was it execution? Was it draft?
Banyak yang mungkin bisa eksekusi, bisa draftnya mungkin kurang pas.
He said there are a lot. I don't think Lutfi's giving me anything here. Anything specific, Lutfi? Ada yang spesifik nggak?
Nggak ada sih, ya mungkin gameplay kita lagi kurang bagus lah kemarin lah. Mungkin kita bisa adjust di hari ini.
Okay, so he mentioned that it's the gameplay that was still lacking yesterday, but he's trying to repair it today. But what do you think about SRG? Because this is going to be your next matchup. SRG, a lot of people are saying that SRG aren't as strong here at MSC. Do you agree with that?
Menurut aku ya, dia mungkin perlu adaptasi sih, mungkin kayak ada gameplay mungkin gara-gara PES juga kan dia butuh adaptasi lagi, tapi menurut aku cukup strong juga sekarang SRG.
Okay, Lutfi says that SRG are still strong, but it looks like they're still adapting to the meta, and probably it's because of the patch. Is that the same issue that you've been having as well with Onyx?
Ya mungkin.
Maybe. That's what he said, maybe. He's really not giving me anything. But Lutfi, talking about the meta and talking about the patch, it looks like teams that rely too much on their EXP laner aren't doing as well.
Mungkin gara-gara ini ya sekarang kan banyak kayak XP tebel-tebel gitu ya mungkin ya. Jadi kayak kalau misal XP-nya agak susah mungkin ya gamenya bakal ketutup, soalnya Assassin kan rada susah kan kalau yang pakai sekarang yang damage gitu XP ya. Jadi harus banyakin main XP badan.
He thinks that in this current meta, that the EXP laners are required to utilize heroes that are a lot more tanky compared to damage because of the new assassins that have been showing in the meta in the jungle. So he thinks for EXP laners, they need to get used to playing heroes that are a little bit more tanky. But are you used to it?
Sorry?
Are you used to it? Kamu udah bisa pakai EXP lane kayak gitu?
Bisa.
He can. So it's not going to be a problem for you?
Apa tuh?
Akan jadi masalah nggak buat kamu?
Oh, enggak sama sekali.
No, it won't be a problem. What's going to be your problem up against SRG? Apa yang bikin SRG kuat yang mungkin bisa jadi problem untuk Lutfi?
Ya mungkin kalau dia bisa di-share nggak ya? Mungkin kalau mereka perang sih ya mereka lumayan jago lah kalau lagi perang gitu, perang gede gitu.
So he mentions that the team fights may be the problem there later on up against SRG. Do you have a message to SRG before your match? Ada pesan nggak untuk SRG sebelum match kamu?
Good luck bang.
Good luck aja. Untuk fans-fans kamu, banyak loh fans-fans kamu.
Ya dukung kita terus.
Support them always. Thank you so much, Lutfi, for this interview, and good luck for your next match. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, the conversation and the translation there, thank you, Eterna, for that. It was great to hear from Loopy talking about EXP, getting a little tankier and having a little bit more responsibility in this assassin meta. But on the flip side of it, they're going up against SRG, the Malaysian 5-time MPL champions, looking to go back into the grand finals yet again. And obviously, when you see this squad, Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yumes, Innocent, there's one person who's missing. It's Uni. And he won the last game. And actually, Eterna talked with him.
I'm now with Uni, the super sub from SRG. Uni,
Hello.
you caught us by surprise yesterday. Were you surprised as well that you came in last minute?
Yeah, of course I'm surprised as well because I expect to be played yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, surprise.
Surprised. How did it feel? Were you suddenly like nervous? Like who came in to call you?
My both coach came to me and then said that I might be player next game, so just be ready. And then, yeah, I play.
And then I play. And then you played very, very well. Did you enjoy your performance yesterday?
Yeah, of course. I'm enjoying with my performance yesterday because maybe not too good, but yeah, still enough for my team.
Still enough for your team. And since you're here with me, does that mean you're going to be playing again?
Maybe.
Maybe. But if you were to be called in today, are you prepared?
Yeah, of course. I'm always prepared. Yeah.
Always prepared. How do you stay prepared?
I don't know. Being at sub, sometimes you just need to always be ready. Because you don't know what will happen on the future, right? So just be ready always.
Is it challenging for you being in that mindset always?
Sometimes, but we cannot choose, right? We don't have a choice. So basically, we just be ready.
We're very proud of you, by the way. Very, very proud.
Thank you.
And let's say you are going to be the starting lineup. You're up against Kyrie. I think a lot of people are talking about Kyrie. Everyone knows Kyrie at this stage. How is that for you? Mentally taxing? Are you okay with that? Is there anything specific that you have prepared up against Kyrie?
If you ask me, I didn't think so much about it. I just play with my team and focus with my team. I didn't care which enemy I facing off. Yeah. All I just go through with my team.
That's amazing. Is that mentality from yourself or did someone help you bring that mentality out? From yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. But before I let you go, just in case you are going to be playing, because we don't know yet, right? We don't know. No one knows. Do you have a message to your opponents? Do you have a message for Onyx?
My message for Onyx, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Just good luck.
Just good luck. May the best team win.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Uni, for this interview. It's been an honor, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
All right, well, Felix says, sorry, I'm Felix. He says, good luck, I'm Uni. We'll figure out which one is the better entrance, the better hello. And will Uni even be playing Renmar? That's the question, but he felt like he was.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might actually be really pressuring on Sakai's even more. Because imagine if ever, SRG loses game number 1 and it's not a good result.
Right.
Are they going to stick with Sakai's in? Are they going to bring Uni in for game 2? And then will that continue on to game 3? There's so many things you have to think about now for SRG, especially in the junglers.
I think what it really boils down to is whether or not Sakai has the confidence to, nail the mechanics. I think a lot of the decision in in-game shot calling will still boil down to Yumes and as well as Cram. So I can't necessarily say, yes, Skies technically was the underperforming one and Uni has to come in, but there's a lot of outside factors that Uni brings from outside of the game that really alleviates that pressure. But I'm really looking at the mid lanes here. I think that's going to be the game changers.
82% say that Onyx is going to take this win, and obviously you can understand that SRG have had a history of maybe playing the people in front of Onyx in big moments, but this SRG has looked like they finally are susceptible. They were one game away from going out, and then all of a sudden, Uni swapped in. If they're in that type of position, Renmar could be tough.
Yeah, we're gonna get Yumes and Stormy versus Kiboy and Sans, Kari versus Sakai's, maybe Uni. The matchups are gonna be crazy. We haven't even talked about Keller versus Innocent. We're gonna get that too.
It's gonna be amazing, that gold lane. Will it be a fighter that goes in there, or will it be a marksman battle between two gold laners who love to throw down? Well, speaking of throw it over to the stage and get our Series 3 of the day ready to go.
Very much so. Series 3 of the day is finally upon us. We went through the champion breakers. At the end of the day, Entity 7, their run ends here at MSC, but it's pro esports to continue. However, from that on, we move on to the big champions battle. And a reminder, we are still in group stage knockouts, and we're getting games just like our next one.
Ooh, match 3. This one is a rivalry that dates all the way back to a few years ago. This is gonna be the deciding factor if we're gonna have 2 Indonesian representatives or 2 Malaysian representatives in the knockout stages.
I won't say if there's a preference to one side or the other. I just want to see some damn good MLBB. Speaking of which, let's bring out our teams. First up, it's none other than ONIC! Their fans are worldwide as they are greeted to the stage. MSC 23 champions, semifinalists last year at MSC 25. One of the names most synonymous with MLBB, now walking the razor's edge between qualification and elimination. A narrow loss to Aurora put them in the lower bracket. Their tournament run hinges on beating yet another fan favorite.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, their opponents, the strongest in Malaysia, the Giants. It is Selangor Red Giants! Starting off as a fan favorite and now entering their do or die match. Will the 2024 champions be able to defy the odds and do what they need to do to stay in the game? Do they have what it takes to head to the knockout stages?
In this assassin meta, there's a lot on the line and a lot to do in the game itself. Speaking of our matchup, I think we should get them started.
A lot of possibilities. One continues their journey and one's ended here today. Boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, you may meet in the middle for a handshake, a fist bump, completely up to you. Oh my goodness. Milosh, this is gonna be one hell of a match. I am ready, so you all better get in your seats, grab your snacks, grab a friend, because it's time to head to the land of dawn.
Grab a friend indeed. You might need a buddy here. You know, they in middle school or even younger, you have to walk in pairs.
I was usually alone.
You didn't have a buddy? Buddy system? Oh man, I'll be your buddy.
Aw. Too late for that though.
What, am I 30 years too late?
Yeah, 30 years too late. But hey, it's never too late for new friends.
Thank you, buddy.
I got you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
What
is happening here?
we had a busy top of show, but guys, I mean, expand a little bit more after we let everyone know My Champions Pick is available. You can pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. The event sadly ends on July 27th, so you can go ahead and scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet. Make sure to get involved.
I'm telling you, Rain Day, people have already lost so many predictions at this point, and again, I think 2 regions who are obviously going to lean into their own regional biases into the individual teams. It's going to be an entire part of the world just cut off just like that.
Yeah, in game I lost. I don't know how much amount of guess coins today. I was overly confident looking at the favored odds that we had with our guess coin game within MLBB itself. But hey, here we are. You know what? There's something in my head. These two have a very important choice, and I said it that way, Cho, because it's Yums, it's Kiboy. Kiboy is undefeated with the Cho this MSC so far. He's led to some high-profile wins. One of them against Aurora yesterday. 2 days ago, yesterday. Yesterday, yes.
Yeah, yesterday.
And we know Yums, great Cho player.
And that's the thing. I think that there's so many similarities between these teams that it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. So winning your lane may not necessarily be just about the draft when you have players of this caliber. We've already have the gold standard in Kelra and Innocent, who again have been compared time and time. I just don't know who's going to win the matchup, because the last couple of times we looked at those lanes, I think the current score is 2-2.
It is. It actually is. It makes it even tougher again for the choices in the gold lane. I mean, Rain Day even brought it up earlier. Fighter, marksman, what version are we going to get? Obviously, Freya is going to be contested between these two, but if you overcommit too much on dive, wait a minute, that's Uni. That is Uni.
It looks like they got the super sub here this time around, part of the lineup instead of Sakai's the Sky Prince to take him on. I think maybe this is a show of confidence, and maybe this is one of those like, hey, we need to make sure that every single one of our players are going to do good. If we can alleviate that pressure like we mentioned before, then Cram doesn't have to be so in his head about the shot calls.
The issue here for many people who are happy, elated, surprised, excited to see Uni on the team of SRG is what happens if they lose game 1? Does that put Sakai's in an awkward situation where kind of momentum, trust has already been lost there, and maybe on himself, maybe from his teammates not making that first cut? Does Uni just go 2-0 and then they risk losing? These are the things we'll be following along with, but a major, major choice there. SRG do stick with their sub as we go into Expanding River. And we're going to bring up another little thing about Uni in a moment as well, because he is the talk of the town, guys. He is really the one that we've been highlighting before, and for SRG, it could be the difference. We've seen it be the difference.
I believe it should be the difference at this stage. And I think that at least with Uni being, everybody has been raving about him in comparison to this guy. He's the second best jungler within Malaysia. I think this time around, now that he's on the international stage, he's got to show everybody he's more than just the second. He's looking to be maybe the best jungler in the world.
Yeah, some unique drafting choices here for Onyx. They ban out the Selena right away. I mean, we've seen some very important Selenas getting picked up in the first phase red side as a response to even all of these really mobile assassins, but we've seen it because of all the vision that it provides, the momentum stopping that it provides as well for teams that really want to go fast. And Onyx said, we don't want our tempo to be stopped. We love to play fast. We love that up-tempo play style, and you're not going to be able to stop that from stop us from doing that.
They like to scramble. They like to get into the scrum in rugby terms, right?
Yeah.
They're all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally agree with you. If we look back at the two series that we've already seen here today, a lot of it is lack of information to make that correct decision. So here, I'm thinking about supports. I'm already thinking about people who can open up the map, because that's been a very big problem here at MSC. You try and open up the map and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
All of these assassins just making it so much deadlier for roams and mids to go around. You really have to have someone who can face check real quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush behind, you're just wondering, wait, oh, my mid laner's gone because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for Roman mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yumes, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will Onyx go back to some really old favorites, such as the Kadita to surprise? We know when Stormy plays, when SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit more in the backside of the formation, a little bit more behind to really help support the gold laner. But how can you do that against a team that want to dive you literally with a Kadita?
I think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade has been put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Beleric and Valentina are still available, but they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins. Hirara is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big lesson yesterday after realizing that they can't just do the Ling Hirara trade without any punishment.
You got to get something, and maybe something on the other side. Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an arm to keep the body. And so maybe sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive, one more disciplined, maybe macro-driven and SRG. Onyx want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain teams have prioritized.
I think that as of right now, I don't know about you, the Beleric openings and Eudora openings have been kind of weak. Yeah. I do think Ling's not a bad idea, but that just immediately tells SRG, hey, we got to start looking for a strong EXP laner to control that side of the map.
Yeah, you'll end up getting the Beleric Eudora most likely, and then the EXP, maybe Red 3, they pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts, whichever is open. But Onyx still decide to open up with the Beleric. They're willing to give up the Ling unless they're trying to signal to SRG, go ahead, pick up the Ling, we're ready for it. It will make you think.
Right.
Again, we've seen that Beleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are already seeing the roam pick here for Onyx. wouldn't be that surprising too, because you still have some assassins on the board. Yeah, the Fanny's gone. If ever the link goes to SRG, you still have the Nolan that Kyrie plays with very well.
I think this is a three-step process, right? It is get the Belleric first, then pose the question to the opposite side. Do you want to show your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing other mid laners that can attack your backline as well.
Right.
Things like maybe even Farsa. But this is under the assumption that that Ling is still part of the question. So we currently have 3 simultaneous equations going on. So algebra nerds, go at it.
Zhu Shen, a great pick, usually on the ban list, and the Paquito, which is a great pick as well, because it doesn't show as many of your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe between the gold laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case, Renmar. So what does this set up for now the answer with Onyx?
I think you can go Barretts in the EXP for Onyx.
Even Esme.
Esme possible too if you want to look at the matchup, but
Uranus around.
Uranus Barret. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Uranus Barretts compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now up against a Paquito in lane, and they do go for the Uranus, that constant disrupt. You still end up getting the link for Onyx. I wonder if SRG are thinking about going back to Akai? No, it's going to be too slow.
I think the only scary thing is whether or not they're going to, see the previous games. They saw Recall playing.
That's what I was just going to say. Paquito jungle, it's possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here because, again, it falls off. That's the big problem when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15. Paquito is great in the early to mid stages of the game, but if you don't find that snowball lead, then it becomes impossible to get past the Bellerican as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that Onyx have taken into consideration.
Question is also the underperformance of Ling. We saw some very high skill ceiling performances in our previous match. But with Uni, there's already a confidence conversation. He feels like he has it, but you can't not understand you're here in this moment. And do you want to play Ling? And also, do you want to play Paquito? Because if you're saying he's not going to trust playing Paquito right away, coming in as he's going to want something a little more safer, then you kind of expect, okay, maybe that is the EXP lane, and we can understand their draft a little more.
Well, we might be able to get a tail from SRG if ever let's say
the bans.
They don't have to worry about the Esmeralda anymore, because I'm thinking that Harith is still going to go well for them. Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power spike, even though you're in the full team fight, despite you going up against a Belleric, as long as you get away from the taunt and the Wrath of the Dryad is gone, Zaman Force gets dropped, and that even sends any Ling back away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Paquito away from the gold, you put that in the EXP or the surprise jungle. I could see the vision in it. It could work out.
What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I see the Eudora ban and it's like, but wait a minute. If we're trying to, I guess it could be a red herring. It could be saying like, hey, Paquito might not go into the EXP. He might go into the jungle, but just in case, we need to show as if we are going to lock in another assassin in Red 4.
I mean, that would have been a good mid pick as well, because with the Belleric, you don't need the Valentina as much. And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup. You're a little weaker as a result of that.
This might actually be a jungle Paquito, because if you look at the Cho and the Juicing together, they're not a combo. But if you put the Paquito in the jungle, then you get the combo of the pick off and then burst it down right away. As much as you use Cho as a means to just get that little crowd control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you could -1 someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack of damage. They have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel, great form of catch, but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second into Malefic Roar, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there, and you see this team fight, you see the in and out and the pick-off potential from Ling. I mean, Onyx are looking very strong, very traditional in some ways, but very hard to beat.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and should be a Melissa ban for the side of Onyx, right?
Melissa's not been played at all today. Banned, I think, once, maybe in our first set, but surprisingly not seen very often getting. What do you think that is? Because it's not a Melissa ban either. Just not worried she's coming out.
I think because they have potential answers to it, they can maybe try and get the resources out of it in a different, seemingly a different way. Because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi Farsa type nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. With the Valentina banned out, you can return to the E Farsa, and if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the tanks, if they show it now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me, if they show that now, then it's an easy Eve or Farsa pickup for Onyx. It's really up to you which one you think will mesh better with the lineup. If it's the Melissa, Ixia, anything like that, then the lack of dive maybe is what's gonna hurt Onyx. We did hear last time that the Melissa pickup from Yangon Galacticos was a mispick, and they didn't mean to pick up the Melissa, but it worked out well for them. But we go back to a possibility that we posed very early in the draft, and it is still gonna be the Harith for SRG. And yeah, it made sense with the Cho getting picked up, with them showing the Paquito, Jushin in the mid, it means that the Harith will be well supported.
I'm thinking about this. Is there a possibility of Leomord here if Farsa shows? I think that as of right now, they don't mind artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers right here. If it's Farsa, for sure, they've got the Paquito to kind of disrupt that. They've also got the Cho to disrupt
Aurora.
As well. Aurora, a very interesting option, very good for disengages as well, on top of re-engaging with some strong AoE from the Belric. That is a natural wombo combo.
Yeah, and that will make that Harith struggle really badly in team fights. Well, I mean, it just means that Innocent will have to really watch his timing even more.
I like this mid. One of my most played heroes in my limited experience.
It is very good.
But I lean towards having a little fun bias there on Onyx. The question is, do you like the Claude still? Is that enough? Claude versus Harith. Harith has been performing really well today.
Hey, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic matchup. Seems like we've gone back a little bit in terms of, or we've limited a little bit the craziness of the meta that we've seen so far. And they go for the Hilda.
Interesting. Okay, so their entire lineup mainly is going to be focusing, like, utilizing this Hilda to be able to kind of, you know, double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have confirmation that Uni is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito.
Yeah.
And now the early game is a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game, with the added addition of Armor Shred from Hilda, they could set up some potential gank angles.
Yeah, and real quick, besides the roam mid, I'm just looking how the Uranus and the Hilda will be handling the lane and making their presence felt. Whoever has more presence will win it for the team.
Well, Paquito jungle. What a spicy way to kick things off. The one time we've seen it, it's actually won here at MSC. And of course, when you look at this battle and that trophy in the middle, both of these teams have lifted it. It's the Battle of Champions, but only one can go through. It's SRG versus Onyx for this third series of the day. And we've got Mirko and Trex ready to call the action. Fellas?
Thank you so much, guys. We're jumping into the land of Dawn. My name's Trex, and this is Mirko. We're going to be doing the live action on this game. We got two Titans ahead of us, Mirko. It's Onyx up against SRG in a tournament life match. Someone's going home. Someone's moving on to the knockout stage. Typical emblems, mostly all around. A little bit of tenacity, though, on to Stormy, just in case the defense for the possible aggression that could come from Kyrie and the rest of the team. But the big surprise pick here, and also surprise sub that we got to see yesterday, Uni, and he's already starting things off with the Paquito jungle. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for quick aggression, right? You have the Cho, you have something that wants to play quickly around the map, you have someone that's gonna have a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4. If they can make some off-lane play and possibly get some decent ganks, maybe onto Kelra, maybe onto Loopy, maybe an invade onto Kyrie, that could be the win condition for SRG here.
Absolutely, man. I think that's exactly what they're gonna try to play around. Cram already with the Master Assassin on the hill that goes from XP down below to try to deny Kyrie a farm. They will be able to get a camp away from Kai. On the Ling with Uni. Walking up on the Paquito, taking the Golem away. They'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the Lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right?
Yep.
So we're looking for big fights. We're looking for a lot of damage.
And it's just like, dude, I know we've been asking for this matchup, SRG Onyx, but to see it in the lower bracket as an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match is just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting.
Of course.
You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on a Loopy up on the top side.
Doesn't even pop the consecration. He didn't expect that from the Master Assassin, Cram. Big pick up at the start of the game. Bridget Glacier now on Cram, but there's no follow-up. Cram able to walk up, and now it's going to be Onyx zone away from the neutral objective. Kai trying to go for the retry on his own purple buff. It's going to be free neutral objective again. Uni won't even retry it. He'll just be able to pick it up, and it's a slow game now as SRG take the lead.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from SRG to make this composition work. Onyx has to be able to work around that. It's going to be a little bit more time for them to get to that point to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters. You have the crowd control, but it's not a fast-moving mid lane. It's not an insane playmaker that's something you would normally see Sans on. It's a slower hero. You get a lot of value and utility out of it, but it's not going to make those quick rotations that SRG is going to be making.
Those quick rotations for SRG up top as well, really threatening Ludpi earlier. Getting the pickoff is already massive for them to get the neutral objective, but then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Ludpi had already used the Purify was also quite big. Made him a bit low. Also pops into Consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Ludpi will also be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
Cram is playing this Hilda so aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river.
Whoa! Great way the Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Moody! Wrath of the Dryad to respond it over. Sounds walking up as well, but now it's going to be Keyboy in the midst of it all. Caught, oh my god! Frigid Glacier comes around to peel Yums with the G-Kuno and the flicker. Sounds caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the flicker. Cram with the swings of the battle axe. Uni! A triple kill against Onyx.
This is huge for Uni. It's 4-0 right now. Add a purple buff on top of that. And the thing about it is, it's 4-0 in kills, and every single one of those kills has gone to this Paquito. Let's take a look at the replay. It all started with the big way of the dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by popping that Wrath of Dryad, it's just not enough. The damage, this is what I was talking about. You hit that level 4, you hit that level 5. Early game spikes. We're only 4 minutes in, and that's the thing about the Paquito. No pun intended, it packs a punch. Insane damage in the early game.
I mean, what is he packing in those gloves to be able to hit like that?
They're weighted gloves, man. They're weighted gloves.
Someone's got to check in, bro. Away the Dragon. Technically, they got an MMA advantage right now. Cho and Paquito, bro. With the physical defense reduction of the Cho, together with the crazy damage early on, that burst of the Paquito, no wonder they've just been deleted from the map.
You got the two best fighters in the land of Dawn on one team. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? SRG now with a decent lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to the spot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on, it's going to be huge for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. Onyx has to find a way to slow the pace. And Keyboy and Sans hanging out in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out.
Yep, on the Aurora is going to get completely taken out by Cram now as Ludpi gets away just a bit from that Lantern Flare. Almost fully stacked up. Keyboy waited in the bush for a bit too long, now gets thrown back. Way the Dragon into Uni again! Oh, this combo is just deadly.
Sadly, I gotta say, wait a second, more action at the purple buff.
Retry from Kai, the 4 blades as well, but SRG got away just in time. Innocent as well, a level ahead of Kelra. Onyx are already forced to play the scaling game.
I want to go back to where Sans got picked off just now. And if those two, Keyboy and Sans, would have been in a slightly different bush, more on their side of the river to where Keyboy was in the mid bush, Sans in the bottom, everything would have been better. But instead they take the aggressive route and advance to SRG's side of the river. Even though they're behind, even though they're not in a position to be in that type of position on the map. And Onyx has to know what they're dealing with at 6-0. They cannot be the aggressive ones, not only in fights, but in positions on the map.
Way the Dragon into Uni, walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad. Leaves him for the rest of the team, just in case Onyx try to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad. And this is where the question starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the Defiant Blade on the wall. A bit of panic there. Cram got close. But the question again, Trex, and to everybody here, usually the Aurora is picked up with a combo, a Kaja, a Cho, someone with single target lockdown, and this time it's with a Belleric. Just feels a bit off.
Yeah, Belleric has to kind of search for it, and that means Sans has to constantly be there. And a big kick!
Sanso has a passive there. Frigid Glacier popped in as well. Cram's gonna be frozen under turret, but man, perfectly timed knockout again. Uni in a back. It's gonna be Innocent with a pickup as well as Ludpi is gonna be slammed down to the ground. Another pickup for Innocent, a double. It's 10-1.
This is uncalled for at this point. The subbed in jungler 5-0-4. This is his second game in MSC, and he is dominating the playing field. It's a mindset, right?
Where did Kyrie's health bar go? He almost got one shot by Uni.
This guy got locked in for the items right now.
Absolutely.
Where's Uni at?
I have no idea
Start off
where
with the
he's
Hunter
at.
Strike, typical like that. Are we all
surprised he doesn't have
Are we
Sky
into
Piercer.
third item at this point?
Dude. This guy has to be worried. Uni's doing so good. Kyrie gets the orange with the red tree still. Holy moly, 5-0-4.
All right, so SRG have now converted this huge gold lead into multiple towers. Mid-tier 3 gone, top side all gone. And the way that SRG is moving amongst the map, they are just slowly compressing Onyx into their base. They've taken buffs. It is a tough game for Onyx. How do they even find a way out? And you said it. All they really have is Keyboy for the big engager. And for him to really get a surprise engage off, it has to be a flicker. Even Loopy, this far behind, with the amount of damage that SRG has, he can't harass the way you want to on a Uranus. And in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0 and 2, could still do it at a 6k gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like this. So it's going to be a while, if ever, that Onyx can really come online and re-engage these fights. They're going to have to let SRG come to them and look for the counterattack.
Yep. Kai can only just red tree the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless Onyx get a pickup, but it's going to be SRG with a move. Sounds of the flicker out already. Yums! Tikuno with the flicker in the way. The dragon straight up with the Stormy Sky Piercer. Big Purify coming down now as Kelrock is able to get the Blazing Duet down into the back line as well. Stormy melted down by the god in the gold lane. Kai with those plays picked up now as SRG are still able to get a 2-for-2 trade.
Very well done by Onyx though, Kelra. We fail to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0-1 right now. He's been having the gold lane experience. He's been waiting for his time to shine, and we just saw the damage come out. Innocent, though, does lock in Holy Crystal. It's going to be more damage from him as well. Let's take a quick look at the replay. I want to keep our eyes on Kelra because he knows he has to move down. Keyboy comes in a little bit late to pop that Wrath of Dryad, and right when it pops, Kelra BMIs forward, uses the Blazing Duet on the backside, and outputs the damage, matched up by Kyrie's Tempest of Blades, and then able to just get away. Uni doesn't go down, no, they're not able to get the big shutdown onto him, but still, they're able to kind of slow down SRG a little bit.
Gotta give props to Uni though there. It really looked very dicey, but he was able to get those stacks back up, get the damage reduction out so that it doesn't die to Kelra on the Blazing Duet. But Yums, he's had one member in his eyes. It's just Sans, dude, every time. Walks up, sees Sans, especially when he flickers, boom, Yums is on him.
All right, Onyx, they do have some ability to defend here, right? Retry down for the purple buff. Kyrie is able to get it. It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Kelra moves forward. And SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s. If you get anything more, it's definitely a bonus. But with a 7k gold lead, they could try to force things open.
Oh my god. On the Uranus taking that much damage. Holy Shield procs in the end, and the charge still comes through. SRG now looking to get 2. Holy Shield's down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent popping that damage again. The Synchro Fission doing work.
It's a scary bottleneck to come into against Onyx right now, even with the gold advantage.
Oh, no wonder. Look, Holy Crystal picked up already on a Harith. 11 minutes in. And he's on the way to the Divine Glaive.
It's definitely trouble for Onyx, but SRG respects the composition, right? You walk into that tower, you get hit by a big Frigid Glacier, you get hit by any of those big AoE skills. The possibility is there for a quick table flip, a quick turnaround by Onyx, so SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force Onyx base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Solid for SRG. No real reason for them to push the tempo anymore. No real reason for them to take any risks. They have the lead. They can play it safe. Heck, Cram can take a beating as well, and he can get away from it. It's all good. Divine Glaive for Sans, though, and it's only his second item.
4.8 gold.
That's painful. Kelra able to spot Yums in that bush.
4.8k gold.
This is going to be big right now. Yums going to go for the cut right now. It's Kelra. He's going to get caught as well. Blazing Duet popped in. Oh! A kick, but he's going to get canceled. Now Stormy dives in, picks up the kill with the Sky Piercer and the Lantern Flare. Kyrie with the blades. Uni jump in, and again, the Purify out for Lutpi, but Kelra has finally been taken out.
2-for-1 trade for SRG. Right in front of the base, 10 seconds before Lord. It's exactly what SRG needs. They're finding these quick moments that they know that as long as we get one more hero, we can go for this big objective. We won't have them harassing us, and Kelra was the big problem in the last fight. So they know who they needed to lock onto, and Uni hasn't missed. 6-0-5, and with Kelra finally down, this is going to give the advantage to Innocent in a lot of these fights. We saw the gold lead earlier. We saw how much damage he can output as well. So if Uni does start to fall off, that's going to be their next saving grace. A beautiful engage. Keyboy tries to stop it. He almost saves Kelra. He almost stops the big advance, but Kelra still gets caught off.
And this is the right side of that double-edged sword for Stormy. So many times in this tournament, he's going in, you know, even flickering forward, Crimson beaconing forward, and it just looks awkward. But that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra. This is such a good turret to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Wait the Dragon onto Lutpi for Glacier, able to lock him down just for a bit as Yums is able to flicker out of it. Frozen Innocent, no Purify burnt out. Lord going to be dealt with as well. And SRG are happy with just the base turret on the far lane.
Clock is ticking though, they're at 10K. I think one more base turret could be helpful. Kelra getting faster and faster as this moves forward. Kyrie also, even though it's an assassin jungle, it's gonna start scaling eventually. SRG has to be careful about how long they want to let this game last.
I think at this point, SRG, they should be still very, very comfortable. Yes, Sonic have that scaling, but as long as SRG play around these side lanes, utilizing that advantage, there's not much Onyx can do, right? Because with this kind of composition, SRG can actually still blitz around the Lord. Now, once we get into Evolve Lord territory, that's where it will get kinda dicey for SRG, because then I don't think they will have enough firepower to burst the Evolve Lord. But for now, it's still chill.
All right, so basically Onyx just needs to survive this next one, right? Survive this next push. We get into Evolve Lord territory, taking a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I mean, they have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible.
It is.
Kyrie, Kelra, Lutpi, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else with a 10K gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in, but the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here? Kelra now also looking at almost getting maxed out on items. Kyrie, fully stacked as well. All they really need at this point is Lutpi to catch up, Keyboy to catch up, so that you actually have a bit of a front line to survive the damage that Uni, Innocent, and Stormy are bringing.
For sure. I think the biggest gap right now has to be between the frontliners, man, because the damage dealers, as you mentioned as well, they're on the way to their full items, right? We're gonna get to a point where it won't really matter. That, oh, hold on, Lutpi takes a big beating. Doesn't use the Purify though. This is a pure 50-50. Now onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent, I believe. Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it, and without a purple buff, this will just be another free neutral objective, and then it's going to build from there, Trex. SRG, they're playing a safe game because they know as long as they're able to build these small wins, get those neutral objectives, and then transition them into structures, in the end it's going to be very, very difficult.
He saved his retry. I'm wondering if the reason why is because Kyrie wants to try to go for the steal here. Maybe. They wanted to bait out the retry so that he wouldn't have it to try to contest. Onyx is keeping a close play. Look at Yums right now.
Cram as well in the back. Kundo and out the way to Dragon, but it goes into a different angle. In the back to Kelra with a crown as well. He's going to be caught in top spot right now. Makai finds Innocent in the fight. Now he goes for the damage. It's only picks up that godlike as he takes Kelra down. Both gold laners out of the fight.
This is huge for Onyx right now. Kyrie. And this is what I meant. They hold on to it. Yes, we don't get the purple, but as long as we can hold things out a little bit, they do have a chance. The problem is that long lane, SRG's okay with playing it slow. SRG's okay with chilling it out. The engage comes in. Kelra gets a good chunk of damage, and Keyboy plus Kyrie on the bot side freeze Innocent, stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment,
SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
You gotta give props to Onyx, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purify. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen. Both gold laners aren't deathless. The only man who's deathless right now is Uni. Bro, 7-0-5 on a Paquito.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Another pick that's, you know, another crazy layer to the meta right now. Something that at first you see it, you doubt it, and SRG is making it work very well right now. But they are having some trouble closing this out. They're finding great position. Yumes always in a side bush. Cram always looking for an angle as well. Onyx has to watch out for it.
SRG are gonna go for the commitment here. They see the Ling. It's insta-commit. No way for Onyx to respond to this. They still want to try though. Look, P caught again. It's gonna be the taunt landing, but the Shun Pu's right there. Uni with the red tree. Keeps it clean. Sounds to the background, waiting for a Frigid Glacier. Plays down as the passive. Gonna be procced in the sky. Jumps in on Innocent. Picks up the blades. Picks it up. Waiting to try and appeal again. It's that's gonna be Kyrie with the blades. Over and over again. It's Cram in the back, waiting for a position. Signs for Innocent, but SRG got the neutral objective. Kai with the chase now onto Cram. No flicker available. Kelra wants to go with the chase as Keyboy cuts him off.
He doesn't have a Wrath of Dryad.
No, he doesn't. Doesn't land a taunt either. It's not the Evolved Lord yet, so Onyx, I feel, get the win with a mid and a gold traded. But if SRG can stop these three members from recalling, it's going to be massive.
The pincers here. Uni comes in. This is going to be bad for Onyx.
Oh, watch a Stormy he goes. We're trying to disperse the damage. Kyrie able to get the Fine Blade as Cram tries to get him down. Wave up top, and the Lord is going to come crashing down, but the mini wave's actually going to spawn in time. Look P there. Kyrie with a Tempest of Blades gets him out. Look P against 3 on this Uranus.
All he's got to do is keep him away from the base as Onyx tries to clear this Lord. All he's got to do is buy a little bit more time.
The Lord and the minions almost won SRG the game. Look, he falls in the end. No consecration, and now it's Innocent back up in the Lanadon.
Onyx with a Hail Mary play there, and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet. SRG still at the door. They're waiting for another wave to come down.
Oh no, Frigid Glacier, the Frozen as well. Innocent jumps over some encore, but now he's going to Kelra. Going with the lazy new one by Innocent. Takes him
Kyrie's trying to save it, but Uni wants to stop him. Kyrie gets the shutdown, the double, the back and forth. Neither team wanting to give this up.
We got a game in our hands. SRG versus Onyx. This really should have been a knockout stage game, but we find ourselves right here, right now, seeing it.
Every time you think it's going one team's way, something else happened. Uni with the immortality, then takes the shower shot by picking up the winner crown, gets the kill, but Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time. Not only is the game back and forth, but every single fight at this point is just tit for tat, punch for punch.
And now there's only one. It's just Cram who's deathless on the Hilda.
There can only be one.
There can only be one.
The wise man once said.
Mr. Cram on the Hilda. Can you imagine that? The guy's like up in front, always flanking on a master assassin.
That's the hero that should be dying the most. You know, that's the one that's like, oh, we just sacrificed the Hilda in the early game.
For sure. I mean,
not Cram though.
Not Cram.
Not me.
He's built different. 3-0-13.
All right. 3-0-13 is insane. We're at 20-9. Onyx finally with a grip on this game. It's down to tie game mode. The problem is Lord spawns on boss side, long lane, looking hard for Onyx.
Oh, he's gonna jump in. Oh, when is he gonna burst it down? Straight up, what was that damage? Kai and Kelra together with the combo. Now it's up to Stormy and Uni, Cram and Yumes in a 4v5.
Uni needs to find an angle in before Kelra shreds this down. Kyrie as well.
They got no red tree. They gotta play it slow. Kelra jumps with the BMI over on Cram. Now it's Lil P zoning in the backline as Cram tries to run away. BMI back again from Kelra as Lil P tries to stop Uni from getting into this Lord pit.
In the backside, a big kick from Yumes.
Over on Sanz now with the follow-up. Yumes goes down to Kelra. Onyx playing this game. Wave up top is good for SRG, but Onyx want to go for the Lord. Wave, wave, wave.
Someone's got to go back and someone's got to stay.
Oh my God.
Because if they lose this Lord, they may not survive the day.
Kelra over the blazing duet. Stormy gets out the Crimson Beacon. That's going to be him jumping back again with a nature from Kelra. Sanz pops down the Frigid Glacier.
It stuns Uni. Kai gets a shutdown. Cram's first death in game 1.
And the crowd is electric right now. And we are losing our minds through this game. We're 22 and a half minutes in. It's Stormy and Innocent defending the base. A Lord will be coming soon, but Onyx is already at the inhibitors.
Look at the death timer, 16 seconds on Yums, 30 on Uni. Cram is down for another 40. The Evolved Lord is going to spawn in the bottom lane. And Onyx want to utilize it. Innocent and Stormy. They've done this before.
They have done this before, but Kelra is shredding. Onyx doesn't want to show them the same respect that SRG showed them 10 minutes ago.
15 seconds now on Uni.
On the line.
They're buying good time. They're buying really good time. They actually saved this mid turret.
SRG.
They're going to have all 5.
Yeah, they will have all 5. Does Onyx fully commit to this here? There's so many towers that they have to get through.
This is
the
a big
Lord will
Lord.
take a good chunk of damage.
Tier 2 up top, gonna fall down as well as Kai deals with the waves, but now it's gonna be the Evolved Lord into the bottom lane. Winter Crown bought again after using the Wind of Nature in that previous fight. Look, P.
Looking for an angle in, they're able to make their way forward.
Defense. Oh, Kelra! Again with the jump, it's Keyboard, who's able to find the Rattler Giant. Innocent falls, Uni's next, Crab and Yums cannot defend. Oh, they come back in game number 1.
It took 23 minutes. Multiple Lords, but Onyx finally pulled the game back into their hands, and that's only game number 1.
Wow.
What a series. What a game, I mean. Not a series, because we're just getting started right now. Onyx takes them the distance in that one. Pure insanity, and SRG played so well. Uni played so well. Multiple members of SRG going deathless throughout that whole game. But Onyx, I think, I said it.
Yeah, you did.
If they buy too much time, I think they need to end this now. SRG being a little too passive. You've got a 10K gold lead. And they let it happen.
I think it's a mix as well, right? Like they were playing passive when they shouldn't. They were playing aggressive when they should be the ones playing passive as well. So many of these skirmishes were a bit too unnecessary with a 10,000 gold lead, having the macro advantage on the map as well. Here as well, right? I mean, the dive over under tier 2, it made for a hell of a highlight for Uni, but it wasn't the right call if you look at the macro decision making. Why dive a tier? Why dive a base turret?
Calls were made, plays happened, and SRG takes the first loss in this best of 3. But the possibilities at this point are on us. But Kelra, it took him a little bit of time. The moment we saw that first fight where he got the big blazing duet off up in the top lane, we knew the damage was there. Once he got his Holy Trinity in, as he collected more items, he didn't even have to be passive about it. He could just jump into 3 or 4 of them and completely shred down Stormy. How we doing, Virgo?
Dude, I'm looking at that play again, right?
Say hello.
I know.
Say hello to the people.
I know. I just want to look at that play because
he's got to go back and let us know about it.
Dude, Kelra, I was just like, I don't know what that damage. I think he was fully stacked up. I think that's exactly what it is. He's fully stacked up on both Corrosion, yeah, and his Art of Thievery. So that's why it looked like insta burst.
It
wasn't
literally
even
just looked like he blew them up and did not shred them down.
That's why. That's why I needed to look back.
There's definite insanity. Taking a look at some of these stats. We got to go back to Uni, man, because he did have an amazing start of this game. 69,000 damage dealt. But the fact that Kelra ends up doing 127,000 damage.
Oh my God.
This guy didn't touch anyone for like the first 6 minutes of the game.
Bro's 001, I think, for the first 6 minutes of the game. And then he was able to get 2 kills on Stormy. And I think Yums. Stormy and Yums, a double up top, right? We get to see the highlights again, and that's where you're going to see the stacks that that he was able to hold on to before that blazing duet. I mean, what a game!
Hey, I love the smiles. They're ready at this point, And we saw some reactions as well from the side of SRG during the game. Uni felt comfortable, but you never get too comfortable. I think SRG got too comfortable in that game. And the pressure was on for Onyx, and they thrive off of those types of games.
So too.
It's not the first time we've seen them make insane comebacks like that, where all it takes is one play. And it felt like when it was needed most, Kyrie and Kelra, and even Keyboy as well, were just working so well together in those fights. you mentioned it during one of the moments where the layering of skills with everybody, from Sans getting involved as well with the Frigid Glacier. I mean, all of it from back to back to back to back.
It was well played. It was fantastic. I mean, when you see the guys who lost and they're laughing, they're smiling,
they know they had fun.
It was a good game, right? Like Uni, after a fantastic performance, you saw it right there. Uni was laughing. He's probably like, dang, it's been a while,
I'm just happy to be here, yo.
I'm just happy to be here. I came in one game, got a game against GK, said it was easy on stage, and then now it's like, I mean, he proved himself, man. He had an amazing game. He's made me an Uni believer.
Yeah, so as we take a break and take a breather and prepare for the next match, we have something for all of you. Some more confessions.
Oh, God.
From what I hear.
From who?
From your bestie.
Renmar?
Ooh.
Just kidding, bro. My bad. It's obviously nice.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome to a new segment here for the Mid-Season Cup. My name is Chris, of course, and we are doing Confessions with Lafell.
What am I confessing to? Like, why is this called Confessions? Nice watch, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. What am I... Okay, fine. Why do you want me here?
I heard...
Okay, what did you hear?
That you're Moonton's favorite talent. Do you agree with that?
Considering I've won basically all the trophies, you know, I've won multiple Best Talent Awards. That's the Greatest Talent Award, which is basically like international, you know, from everyone, and I won that one. Plus, considering all the jokes that I've did, and I'm still not fired, yeah, it's an accusation that's hard to say no to. I love them too. You know, they're my mama and papa.
So that's it. You kind of, you know...
Hey, you know, I would blame my other talents. Why are they not loved?
Is it me? Let's gaslight them,
Yeah.
actually, instead. That's a good idea. We'll gaslight them instead. Yeah. That's more than fair. I heard you're a big fan of Newton. So what was your favorite Newton's law?
The law of motion. And the reason why I like it is because there was a time that we had to prepare for tomorrow's show. But I got very bored. So I spent 3 hours learning physics about how Newton's law of motion really discusses about how sound is created, which TLDR is just a bunch of particles in the air that expand and contract, and a disruption in the air creates the sound.
I don't know whether to believe you based on what I just read elsewhere. Apparently you like to come up with things that don't actually make sense. So you could be lying straight in my face.
I could be lying, but hey, considering I'm Asian, I'm probably correct.
Did you have a smooth travel here, particularly for wildcards?
Do I smooth travel?
Did you have a smooth travel here?
Well, that's a good question, Chris.
The French.
That's a very good question. So first of all, getting here was already trouble. One of my flights here, I had to fly in twice, by the way. One of my flights here, they give me a ticket 30 minutes before the flight, and my house is 1 hour away. So I had to break a lot of traffic laws just to be able to make it to the airport so that I can check in time and then we can actually go in. And then when I finally arrive, right, to the airport, out of hundreds of people from the plane, they pulled me to the side. When I say they, I mean the police. The police pulled me to the side, and then it's like, okay, I brought all of my documents, showed them, and it's like, okay, you can put them back. I'm like, okay. So what's gonna happen? And they're like, oh, we're just gonna search you. And I'm like, oh, do you do this all the time? And then he was like, oh no, this is takes out his phone, presses a few buttons, and after 1 minute and a half, it's like, random. This is a random search. And then I had to go through all of that, and then he spilled shampoo on my shit. So I'm like, it's been fun so far. It's been fun. The police make me feel like a VIP, where there's two guys in front and 2 guys behind.
Escorting you in, yeah.
It's escorting me, essentially. Yeah, I felt very much welcome. I have a very long name, by the way.
Give me it.
Muhammad Amirul Aiman bin Muhammad Kamal.
That is quite long.
Or you can call me Lafell.
Mine is Chris Tun, and that's it.
Nice. I met a girl named Zoe. And it's like, anything more? So,
Chilling. That's it?
Z first name, O middle, and E at the end.
No way. That's
Yes,
actually
right.
kind of clean.
Yeah.
That'd be great for like talent.
She's
work. I mean, thank you very much, mate. That was insightful, to say the least.
Thank you for having me. You're a very good person. I have no idea who you talk to get all of the stories, but now I need to do my own confessions, finding out who gave you all of this.
It's all right. We're gonna get some people back. Don't you worry.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my job for the rest of the week. It's all I do, actually. Thank you very much. That has been Confessions once again.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Selangor Red Giants leads the series. It's what I would have said if Onyx didn't make that insane comeback in game number 1 to lead this 1-0. One game away from eliminating the 2024 champions and advancing into the knockouts. Welcome back to the studio panel. Renmar, Gideon here. Gideon, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling hot, man. How can your blood not be pumping after a game like that? When all odds looked like SRG was going to take it away because of their early pressure, somehow Onyx, they edge it out. Kelra comes up, sets the standard once again.
Yeah, the Winter Crown plays, the Wind of Nature's just in time to survive onslaughts from Uni, especially right there in the end. But of course, Uni coming in for SRG as the starting jungler for this series definitely made a name for himself and showed up. 11 plus kills, 1 or 2 deaths, a handful of assists. You cannot doubt that this young man is ready for the stage. Let's look at what map we're going to be going to get. What we are going to get. Oh, Flying Cloud. All right, expect this to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a lot of fights over and over again.
Yeah, and the punishes in the lane might not be as hard as we were hoping to be in the previous matchup, but at least what we have learned from the drafting side, especially if SRG is going to end up back on that red side, is probably to set up that same scenario, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Sans didn't have the hottest of games, but at the same time, you could tell that Innocent just wasn't 100% accustomed, because how often do you see just a random or just show up? You know, coming into the mid, dropping down the stun, and more importantly, it's a delayed stun.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you could really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Selangor Red Giants. Yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of Onyx, but it was answered by Onyx and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and Onyx playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the Atlas has impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by Onyx, while Jushin, used by SRG in game number 1, will be taken out by them on the blue side. Onyx continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see Hirara. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of these teams, but I think, most things are pretty similar. Seems like Yeb has decided, the Marcel alongside with the Selena, both of which not to worry about. They've been banned and they just need to breathe. But from SRG's side, I wonder what the opener is going to look like, because I would assume that if Hirara shows, they're going to take it. So what would be then the same response from Onyx? Is it still going to be like, hey, we don't mind Hirara into the link, or do they want to affect it right off the get-go?
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the Freya for sure. Honestly, I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you Actually, I feel like I don't even need to worry about the Phoveus because he can slot that into the gold. Just pick up the Freya as the first pick.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about that Fanny too. So luckily, the Fanny is gone. It's all up for play. Beleric Valentina is still in play, not to mention the Ling as well as the Hirara at this stage of the game. And I think that Onyx needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when let through.
Let's say if both assassins, top ones, and the meta will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb. Ling and Hirara, will it be one of those or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling-Hirara trade? Last ban, red side for Onyx, taking their sweet time. They ban out the Freya, Ling-Hirara is the active trade.
No, and SRG, based on the information that we got yesterday, they like to go for the Hirara here most of the time. And considering that they were playing an early game composition in game number 1, I don't mind them if they do it all over again.
Yeah, could work out very well for them. I think if they want to run back wherein Innocent isn't going to be packing someone with basic attacks and they want... Well, I mean, Harith isn't as the non-traditional marksman, if we're looking at like basic attack marksman, then just pick up the Ling. But they did get their win in the previous series against GK with Uni on the Hirara, and it was a very good Hirara performance. They go for the Hirara. I wouldn't be surprised if once again we'll see Cho getting fought for in the first phase of this drafting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but at this stage now, at least we know exactly where the jungler is going to be. In game number 1, the big question was where exactly were the 2 flex picks, one on either side. We weren't 100% where it was going. And SRG was utilizing those flex picks as a mean to start affecting some of the other laners, right? And they're even using the the draft bans to also indicate, yeah, we're going to be attacking you on this side. But the response, straight away, surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so that was a hero that we mentioned earlier, but that's if ever the Ling and the Hirara are taken away. So this was like, it's Onyx trying out, all right, instead of focusing too much on the Ling-Hirara trade, why don't we bring up the third option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing up in interviews, in quotes? They are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will be shown here today. Number 1, at least comparative to Ling. Ling is able to get across the map really, really fast, make that huge impact, and has iframes. Nolan may not have iframes, but he has a much better early game. He's got a lot more damage to work with, just as much mobility as Hirara, arguably with purple buff more. And most importantly, I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Hirara's going to try and lock you down. He's able to dash back out.
Yeah, but now we look at SRG. They pick up the Barretts. Obviously going to be going to the EXP lane for this one, so that's an honest pickup. Wouldn't be surprised if Onyx just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go. And then for the gold lane, that's what they're going to be fighting for. Now, you already have Strong Burst. I think some great sources of basic attacks from Onyx would be good. If SRG don't ban out the carry, would it be the worst pickup in the world for Kelra? But if they really want to play through the AoE and knowing that technically this is going to be somewhat of a front to back, knowing that you have a Barretts that you're up against, maybe his good old favorite in the Beatrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if that Beleric is going to be able to, pick up a flicker for himself instead of a revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure in the early stages of the game to kind of walk up and do whatever he wants, especially when you're up against someone like Eudora who can just naturally poke out these tanks in the earlier stages of the game. But coming into the second half, right, the Cho ban, as expected, we were at least expecting one of these teams to affect it, and now SRG side, they got to make the same answers. Are they going to start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double fighters, or we're going to target Sands again?
Sands pickups, with the juicing gone, he can't Valentina, and yeah, the Valentina might not be the best bet here.
They don't have many good ultimates to kind of work with.
Will they just end up getting Sands on something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, but we're already seeing that Rafa is going to get banned out early on here. One of the key conditions is the fact that Flying Clouds is the current map play. So you can revive somebody, put them on a Flying Cloud, and they lose 0 EXP in the mid lane.
This is a great ban here. Keyboy did show up with the Badang. We've seen it also in the hands of Finn in Team Vitality. Can't remember if you've picked it up. But it is a great pickup with all of the dashes that you have here. Momentum stopper. with Onyx looking to play a much smoother team fight. And it is just very annoying to deal with, especially if you're up against the Barretts. That extra wall brought up by the Badang could be another extra obstacle wherein the missiles of the Barretts could knock in their opponents, and then that's just an extra way for you to get easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC and that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Belleric tries to make a flickered Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG. Lo Yi is going to be the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool, the Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red 4 pick for Onyx side. And I like the fact that they're denying it.
I think they're going to end up picking up a Vexana. Remember, we saw the Vexana as an answer to a lineup that has a Barrett, going up against a Eudora. They have the range. It's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up theoretically for the Nolan and the Harith. Might be a mid lane Vexana.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vexana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, Gatakacha and Hylos both want to pack up the Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Belleric.
Ooh, actually the Hylos doesn't sound that bad. Now that Harith is already available, that glorious pathway just to slow him down from actually retreating. It's not a bad idea.
But the Belleric and the, the Barretts and the Hylos. Oh, Kufra.
Ooh.
Another unique pick. But Vexana will mess that up if ever it is one.
Let's see if they actually go for it, right? Because doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's not a lot of people who could disrupt people like Yves, for an example.
True. Yves still might be.
They still go into the Lily. That's so interesting. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, they still want to make sure that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too long. I am curious about specifically whether or not this Belleric, what are the emblems? Is it going to be Ragefly? Is it going to be Concussive Blast? That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to be played out, especially in the mid, considering that Stormy, he wants to move out of that lane fast with Yums to ensure that Kyrie can't find an angle in for a lane gank.
SRG needed range, and they got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range. While for Selangor Red Giants, close to mid-range too. Honest with it. Good sources of damage for both, and this should be exciting. Will SRG force game number 3, or will Onyx sweep them here to advance to the knockouts? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
We're jumping back in to one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. Onyx up against SRG. Onyx came back last game, late game. They had zero control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win, and SRG continue to evolve and grow. They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked in the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much more they're adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's a sprint on Stormy. That's something new, that's for sure. Pull yourself together though for Yums, Master Assassin, for Innocent, just trying to win out this lane. But yeah, sprint over Flicker for the first time on Eudora.
I wonder, I mean, had to be, whoa, a lot of damage on the Keyboy.
Toe with the fracture, not even there, it's just the passive Kai. Jumps in, picks up the kill, Yum's gonna be very low. Onyx strike first this time around, and they instantly go into enemy jungle.
Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane. Yums is gonna try to stop it, but he may get taken out here.
Yeah, Kyrie is able to take it, now he jumps on Yums. There's a few more hits to take another. He's on the board, now it's 2.
This is one of the good things about the Noland up against this Aurora. He's gonna be able to dash away, he's got the escape ability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's gonna make it a little bit harder for Uni to catch him in some of those dicey moments. Yums may be going a little too deep. Maybe should have just let them have that one, because now that Kyrie's got 2 kills already on a Nolan, it is a picture-perfect start for Onyx.
Can't get better than this, right? Especially after last game where it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like, entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
All right, so SRG, do they want to contest this? Again, they do have the Harara, one of the highest prioed heroes in the meta right now.
They're just gonna go in on Cram. He's gonna get bursted down, Suns picks him up, Look P's able to walk Yums down. Keyboy doing the same thing now, over to the purple buff. Uni still just level 3. It's like deja vu to game 1, but it's reversed.
It's Onyx with the control. 2 kills at the start. Neutral objective without even using the retribution.
Uni using the retribution on his own purple, just like Kyrie was doing last game. It is a mirror match for sure. Can SRG pull off what Onyx did though? You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yums first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and 1 or 2 of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are going to commit, everyone has to be together.
Slow for Onyx after this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now really making that aggressive move. Double immobilization onto Lutpi, but he doesn't care. Keyboy got a position, flicker after the triad! Connects on Innocent, he wasn't expecting it. Now an all-in on Yums, under tier 2, a flicker burnt out already.
And Uni has to just watch as it happens. They didn't even want the orange buff.
Nope.
We're not even going for this orange buff. We're going to lay a trap. We're going to get another kill. We're going to put Kyrie at 3-0-1 and Sans at 1-0-2. Let's get these damage dealers rolling. At this point, Uni's just sitting back and watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying, I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
That was one of SRG's fallback plans, right? It's Innocent. If you lose an early game, you can just play around Innocent. The rest of the composition, though, is made for early to mid. Sans has to use the black shoes there. Good move by Cram with the rotation, catching him off guard. But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Yeah, look at them, literally hovering around him right now. Stormy and Yums keeping him safe, but possible play in the mid. Onyx going to be pushing SRG back. I don't know if this is a turtle they want to fight for.
2-level advantage on the retribution for Kyrie. Golem gets reset. Uni still able to secure it. Now looking for level 7. Kai on the purple buff though. This should set him very close to level 9.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent, slightly behind, nothing too crazy. Does hit level 7.
Oh.
Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Baraz is just going to get shredded down, has to flicker outlet. He has the consecration still. Free retry now as Yums is able to find the talent phase on Keyboy, but he doesn't care as Kelra pops into Zaman Force. Lutpi with the consecration gets away. That is nothing to Lutpi.
And this is what I mean, right? They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. It's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster than you. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big lead. 3 whole levels for Kyrie on the Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed 2. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. Onyx already at a 4,000 gold lead. A lot of damage on a Lutpi though. They're going to go under the tower.
Yep. Again with the black shoes, just reacting to the Tyrant's Rage. The taunt lands on Yums, and that's the damage of the Glooms. Kelra picking up a turret for free as Onyx zone SRG away from that tier. Oh God, it's Kai even waiting in these bushes. Again, no chance, no space for Innocent to farm.
I mean,
look at the bush.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around. Early on, getting pushed in on multiple jungle points, and Keyboy's been loving just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for the next target to come along.
He is the bush.
He is the bush. Keybush.
He's a tree. Conceal from Keyboy. Look at the play again. Ow. Big chomp down now. He goes in the flicker as well, but it's only Keyboy Sun first grab down. They're able to get Keyboy, but now it's going to be Kelra with the Zaman Force, popping him down. That's Uni in the back, going for the kill, finding one, and the trade as Kai walks up, and Uni finally a bit of retaliation. Jumps on again, the Purify out, but now he's going to be on cooldown as Lutpi looks for the chase and finds the kill onto Uni.
I don't know if taking the death at the end of that was worth it. Finding Kelra at least is a saving grace. But the damage onto Cram, the burst damage of this team right now, with Kyrie being at 4-0 and 3. I mean, it's true. It is very reminiscent of how SRG was doing Onyx last game. But the problem is, I don't think Onyx going to give him time to breathe. I don't think Ooh, Innocent in a bad spot.
He's going to have to flicker out of this, man. There's no way. He might not even flicker. He might just take it. Keyboard with a flicker in the Rapid Dryad. Innocent fed to Kelra. Again, not given space to farm. Yums, body block from the rest. They feed another over to Kelra.
Sometimes you got to just take it, Mirko. Sometimes you got to just accept your fate. Innocent knows there's no escape there. Onyx moving on to the tier 2.
Onyx has never won against Selangor Red Giants.
SRG on the defense. Can Onyx pull this off here? After a grueling game 1 of pushing the limits, it just goes to show Onyx diversity right now. We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now. What can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths, being unable to farm. It is a long haul. The thing is it feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes. It feels like they could get to late game in just a few minutes, but we are just breaking 9 minutes. We're talking, it could be another 5 or 6 minutes till Innocent even has a chance of really outputting damage, till Cram can actually hold down the front line. Onyx didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what Onyx did to them in game number 1? Those are the questions that we need to ask right now. With this kind of composition, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the clear. Holy Shield already down, up top again. Now down below, Lutpi ushers those minion waves in to deal with the Holy Shield. Takes a bit of a beating, but it's all for the orange buff to be taken by Kai, who's 5 levels ahead. Use with the rage, but it's going to be responded over by Sons of the Black Shoes. Now it's a taunt lands on Cram, and again it's Kelra. Oh, a big chop down thrown again, but he has to purify. Cram low, has to flicker back, and that's 2 big flickers as Kai secures the Lord.
They do bide some time though, clearing out the waves, but another wave is coming soon. But SRG doesn't have the greatest comp to defend. Yes, they have the carry to Shred, who has gotten in the Trinity, but still 1.5k gold behind. Taking a look at the jungle, it is a 4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in, just got War Axe in.
The last time they met at a major international, it was SRG who knocked Onyx out of Group B in MSC 2024 with a 1-1 draw.
Well, revenge is here. It's in Onyx's grasp. All they got to do is close this out. And last time SRG was a little bit too patient. Onyx is ready to kick in these doors. And whoa, yeah. Was it a flex or what is it, a misplay?
We'll see with the result of the game. Comes down to that. Depthness Welcome coming down onto the Uranus now with no winner crown, no problem. Silence deals with him. Wave in the mid lane is good. Onyx gonna look for the slow build up into the siege right now as they go over the top lane. Lutpi holding in the front. Is gonna be Kai with the dash in forward as Kelra jumps in again. The fracture lands on Yums. Lord cleared out. Black Shoes comes down. Uni goes down. Keyboy with a rapid drive to the back lane. Is now gonna be Innocent with a pickup. But Onyx clean sweep. Selangor Red Giants to make it a top 8.
And they don't just win it, they earn it. After game 1, pushing themselves to the limits, and then to prove they can finish things in style, they win game number 2 in a very quick fashion. You can see the smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy, happy about it, because both of those teams were tested in this group stage. Almost every team in group stage had some rocky games. Nobody was a guarantee. Everything was earned. And Onyx will move forward.
They will. Top 8. Selangor Red Giants. They will unfortunately be the ones eliminated. The key crushed today as well. The revenge was very late. 2024 was when it happened, when SRG knocked Onyx out of groups. It took them 2 whole years to regroup, to relearn, to improve. And fate had it with this matchup. SRG dropped down early by Pro. Onyx dropped down late by Aurora Gaming. Into the last chance for both these teams. It looked good for SRG at the start of game 1. They couldn't close it out. It looked great for Onyx at the start of game 2. They went for the throat.
Yeah, they weren't wasting any time. They knew that they had the advantage. They didn't want to make the same mistakes that SRG made, and they were able to pull through. But with that game over, let's send it back to the stage. Rose, who we got up there?
What a series, honestly, guys. This is a matchup that we didn't see coming. Closing the group stages, we expected something like this in the knockout stages rather, but still, Onyx secures a 2-0 in the bag up against Selangor Red Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyrie! Kyrie, congratulations. How do you feel after finally getting your vengeance up against SRG? Because if we recall correctly, they dominated and defeated you guys back in MSC 2024. That ended your journey, and Kelra last year's journey too for MSC 2025. So how do you feel today?
Mahal ko po. Okay. We've been waiting for a long time for this match, and happily we succeeded today.
Happy. I'm pretty sure you guys are very happy. But did you ever expect that this moment would come at this period of time? Group stages elimination match, lower bracket, Onyx versus SRG. Or did you expect it, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
You're the only one left right now. Onyx is the only one left because 2024 champions are gone. 2025 champions are gone. What does this mean? Do you feel like it's coming back to Indonesia? Do you think it's coming back to Onyx?
I hope so. That's all I can say.
Now let's talk about game 1 just now, okay, Kyrie? Game 1, you guys were shaky. You guys were behind by a lot. How did you guys kept yourself composed to be able to make a comeback to secure the win?
We just looked at the enemy's hero, the SRG's hero, and they were using Paquito and Hilda, which are very good at early game, but not that good at the late game. So we just had to be patient.
So the plan was technically to let Kelra snowball as much as possible, give him the resources so that when the time comes, it's going to be him and you versus the world.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kai, you guys are heading later to the draws after the last match. Am I right? So you guys will be seated in seed 2 with all the 2-1 teams. The 2-0 teams will be picking. Who do you think will pick you guys today?
I don't know really, but I hope it will be Aurora.
Why do you want to meet Aurora Gaming again?
Just because we didn't really lose that easily, against them, and I think we have a chance against them.
I agree. You guys were the only team that managed to push Aurora Gaming to a 2-1, and people are saying they are currently the strongest team in MSC. And if people are saying that, I think we want to meet the best. No, Kyrie? So is there any message for Aurora Gaming? Who knows? Maybe that will make them pick you later.
Just good luck.
And of course, a message to the fans.
And to my fans, thank you so much for supporting us, especially my team, Onyx. Thank you. So all the Filipinos out here, thank you so much. And I hope you guys still keep supporting us in our next match. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyrie. And now, are you boys ready to crush some keys? Okay, first up, first question, Onyx, who wants to be the one crushing the key? Keyboy? Keyboy? Okay, let's head to the back. Come on, guys, follow me. It's time to crush some keys. And as we head our way to the key crusher, Keyboy will be the one leading the pack. So, Keyboy, you may head to the key crusher. And of course, Onyx, you may watch. All you have to do is press that lever all the way. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, as of this moment, Onyx officially eliminates Selangor Red Giants in their journey this MSC at EWC 2026. All right, it's time to see the keys as we show it to the camera. It will take some time as the keys are oh so shattered. All right, look at the keys. And with that, let us throw it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
The hope of a returning champion. Now from 3 at the start of MSC, it's gone down to 1. With the key crush from SRG, it is just Onyx who remain, who have been your MSC champions here, ready to do it yet again if the tide is right. And they don't mind going up against even the best, or at least people might be calling the best, Aurora Gaming so far in this tournament. I love the shout out. I love the confidence. Pick us. We had a good chance against you. We want to take it again. Rinmar, Gideon, this was a game that went all the way Onyx, but they did it with class. They did it with a style, and they feel very confident, as they should, with a win like that.
Yeah, and what I liked about it is it was clean. They are playing against around a Nolan in their jungle. Clean burst. They got that very quick win early in the game, and they didn't stop from there. It's classic Onyx.
It really is classic Onyx, and not to mention that just so many things that could have gone wrong in that early stage, especially in that first Litho fight, calling in the Uranus alongside with the Barats. Had it not progressed in that manner, maybe it would have been an entirely different story. Truth be told, I think that so far, Onyx have seemed to adapt it a lot better than SRG, and I think that's what really is why they took the cake here in game number 2.
There was also something personal on the line. You could hear it was Kelra, Kyrie, who had their journeys cut short because of SRG. SRG's dominance, not just in Malaysia, but in international tournaments. That was something that they were up against, but it felt like they paid special attention to this matchup, and they were ready for it.
Yeah, just look at the numbers there on the Kyrie. 20,000 damage, it felt like he dealt more. But you were mentioning Gideon, it was a Sans game.
Yeah, it really was, because again, Sans was probably the biggest person they could have looked to punish here in a lot of the times. And we were discussing whether or not the Vexana would have been a better fit. But unfortunately, I think that Sans, he was mad after game number 1.
Yeah.
When he was getting oppressed on this Aurora, now he decided, you know what, I want to be the oppressor, and I don't care how many super subs you're going to send in, I'm the dominator.
Yeah, he wanted to be continuous with it. He wanted to make sure that there's constant pressure coming out from his Lilia, the constant use of the Glooms, maximizing it, even using the Black Shoes at the right time to bait out SRG into going in for some questionable dives at some point, especially for Yumes, especially when you're seeing the Lilia, you're thinking, oh, I think I can get the Lilia down here. Oh, wait, no, I've wasted my Tyrant's Revenge and maybe even a Flicker out because the Lilia still has the Black Shoes. I know he's thinking about using it so that he can force the Black Shoes out, but sometimes you're just going to have to think it's not worth it.
Yeah, it really isn't. And not to mention that once Lilia comes online, it's very easy for her to be like a strong anchor for the team. She sets the battle lines, and then she can just walk away and do whatever she wants, and then come back to reset it again once the team has finally recalibrated and regrouped. I think that unfortunately, as much as Innocent is a great player, he won the lane technically, but then the rest of the paratroopers decided to come on in to invade his side of the world. So at that point, they're just falling behind.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and obviously it's always difficult in these moments where you have somebody who does their best and it doesn't quite get them where they were hoping for. And the side of Malaysia and SRG, well, they're going to have to be content with their 5-time PL champions and championships. And of course, the fact that we now have a chance to do an exit interview, not with any of the players, but with an analyst from SRG as well, to learn a little bit more about what went wrong.
Hey, Turner here, and we're backstage with Coach Becky from SRG. Maybe, Coach, you could give us a little bit of information as to what happened in that match against Onyx.
I think what happened in the match is, I think that we were very confident going to the game 1. We did not manage to really win that game 1. Going to game 2, I think the adjustment was not the best, because I think we were left behind in the meta as well, because we were trying to adapt. So I think in the game 2, it was just too hard to play. Yeah.
After game 1, were the players kind of down? I mean, considering you had a big lead and then you weren't able to close it.
When we come to the backstage, I see all my players are still in a good mood. Actually, going to game 2, are still in a good mood. I think when it comes to game 2, I will just say that our strategy did not work. And that was the main reason why we lose in the game 2. Yeah.
Okay, so the strategy didn't work out in game number 2 as well. And this is, I don't know if this is a sensitive question or not, but I'm just going to ask, what did you think about the fielding of a new person in the jungle? It was Sakai's before, and then we saw the substitute yesterday for Uni, and then Uni's playing today. What happened there?
Because we wanted to play Skies for this tournament, so we started him.
Okay.
But going through when it comes to here, and then when it comes to practice, when it comes to tournament, things are not really going well. So we tried to fail Uni today, and then because Uni, he's also very, well, I would say very talented. And then I think that yesterday it was the time that we should let him try and see how far we can go. Yeah, then that's where we try to play Uni. But in my perspective, I think both of them are really amazing jungler.
I agree. And Uni did really well.
Yeah.
In
He
that
really
last
did very
game,
well.
right?
Yeah.
So what are you going to tell all your players after this when you get to meet them?
When I get to meet them, I'll say that I'm still really proud of how much they have gave. And then there was a lot of discussion. There's like, this team has always been like a big part, like big family for me. So we really care about each other. We really love each other. So I just felt like what I can do is I just have to be better, you know. I just have to be able to lead them better, think about what I can do for them better, and then let's come back from these losses and take it as a huge experience and learning. Yeah.
That's what we want to hear. Very excited and anticipating the next international performance from SRG, obviously. But Coach, I know it's done here for SRG, but obviously there's still another Malaysian representative still fighting for their life here, Vamos. Do you perhaps have a message to Vamos who's still trying to get that trophy?
For Vamos, it's great that we have another really good Malaysian representative in this tournament. You guys are really strong. You guys are getting a momentum. And then especially when it comes to Aero, I really see how well you are playing this tournament. You are really a shining bright jungler in our region right now. So let's keep that momentum and then make Malaysia proud. Maybe this time you guys will be the champion for us.
Amen. I think everyone out there is proud. And talking about everyone out there, do you have a message to the SRG fans that has, supported you from zero to now?
So for the SRG fans, thank you very much for always supporting us, especially when we are having a hard time as well. But I know in this tournament we really underperformed and that we did not deliver up to the expectation. I'm really sorry about that. And then, I mean, I don't need to say that I would take a blame, but people, this is just part of the game. And then, we really did badly. And then, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Coach. I know this was not an easy interview to do, so we really appreciate it. Once again, good luck for your future journey. Thank you so much for your hard work here at MSC. And we are going to throw over to you guys.
Well, wishing the other Malaysian representatives proud. Team Vamos, Aero 404, maybe one of the stars of this tournament so far. Certainly look like they could make a run for grand finals. SRG, a nice exit interview with Ozo Revecki, their analyst. And big thank you again for everyone who does those for us. Not easy to do. Rimar, I want to come back to you because we talked a lot of the story. I want to talk now more of the game, as we have one game coming up, but you took some info and you got some stuff ready for the telestrator for us after this game 3. Tell me what you got.
Yeah, well, we're going to look at the draft. Coach Vecchi did mention that when it came to the draft in game number 2 that they felt like they were a little bit left behind in the meta. So we look at one thing first, and that's going to be the Atlas ban first up. So if you're going to ban the Atlas, it's either expected you're going to be first picking the Belleric, knowing that the Hirara link trade is still active at this point later on, because you will see that Onyx will leave it open. So then you're thinking, okay, maybe Belleric's going to be coming in as the first pick. We did make a point earlier that it hasn't always worked out well, but if you're not prepared with a roamer, that is one of the surprise responses to not having the Belleric Atlas available for you, which is these two right here, the Badang and Cho, which were banned out by Onyx in the second phase because SRG went out of the second phase. Then it is safe to assume that the Belleric would be a great pickup for your very first one. You have 2 assassins available, you will get that. But it seems like they feared the Hirara a little bit too much. The order has already been shifted here. This is post-exchange, but the Hirara was the first pick of Selangor Red Giants. Then Onyx comes in with a surprise by going ahead and picking up the Nolan. Now, Nolan is one of the names mentioned in terms of, hey, if Herrera's not available, if Link's not available, maybe we could pack in a Nolan there in the jungle. And they played it really well. It's up to their tempo. I was making a big case about the Vixana, although we did already mention the Lilia heading into the picks for Onyx. But the Lilia and the Nolan, I am reminded just how well they complement each other. Constant pressure from the Lilia where the Nolan can sweep, or Nolan with the sudden burst with Lilia to sweep and finish. With Onyx getting the Belleric, and then of course SRG picking up the Kufra in the end. For them, they just didn't get a favorable matchup in the center of the map. It could have gone also SRG's way for the very first trade, but you see the little differences here and there. Belleric being able to heal himself, just the raw damage output a little bit better from Onyx, and of course that is the playstyle that they love. They love that aggression. These two, you need to watch out for future drafts coming up, the Lilia and the Nolan together. You know that Onyx wanted to play this fast because they even closed it out or started it off with a Harith coming on later in the draft, excuse me. You knew that they were just going to go for pedal to the metal aggro. Now I go back to the pick yet again. I know it's meta. I'm not saying it's terrible, but we've seen too many drafts at this point where the expectation of Eudora getting picked ends up becoming the point of, it's like a turning point for the draft of the opposing side that doesn't have the Eudora. They look at the Eudora and say, we know that's already gonna pop up. How do we make the most out of this? All right, so for Onyx in this regard, it's we'll take out the best roamers that you could pair up with it and then force SRG to play a different roamer instead. They played the Kufra because once again, they banned out the Badang and Cho. I'm not saying completely forget about the Eudora. Yes, I acknowledge all the amazing Eudora games we've had. Team Liquid lost to a great Eudora game by Shin yesterday, and there have been plenty of great Eudoras today as well. But teams are starting to look at that hero and the lack of range it can provide, and not being able to get that quick turnaround right away that you want from the Eudora as a means to suddenly shift the draft in their favor. Once again, just revisit the priority in Eudora. Don't forget about it, just revisit it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Belleric as well, you know, you don't really have to worry about Eudora could work with that. But if you're not going to have it, that could be the issue. They ban out the Cho, they ban out the Badang. That's a great analysis there, Renmar. Thank you. Gideon, you know, as we head to kind of looking at the next series, but before we do finishing this one, any final thoughts on seeing two champions of MSC going down, one left to go in on it?
You know, it just means that right now the level of competition has definitely gone above and beyond most people's expectations.
Absolutely.
I think, you know, it's really understandable that most of these teams, especially with the confidence that they have, one patch could change everything, and maybe there's something that you miss. It also helps that a lot of these, you know, high-level teams kind of want to keep those secrets for themselves.
They sure do.
And unfortunately, other teams figured out something else and they just didn't see it in time. I think that's the unfortunate truth of it all.
It's a great look at what's been working and what hasn't. And some of these top teams are exposing matchups we haven't seen before. And these are the results to prove it. Team Spirit and Pro Esports move on GZG into T7, who took down Team Liquid PH yesterday. They are out, and so are Selangor Red Giants, your grand finalists last year, the winners of MSC the year prior, 5-time MPL champions in Malaysia, and Onyx have taken them down. Next up, it's a battle between Falcons and Falcons, and if you think you know who's going to win, go ahead and get your pick'ems in. By the way, if you want to know a guy who knows what he's doing, he's sitting to my left here. Renmar is like second in the pick'ems leaderboard at this point. So whether you agree with him on Eudora or not, you should agree with him on who is going to win. You must have voted like for somebody unexpected to win one of those games.
What are you talking about? Your leaderboard?
Yeah.
Oh, the leaderboard I showed you?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was the trivia game we were playing.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, thank you, but my predictions have been very wrong this MSC in terms of the matches.
You know, and that now it's all making sense because you were like, oh, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to hurt the fan base anymore. But at this point, you were wrong yesterday. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I was very wrong.
As were a lot of people, but it's not your fault. Okay, Renmar, I was giving you a compliment, and now I take it all back. In this break, story of my life. All right, in this break coming up, we're going to have a lot of fun and let you listen to the players' reactions with the Saudi radio comms. When we come back, our final series of the day, it's Falcons PH versus Falcons Meta.
Cái này
Làm ra được.
nói rằng nó đúng rồi.
Con này qua ha. Con này đi. Con này nó.
Cái gì à? Bố làm gì vậy à? Thì con nó có bắt thành ném.
Nice. Đi rồi luôn. Có bao điều chỉ này à? Sao như đây đây. Fan đi nó phải là đây. Đây đây.
Find it on đây. Right guys? Yeah, we can.
But there is lore, by the way. I think we can defend with my ult, guys. Check me.
Oh, can we come?
I think we lost.
Too much.
I just cut mid lah.
Boleh cek aku tak guys?
Boleh sini.
Cek aku?
Nice.
Lo.
Aku stand dua.
Mati.
Komen.
No puri ah.
Aman banget, bro. Boleh dah? Lagi?
Boleh. Siapa tak belum?
Menang dah.
Link dia paling ni.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
16 games, 4 weeks, in the hopes of a nation, all on the line. Support your country and fight for a championship. For the first time ever, it's the Esports Nations Cup in November in Riyadh. Make sure to tune in. Apex will be there. MLBB will be there, alongside 14 other amazing games. And I gotta say, the passion has already started here in the MLBB community. It's been a pleasure to join, and it's been a pleasure to see all of the story unfold. I think I picked a good one to kind of jump in and host, by the way.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think the best amongst, maybe that's just me, but hey, at least you got to experience the real passion.
That's right. And speaking of passion, well, I don't know. I feel like this is passionate maybe for some, but for others, if you're a Team Falcons fan, you're gonna get a Falcons representative either way. Now, that being said, two very different teams coming from different regions representing different journeys. Meta coming all the way through the wild card. Team Falcons PH, the last Filipino representative here to make it potentially to the knockout stage. So huge chances there. We will see how this all goes. But one thing we know for sure, Falcons will continue their club championship title race with a potential knockout representative. We just don't know which one that will be.
Yeah, and something I noticed here with the walk-ins, it seems like, of course, the Falcons Meta boys are really locked in. Falcons PH boys, they're a little bit more with their usual loosey-goosey vibe. Flap, this time around, actually jamming out to some tracks. We didn't get to see that the last time he was walking out.
Hey, big shout out to...
There he's back.
Hey, they know.
He's back.
How do they know? Someone said, okay, you're live right now. That makes me wonder what all the people playing it cool were like. They got told they were live, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to act like I'm studying up in here.
Yeah, gotta look cool, gotta make sure.
No, yeah, I'll make
something
that.
Post on Instagram later.
Yeah, exactly. Just faking it.
Studying stats.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Flap.
They're clearly told they're live, so whatever I see now, I know you're faking it if you're trying to pay attention. Guys, this is a fun one, and also to end the day, it carries the weight as well of the same element of all of these series, where one team is going on elation, one team is going home despair. But can you really call it that at this stage? Is there a team that would feel that despair more than any other in this matchup? Or do both teams at this point feel like we played well, we're okay with how we did, we'd love to do more, but what we've done so far is good?
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. We are still in the middle of what people would call the Philippines era because of how many times a Filipino team has dominated in international tournaments. We've been winning world championships since M2. We've been challenged in MSC, but we've won a lot of those as well. I'm pretty sure the pressure right now is a little bit on the Falcons because they can't just go thinking like, oh, Liquid's still here. Wait, no, Liquid's not here, man. It's just us. We're the only team left representing the Philippines, a country with a lot of pride when it comes to MLBB. I mean, some people would say a lot of pride, but as a Filipino, I feel like it's just the right amount, you know, but... Yeah.
It's a different baseline for everybody. Okay?
It is.
But understandably so, I think what's really scary is that despite having so much weight on your shoulders, there's still that gnawing thought of like, maybe this patch is not us, you know? Maybe this patch is what makes it so coin flippy. One bad mistake could end up getting us knocked out. And I can't imagine a world where a Filipino representative doesn't make at least top 4.
Yeah, and that has been kind of the shift. That's why this has been such an interesting one to jump into. So speaking and introducing that team, Team Falcons PH, representing the Philippines, it has been an up and down journey for Philippines here at MSC. We've obviously seen one of the #1 rated teams in Team Liquid PH go down. This is Philippines' last hope, but it is a good hope because this squad definitely knows how to get the job done. From Haji, Ogwin, Super Marco, Kyle, and Flap, they're all about to take stage. But before they did, we wanted to see how in sync these players were with some other opinions. That's why we asked them a little bit of this or that.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players. They can play well in-game, but let's see how they do in real life. Because this is this or that. I'm with Super Marco, Kyle, as well as Ogwin from Team Falcons Philippines. If you guys are in sync, you're good. If you're not in sync, then you guys basically can hit each other with a hammer. So if all are good, I want you guys to line up. The first question. If you can time travel, would you rather go to the past or the future? Go. Hey, he wants to go to the future. He wants to see what's up. All right, so this one is going to be tricky. If you have to choose one for your life, would you rather never listen to music again or never watch videos again? 3, 2, 1, go. You're really not the same as them. Okay, for the next one. Would you rather give up your phone or give up your bed?
Phone or bed?
In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I mean, like, come on. Who needs sleep, right? Who needs sleep? We got 2 more. This is Jungle Heroes. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, finally, you're the different one.
It's better.
I agree. Dominic is better. The last one. Say you guys have been caught. 1v5. Who would you trust to save you guys? Flap or Haji? In 3, 2, 1, go. Of course you have to trust Haji, right? Of course. All right, so it looks like it's not super in sync.
Have the hammer.
Whack your team. There you go. This is Team Falcons. I gotta say, all the teams love this one. We'll see you guys next time.
Some of those were some serious hits right there. The Stealth Assassin, I love it. Team Falcons PH, a little out of sync, but all fun and jokes in that one. I'm sure they'll be in sync in game when we get started. And that turns our attention over to Team Falcons again, but this side, the MENA representative. Remember, GK Esports qualified as the MENA representative, but the likes of Sanji, Boyet, Cuff and Troll, and Sano qualified through a 10-team wild card, where only one of those teams could make it to MSC. Finally getting here, they've now put themselves on the door to being able to have a chance to qualify for the knockout stages. And of course, they've got everything to play for.
And now we are with the coach of Falcons MENA, Coach Pawi Byrne. How are we doing?
I'm good.
You're good. That's not what you said to me earlier.
I'm good, but yeah, I'm nervous.
Nervous, okay. So can we talk about that a little bit? Why are you nervous?
Yeah, because of course the enemy is Team Philippines again. And of course, they are one of the strongest region, right? And yeah, they were our, screaming partners as well. So we don't know what will happen.
I heard about that. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What do you think about being scrimming partners and now you're in the lower brackets with them?
50-50, yeah, because we know their
50-50.
heroes too, and they know ours. So we'll see.
Is it weird for you going up against Falcons?
Weird.
Weird. Because I think some of them shared that they were a little bit sad up against the same org.
Same as, I mean, for us too. We're really sad that we're gonna fight our, sister team,
Yeah.
Philippines. But it is what it is. We just need to, play and see what we can do.
Do you have maybe a message to them before your match?
For our Philippine team, good luck and have fun, guys. And I hope we play our very best.
Play our very best. So I want to rack your brain a little bit. Like people and legit player, coach, everyone, they're talking about the meta right now. I mean, you played in the wild cards and now you're here. How different is the meta from wild cards to now?
It's really different because we're not expecting they will drop a big patch, after that MSC wildcard. So it's really big. And then, as I think my player said, told you guys that we're not practicing right. Like we just got here at 19, I think, and then we started practice that day. So we only have like 1 day or 2 days practice to to check the meta if we can play it or not. Yeah, but I think right now we know a little bit. So just we'll see.
So it should be okay.
Should be okay.
So is that your main challenge now?
Yes.
The meta.
The meta.
What about if I had to ask you about Falcons PH? What's your main challenge up against them?
Main challenge. Don't give us jungle tank.
Okay, so you don't want to be forced on a jungle tank. So maybe we'll see an assassin showdown.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, coach, I think that's it from us. Any last words that you want to mention?
Thank you for all the fans that supporting us, And now we're gonna fight our sister team. Good luck, and have fun.
Thank you so much and good luck to you. And we're sorry, what? You make me nervous now. I mean, what? We're throwing it over back to you guys.
Did I just see Eterna lose an interview? Oh, man.
Oh, that's a rare result.
I think that's the second one.
All right, so
she's like 18-2 now or something. Maybe 28-2. She's probably done at least 30.
Yeah, still a solid record.
Solid record. A+ still. Eterna. I will say, Powie Burn, I like the hat too. That was a nice little merch plug right there. Falcons, it's all Falcons. So we're talking about it, obviously different regions. And when you speak of the MENA region, they have yet to qualify for a knockout stage at an international. Yeah. And this is an opportunity. I mean, 2 games away, Rimar. You look at, that's not that far.
Yeah, but it was these boys under a different banner in the M6 World Championship where they were right there. Just they needed that one series win to go into an even deeper stage into the M6 World Championship. It was them also, right? Like with Troll, Saji, Coffin, Sano. I hope for the best for them. I hope for the best for these two. I know it's not easy.
It's so hard to kind of encompass how impressive Falcons Meta actually is, because genuinely each one of them has something going on. This is technically a hobby, with the only exception being Boyette here being the full-timer, and the amount of practice that they get in has to be at 100% efficiency, if not at 150%, because clearly they don't get to put as much time as everybody else here in Southeast Asia or across the world, and yet they still grind it out every year to push themselves to the next level. In comparison to, again, Team Falcons PH, they've won titles before. They've gone through the most difficult region possible to be able to get picked up by one of the best orgs in the region.
Well, Team Falcons takes the stage on both sides in just a moment. It's PH versus MENA. One searching for the knockout stage to represent their region when we thought we'd have more representatives, and one looking to do it for the very first time and make their region proud. The showdown begins.
Well, my friends, the saying goes, one team's victory is another one's defeat. A huge moment as Onyx take down the MSC 24 champions in Selangor Red Giant, knock them out of MSC 26, and well, sadly, break my dear Rose's heart.
Yeah, that was a tough one to watch, and it's always tough sending a team home, but it's even tougher knowing them personally in a sense, But the show must go on, because right now, the same org is battling it out to find out who's who's better, right?
It's simple as that, really. It's a big all-out fight for Team Falcons on either side, and I think we're gonna have a bit of a doozy with this one.
Oh yeah, this one is gonna be fun. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Team Falcons Philippines! A team that has experienced the highs and the lows, ready to reclaim their dominance no matter the opponent. They are doing this for them. They are doing this as the last Filipino representatives left at MSC at EWC 2026.
You can tell the regional battles are incredibly important here in MLBB and MSC 26. They are the epitome of competition. Though they're not the only region that is fighting for their only representative. Please join me in welcoming Team Falcons MENA! The last MENA representative remaining at MSC 26 joins us on stage for a mirror battle for the ages. After defeating Ignite Gaming and putting in good work versus Vamos, all eyes are on this match that could be historic for their region, Middle East North Africa.
Whatever happens today, history will be written. And no matter what happens today, Team Falcons will win.
That's a perfect way to put it, Rose. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, so you know what? Teams, you may now take your seats and of course place your keys. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle. A brother going up against a brother. This will be an interesting match for sure.
Either calling it sister or... we got the save at the end of it. That's all we needed.
Ooh, this is an exciting match. I think it's going to be a chaotic way to end the group stages. So with that, let us head on over to the Land of Dawn.
Well, a wise man once said that the only things certain in life are death, taxes, and Rhino Day. That's right, it's Rhino Day live in the shop. Make sure you grab your new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, everybody. Spam those emotes and join us.
I've been trying for so long. My wife has been actively telling me, I swear to God, if you propose to me on Rhino Day and I don't get to celebrate it, we're done. And I told her, okay, I'll avoid Rhino Day. Jeez, wow, man.
Yeah, I once slept through Rhino Day. Good thing the cameras aren't on me right now because it wasn't a good time.
It may not be a good time, but at the very least, with these emotes, I'm hoping that they may actually use it this time. I mean, they're brother and sister team. They gotta have like a little bit of fun with each other, right?
I think you have to take it light. I mean, coming from a situation like this where a lot of your cards are already on the table, there's not too many secrets you're gonna pull out. Anybody who's done something different has done it in the last 7 to 8 days, as you saw, just started playing after they got here on the 19th. It's not even the 27th. I think it just is the 27th. It's gonna be an interesting one. These are battles, though, that sometimes you love and can go down to the wire just because of that familiarity, Gideon. It's not even a matter of skill sometimes anymore. It's a matter of you're so comfortable, you know this opponent so well that it's like just the tip of an emotion or a bad play can end up causing the swing in a game.
But here's the thing, like, again, brother against brother, sister against sister, brother v sister, doesn't matter. At some point, somebody is gonna start playing dirty. Yeah. And that's when all the secrets start revealing themselves. That's when you see how personal this might actually be. If both sides keep it calm and don't reveal any information, technically, it's good for the Team Falcons as a whole for club championships if they want to get further into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the reactions and the bans. You know, those surprise bans, and then suddenly the coach from the opposing side is either going to be angry or just laughing. It's like, haha, yeah, we couldn't get that past them because they knew.
Well, Broken Walls will be our map reveal. And I like it too. You're talking about the reactions and the bans. What are our expectations here? Two teams that have fallen down into this position, one to be eliminated, one to go on, but both have struggled in different versions of this tournament that they've been in. What's your take, Gideon, that we're going to see now?
I think that right now, what it really comes down to is whether or not you can get as chaotic as possible with the Filipinos. And I think especially for the MENA, they've shown in the wildcards that they can get underneath people's skins if they get just a little bit of a lead, like a 1.2K, a 1.5K type lead. considering what everybody is banning, it feels very standard. They've already initiated the Hirara trade. They're probably going to leave it up because Atlas needs to go. And now this should be a pretty simple first pick unless they want to show us like a different angle.
I think this is actually a little early for Belleric from what we've seen. Although it does, like, we've been seeing that 1-2, right? With the Hirara or the Belleric, the Eudora. I almost don't want to say it in front of you, Renmar, because I know you're done with it.
His fist is already clenched.
But a chance for Meta to set the tone, and it's Hirara with the Ling and the Fanny Band.
Yeah, no surprises here. And I think really understandable that you're getting rid of the Belleric makes sense. It already kind of forces the initiation of, hey, do you actually want to play Valentina? If you don't want to, then maybe you can just get rid of the Atlas and save everybody some time here. And let's make sure things get a little sweaty. Your reign is rather interesting. We're seeing more teams actually lean into the more reliable sandbag.
And Zushin's still available too, but the Selena picked up. Little page out of Rosa's book.
Yeah, some big evolution here by Falcons PH. While for Falcons Men, it is also an evolution for them. Usually they're the team that we look at as, oh, they want to force those utility tank junglers. But this time Boyet and the rest of the team stepping up to the plate, showing us that, hey, we're ready to play the Assassins and we're ready to play the game of this meta. With both roamers gone, I think we're fighting for Cho and Badang now. But don't take away the possibility that the Gacha still might show up with Revitalize, High Loss as well, but that's a little bit lower in the totem pole.
I think as of right now, there's a couple of unique picks that have been circling around in my head, especially in a meta like this, especially when you have very key picks with distinct characteristics like Selena. Is there the possibility of maybe finding a stronger engage? The Cho and the Alice do show up. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to play something like a Lolita, but I don't think there's enough information yet to get that guarantee. Most likely, probably going to show up on that second phase, but let's see here, right? They need to complete their first 3, and I think most of the time, it's usually 2 tanky boys, and then the Selena, but if they want to initiate the Ling... oh wait, Ling's already banned out. They got to figure something else.
Yeah, I think you just go and pick up the Badang, honestly. It's fine, it does the job, it has that anti-CC, but with the Alice around, fighting underneath the Throne of Ruin of the Alice, and of course her passive, considering you don't have a lot of crowd control, yeah, you need that crowd control. Just go ahead and pick up the Badang. Go into the second phase without your jungler, pick it up later. Oh, okay, no, they'll pick up the Nolan first. So, again, we're seeing now here the reprioritization of Nolan, whether or not the Ling is on board, but here we go.
Yeah, they're trying to match it, right? Match that pressure. And so far, if we're comparing the Nolan Selena versus the Hirara alongside with the Cho, that early game is generally pretty even, slight advantage over to Falcons Mina. But then, where do we go from here, right? There's still a missing support pick coming in for the side of PH, and ideally, I think going for the Badang may not necessarily... They don't necessarily have to hold on to it. They can go a little bit further. They still need a concussive blast user.
Yeah. A little bit of a faster clear of the center. They might lean towards picking up the Gacha. Okay, I think this is one of those bans of like, yeah, we know you, so we know what you guys like to play. Let's go ahead and ban out the Clint.
Oh, do they want to set up for maybe double fighter, high snowball style composition, strong side lane, so that no matter wherever Nolan decides the path, he has a potential to set up for a gank?
No basic attack, all just hit each other with our hardest hitting skills. I wouldn't say no to that. That's fun to cast. Well, I'm not casting, but it's also fun to analyze.
It's also the premise of Fight Club, but we don't talk about that here.
What's that?
Second,
great answer.
What else can they get rid of? Because there's so much priority going towards this gold lane, and I totally understand now that Cho is in play, that gold lane really boils down to who has the better battle spell. But now I don't have a choice. I have to go Purify every single time, and I can't get away from this Alice if I don't have that Purify.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to play a carry. I think Falcons are one of these two might want to consider just playing for like a lot of range. They ban out the Valentina. Are they setting up for something big in the roam?
But why? What other ultimate are we kind of missing out here? What are they trying to set up for in terms of a counter engage? I would have imagined that it would lean more into the EXP, but they already have the Uranus.
Here's a funny suggestion, throwing it back a little bit back. Tigreal.
Ooh, not a bad shout. I think that there's a lot of logic in this, especially if Hirara tries to go in for the engagement. There is a way to kind of counterplay it, or at least kind of keep up with her tempo.
Conversation now starting to get a little bit more tactical.
I keep forgetting about the Minotaur.
With the Minotaur banned out. And now Falcons turn to pick up a roam.
They really know each other well.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Oh, I get rid of the Valentina. There's no way they're going to steal the Minoan Fury. Banned.
With the range, with the pulse, we might be seeing a different style of mid here. I think Falcons are, they're just going to go ahead and show the Claude. Might have been worried that you're going to be seeing like a artillery mage from Falcons Mena, so they just go ahead. They're zeroing in on dive. This is all in for Falcons, and this could be a very risky gambit.
Oh, what kind of a support would technically field well here? Something that...
OU?
I don't think it's a bad idea. But then for Mina, at least we could see that they've got the stronger engage on their side. They have ways to kind of initiate, but where is the damage going to come from? With Harith already gone, Clint already gone to kind of guarantee the lane-winning matchups, does that mean that they have to go back to something a little safer? No Claude as well, so Brody?
Yeah, Brody. Oh, Brody should be good matchup-wise.
Zushin comes in late.
Oh.
Left on
she's alive, yeah.
The available list and the Moskov.
Yeah, with all of this dive, good space. I'm honestly really liking this Falcons Mena draft. Unless Falcons PH decided to pack a surprise in the roam, or they'll just sell for the Badang. Again, we pose the possibility of a Tigreal.
Overall, missing here. We've seen carries late. Brody, you guys mentioned as well, could come up looking for that pick in the gold lane.
No, Claude's
gold. Sorry, in the gold lane for Claude.
Yeah, they've already got the Claude at this stage, and I think that now they're just looking for like a support pick that kind of either deep leans into their strong lane or something that completely counters like two of their engagement tools. And without the Minotaur, it only really just leaves us with the Tigreal as a means to kind of get away. There's also the Lolita, but there's not a lot of projectiles to reflect anyway, so it's kind of not worth it. But Dang feels all right, but at the same time, it's just not enough to kind of maintain that pressure. I like the God Thought. It fulfills all the checkboxes. Clears waves fast in the mid lane.
Beautiful.
It can support the Selena. Most importantly, disengage.
And you have Revitalize with you.
All right, well, you see the lineups here. Falcons Mena versus Falcons PH. Guys, any edge either way?
Very execution based. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Falcons PH if Haji lands some big time arrows.
I mean, if he's going to hit all the arrows, I'm going to say PH as well. But I think generally safe composition, it's Mina.
Everybody seems like they've got some win conditions here as well. The Nolan we saw win last game. Zushin left off the ban list also and back in the side of Mena. They've got a good lineup on both sides. What else would you expect from scrim partners who share the same organization just from different regions? It's Falcons PH versus Falcons Mena. One's trying to go to the knockout stage for the first time. One's trying to bring the knockout stage to the Philippines one more time. Let's send it over to Brigida and Mirko to get this game started.
Thank you so much, panel. Welcome to game number 1 in this elimination bout. I know one thing's for sure. Falcons gonna win.
Falcons. Falcons, Team Falcons. Yes, that was something Rose mentioned earlier too, and that is the only thing guaranteed, at least heading into this series, where I feel like a lot of eyes are definitely watching out for. Considering what has been a very unexpected turnaround for the PH representatives already so far here in MSC, there's a huge task and challenge for Falcons PH this time, but just the same, Mina, they've finally been stepping up. And they're just one step away from getting into knockouts right now.
And that's been the case. Let's see if Falcons Mena can actually pull up an upset, right? Because so far it's been crazy upsets here and there, even yesterday. All in though.
Oh, that's a crazy arrow. I don't even consider that's crazy. It was just right in front of them. Troll doesn't have the flicker. At least he will survive this though. But a great start somewhat for a Selena on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, pick up already, and they want more. Ogren with the Unbreakable. No, it just gets the wave shoved in over to Falcons Mena. Now, all right, one thing. The panel was questioning if Haji can land the arrows, right? That's the goddamn Kadama machine, bro. I think he can land some arrows. He went for Season Hunter, though. That means he's going to go for the fast clear onto neutral objective. So already a different approach on the Selena for all the other Selenas so far. Sana's doing a good job in lane. We've been seeing more bargain hunters from Moreno, My Goat, Wilderness Blessing for some other Selenas. But Haji's gone for the normal Season Hunter.
Yeah, and I think we've all been wanting to see that KDA machine gameplay, Kada machine gameplay from Haji, which I feel like hasn't really been the case for Falcons PH so far. Again, when they went up against Vitality, it's really Moreno as the highlight of that match. Now it's Troll already poked down to less than half HP. How do Falcons Mena actually dance around this?
That's a good question.
Falcons Meta do have a lot of ways to engage though, Troll and Sanji mainly. Falcons PH are going to be the ones having to kind of react to these engages unless they just start it again and blitz it down, and that seems like it's going to be the case with the Season Hunter.
Oh yep, that is the game plan. Right now, Falcons Meta, 0 trades across the map so far. They aren't able to really get anything out of that. It's just Boyet still farming in his very own jungler, and the way that Falcons PH have been controlling the mid duo has been spectacular. They aren't really enabling Boyet to just go in for any burst nor pickoffs just yet.
Yep. It's gonna be slow. Haji!
Oh, another arrow onto Cuffin. Doesn't use the flicker. There's the knockup from the Lantern Flare. But that's about it.
Even Flap coming by as well. These Falcon boys, man, are playing it so macro. Kyle using the space to invade in the jungle. So it's all about building up those small leads for Falcons PH. They might be able to steal this. Oh, the retreat from Kyle! Takes it away from Boyet. It was on cooldown for Boyet.
iframe's forced out too. Now, initially, what has just been Falcons Meta sticking to the jungling, sticking to their very own farm. Now it's been successfully infiltrated and interrupted by Falcons Meta. An arrow, if it weren't for the Shumpo, that would have been very dangerous here for Troll. But this is a Selena which is actually working in the early game.
Yep. They definitely took a few pages out of the Vitality book after losing the Selena Abyssal Arrow.
Onto Boyet of all members, and that's gonna be a pickup as well. Heptasy's already picked up by Kyle too.
Wow.
That's the start you want for Falcons.
Oh, another!
Oh wait, there's an AOG. Everything just used to secure the kills against Falcons Mena.
No ifs, man. No ifs, all right? Haji doesn't do if, buts, or maybes. He just does absolutes, bro. It's when he lands the arrow, not if. Oh my goodness, the Kadam machine. Haji's just been landing these back-to-back arrows like it's nothing against Falcons Mena. The lead, basically, it's all onto Haji, right? I mean, all because of Haji, sorry. 3,000 gold lead almost at 4 minutes in the game, 3 kills. All with the arrow.
Yeah.
One on Jusin, one earlier, and now on the turtle.
Yep, the Jusin is pretty much dealt with at this point, at least in the early stages of the game, so it'll be a struggle for them to catch back, but that's the Throne of Ruin. It's gonna catch Kyle! We have the Dragon onto him as well as Soti connecting, and Sano makes it to the team fight! Sanji finds the kill, the knockup onto Owen. He's still trying to sustain it, but Flap though, he tried to find Boyet there. Another episode of Arrow connecting. Haji will go in again, and an AOG! They still want more! Haji's on a killing spree!
Boyet!
Okay, knockup onto Owen, but Haji finds a double!
Again, it's the arrows and Haji keeping them alive. Falcons Meta, wait a second, what happened there? Falcons PH, it looked like they want to blitz, but then it was Falcons Meta just forcing the issue, finding the fight, the Throne of Ruin and the flicker. Caught Kyle off guard, a good Jeet Kundo to follow it up as well, so there's still going to be ways for Falcons Meta to pull off a victory here, and it's through forcing these team fights, and Falcons PH gotta be ready for it. They can't be caught off guard like that.
But Falcons PH, they're just so good. They're just so good at managing the man-to-man defense. The members of Falcons Mena individually, you saw how Flap just had his eyes set on Boyet, and he was capable of dealing with him all alone, enough to put him at a very low HP. And on the other side, even though they were after Kyle, the arrows from Haji, they're just something Falcons Mena are yet to really find a way around. Every single time a team fight breaks out, these arrows just interrupt so much of what Falcons Mena want to happen.
And so it builds up again. Kyle, luckily, bought the Sky Piercer after the death. Flap, though, will not make Boyet's life easy. Chases him under turret, pops in the Consecration as well. Classic Flap on the Uranus.
That's been the case for Boyet and Flap for the past 6 minutes. It's always been Flap on Boyet. Troll shows up. Fracture already used. Another episode trap. But Falcons Men are holding on to this mid turret. But it feels like they haven't been able to move out of it as much.
Look at Kyle.
Kyle? Okay, he's onto Sano. SOG connecting as well. Crimson Beacon in! Troll doesn't land the kick onto Kyle, but he does find Haji. But do they have enough damage to deal with him? They finally get to shut him down here or not! They do, but even at the expense of Sano, they had to lose him just to take Haji down.
Usually I'd say it's going to be worth it for the Selena to pick up the Moskov, but he gave the Moskov a big bounty. That was a 4-0 Selena. Now gold given over to Sano. Falcons PH will still capitalize over this neutral objective. That's going to be free. But man, great targeting by Falcons Mena. I really thought they were just going to go for Kyle. In the end, Troll picked the right guy. He went straight for Haji, who had a bounty, who could actually, again, beat a turn for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was actually Kyle they were after all along, but at least in turn, I feel like this somewhat allows Falcons Mena a bit more room to go for more plays.
Yep.
It does grant a bit more wave control, but I think the fact that Sano has been forced to at least participate in the fights more frequently than we're used to seeing gold laners do is somewhat slowing things down a bit for Falcons Mena. It's maybe also because Cuffin hasn't been having the best time in the early game, which is why they needed to compensate for damage in other departments. Oh, but Troll, he finds one. There goes the follow-up from Cuffin. They find the knock-up on Haji with the Lantern Flare, but the damage, it needs to come from Boyet. Iframes trying to dash out. A flicker from Flap, though. He doesn't let Boyet get away.
Okay, the first time is going to be worth it to get the kill on Haji because of the bounty, but the second time around for Boyet's life, not that worth it. But then you look at it again, and Falcons Mena were able to get a turret in mid lane. Luckily for Falcons PH, they also retaliate with a turret take. So in the end, it's Falcons PH who get the benefit of that trade, the advantage. Chastised Pauldron done for Sanji. That'll certainly help in their endeavors to fight around in these 5v5s against Super Marco.
Yeah, you know what reminds me of? When I see Sanji on the Alice, it just brings back memories, you know?
Yep.
It just brings back memories of Wildcard. But now it's a much bigger task at hand for Sanji. He does have to give up that turret, though.
At least it's not one of those wildcard games where Sanji went 0-7 on the Alice, right? It's a good game. Oh, Arrow!
Oh, it's not a good game for Cuffin, though. That's for sure. Now that's the Throne of Ruin already forced out. He does land it onto multiple members and flickers out safely. And I guess they're just trying to buy more time. Look at what Sano's been trying to do on the Moskov.
They are able to get a tier 2 down below. The SOD doesn't land, and it's Falcons PH who are just getting the better trades. They get a kill off of that on Cuffin. They get a base turret as well. Falcons Mena only got the Holy Shield, but hold on. If Falcons PH commit onto this, the Moskov might be able to go for another turret. No, it's too fast.
Okay, Sano just gets the purple instead. There will be Haji to deal with the waves too, but even the placements, just look at the placements of the traps. I mean, it'll go down a few, but I think that's helping Falcons so much. Just play around their macro much more easier. A Malefic Roar pickup for Kyle. Ooh, it's been so tough for Cuffin, honestly, in this game.
Yep.
The positioning has been a struggle. The Crimson Beacon used to reposition or even go in aggressively has been a struggle because the arrows seem to be punishing him always.
Let's take a look at the equipment here so far in the game. What has Falcons PH been able to get with a 6,000 gold lead in their hands? 1,000 in between the gold laners. That means Super Marco ahead in the Swift Trinity build. Sano, though, following through, able to pick up the DHS. That makes it Swift Trinity Power Spike as well.
Conceal from Owen.
They still have to clear. Oh, Spear of Misery. Wow.
That knocks him back, but they'll have to let go of their turrets. Arrow gets dodged, but Holy Shields are about to go down. They lose 2. I mean, they only have 2 left, but the damage from Kyle is insane. Falcons Mena at least have room to deal with the Lord for now, but you saw that single entry from Falcons, and it's not looking too good for them.
It's all about defense for Falcons Mena, for Falcons PH. It's all about trying to go for the siege, so they need to find some angles for the arrows to land, or they start zoning Falcons Mena from these structural objectives. Troll with the conceal, cancel AOG.
Oh, Throne of Ruin casted, does get him immune from that knockup, but Sanji doesn't find any. Has to flicker out too, just to survive. The damage from Boyet doesn't seem to be enough. Sano's just dealing with the waves as much as they can. Goes in! Super Marco. Oh, that made me nervous.
Marco gets the Malefic gun. He'll be able to get that range advantage. Arrow from the side, but it doesn't land. Again for Falcons Mena, though, they have amazing clear as long as the Moskov is left untouched. As long as he's able to pierce through these minions with the spears, he'll be getting free farm. So I think for Falcons PH, the right move right now would be to freeze up these waves, deny farm away from Sano. Because he's not far, 1,000, but not as far as you would think, right? With a 6,000 gold lead here, you wouldn't expect a little bit more of a lead there to try to deny the Moskov. It's actually more on the jungle. Kyle's been gapping Boyet in farm. Oh my goodness.
I gotta say, Flap's been doing a great job at helping Kyle get this lead over Boyet. The fact that they haven't been able to really utilize the Hirara to in any way try to burst down a member from Falcons. Not even Haji, who seemed to be one of the best possible targets in the early, or even Super Marco. So it's been great. It's been great for the Bulletproof, and now Ogwen just gets to pick up the Chastise as well. So majority of the damage you're expecting from Falcons Mena already have somewhat of an answer from Falcons PH, and there's another Lord spawning in just 3 seconds, which I feel Falcons Mena are really going to struggle to try and attempt for a contest, if any.
It's double season Hunter plus a Claw. They can burst this Lord as long as it's not Evolved Lord. Super easy. Look at that. Oh man, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Lord gone, taken by Falcons PH. Purple buff taken by Boyet though, so he's able to get a buff in hand. Flap's good. Melfic gun though for Sano.
Yep.
One thing we can't talk about is that the additional range will help him to clear even more. Wishing Lantern already done with Ice Queen 1. And it's just a Melfic Roar, that big, oh my god, 2 items difference between the junglers. Kyle has a Sky Piercer, even though it's only on 10 stacks, and an endless battle, so that's going to be true damage that Sanji, Troll, and Cuffin are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Super Marco's looking like he's on the road onto building a Winter Crown as well.
Got it.
That's Sanji taking it, and that's a concealed play. Ogwen trying to show up. Doesn't get to taunt anyone just yet, but that's just space.
Yep.
Falcons secure this mid-base turret. They get to find the Lantern Flares onto Flap, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna go in. Consecration already used. They're looking to take out all the remaining base turrets, but the damage from Super Marco.
It's just there, it's just a bit of poke. Falcons Mena know that they cannot fight, and the reason they gave the mid turret is because they would rather lose mid and top, no problem, over their last side lane turret. Falcons PH don't want to take this down.
This Troll finds something here. Oh, it's Ogwen who goes in first! Are they looking to punish
Haji.
instead? Sanji finds a set in the back lines, but all the while that's been happening, the rest of his members have been falling too. Boya dealing a bit more damage than we expected him to. And it's been 3 members of Falcons PH going down so far. Placing to a cancel now. Winter Crown just in time! And the BMI! Super Marco gets to escape, but they lose 3.
That was insane. The arrow looked like it was going to land on Cuffin, but he popped in the Crimson Beacon, so it actually landed on Sano instead. In the end, Falcons PH still took a fight under turret. Look at this again. Slow-mo. Ogwen got both. Sano and Cuffin. This was the dream start. Haji throws it, and look, Sano was left to deal with the Abyssal Arrow. Haji got it. Yes, Sanji got a massive set. But damn, fighting under turret against this composition still super difficult. It was just so difficult for Super Marco to find a target to actually attack as well, just because of the iframes. Great cancel though on Troll. Amazing Jeet Kundo. Purple buff steal for Boyet, finally.
Wait, did he? Or is it? Because I think I see a purple buff in...
Oh, Kyle secured it? Kyle secured it, okay.
Got it,
I thought it was a take with the red tree. Both of them red tree.
Both of them. That was close. It's still a 7k gold lead though for Falcons PH. So we saw how, as you mentioned, Falcons Mena have been struggling to go for that fight even when it was right under their turret. So it's still not looking as great for them. At the very least, things could have been different if only Sano didn't go down there. Maybe if they only had a bit more damage to rely on to execute the team fights, but even Sanji's just starting to feel the damage from the fractures.
Kyle took it away, the orange buff with the retribution. Playing with the timers again, knows that Falcons Mena cannot blitz this Lord, so it's just the retry used by Kyle to constantly suffocate Falcon Mena carries. Top wave has been dealt with though, and they know the retry's been used. The Troll is looking for the play. Abyssal Arrow.
He gets caught by an arrow! Uses the Way of the Dragon just to push the other members away, but he will not survive. Crimson Beacon out just so Cuffin lives too. And that's pretty much it. Falcons PH get this guaranteed Lord.
Yet again, it's Falcons PH, man, controlling the game. Falcons Mena have only had one neutral objective. A say, only had one say onto the neutral objective. All the times it's just been Falcons PH with a burst on the double season Hunter. Ogwen with the flank.
With no base turrets left, this isn't looking too good for Falcons Mena. Majority of their wave clear is just really Sano. But if Falcons decide to sync up the waves, this is gonna be tough. You have to expect Abyssal Arrows everywhere, and looking at the items. Okay, Boyet still needs one more.
That they do. Still needs one more item, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get it in time. Wind of Nature for Sano. Oh, actually he gets a Sea Halberd, there you go.
Full items on the damage dealers of Falcons Mena.
Okay, just in time for the fracture! Forcing out the Winter Crown from Sanji. Throne of Ruin forced already to AOG in from Ogun, but Flap doesn't have the Winter Crown. Does he get punished here? No! Haji finds another kill! And the fracture just lands on multiple targets! Falcons BH ends game 1 right here!
It was a full defense for Falcons Mena the whole game, from start to finish. Falcons PH, though, able to stay consistent, constantly throw in these attacks at the base, sieging it through. And the last one, it looked a bit dicey with those health bars a couple of times. Sano, good positioning, but at the end of the day, that Lord, those members, that front line from Falcons PH, and those dang arrows from Haji were just too much for Falcons Mena to handle. They're gonna have to take the L in game number 1, try to go back to the drawing board. And for Falcons PH, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Selena, if it's open again, I want the Kadam machine on it again.
It posed a lot of questions for us. We were, and even the panelists, I think, had an if statement, if the arrows actually land, but in this scenario, you said it, it were only absolute arrows that came in from Haji. Complete control over the map.
What? That was not supposed to be a killing trade.
This one too. This one was a highlight for Haji. He got the most important person in that team fight, which could have potentially turned things around for Falcons Mena. And man, we were thinking Falcons Mena came out with a better start in the draft, but look at what happened here in game number 1.
Well, we'll know exactly what happened from the panel. Let's ask the panel to break down this game number 1 for Falcon versus Falcon.
Thank you. It's a battle of the skies, as they said, and it was PH who took the win in this one. Falcons happy about that. You see Kyle and Flap rejoicing in their victory. And guys, Renmar, Gideon back in the stage. Rain Day. It's just been a fun time here at MSC. Again, this one looking good for Philippines, but also just really looking good for the pacing of this game, which was pretty, I mean, I'll let you put the word. What's a word you would use to describe this victory?
What's a good word for Haji here? I mean, Mirko already mentioned absolute.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we can play around that.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, absolute. Yeah. It's absolute Haji. It's like a limited edition comic book run, which were just five issues of this bangs, perfect ending. Let's not do that again because that was way too good. I don't see Falcons Mena letting this leader through ever again.
No, absolutely not. Considering that the lineups, I was leaning more into Mena's side because it's just easier to execute overall, while Falcons still have to make sure, Falcons PH in this case, has to make certain decisions of how do we actually influence it. We're probably going to be pulling it up on the telestrator in just a little bit, because here, I would imagine there's so many ways that like Falcons PH could have kind of made sure that Falcons Mena, unfortunately in this case, can't walk up safely. And every time they do try to make walk up safely, they are in that firing line.
To be honest, the Selena, I mean, has looked good every time she's been picked. Uranus getting higher and higher in terms of prioritization. Obviously, Belric banned early, but that allowed the Uranus to show what he's done. And I don't know, I'm starting to like the Nolan. This is looking really good. We're starting to get deeper into the evolution of this draft. I know when Falcons Mena go back to the drawing board, they're going to say, we probably can't let this happen. We'll probably target ban. You would expect a potential Selena, but Renmar, I know you've got some telestration lined up for us. I want to hear you lead us into it on the back of these highlights and also talk about what you saw.
Yeah, there was something that Gideon mentioned, how dangerous it is to walk up. Perfect, because the clips I chose actually feed into that idea. And at the same time, as we saw here, I feel like because of how much, dare I say, squishier the heroes are, easier to kill the heroes are in this current metagame. Of course, with the Assassins making a comeback and then the EXP leaders being the main sources of just tankiness alongside the roamers, depending or not whether you get a pick off, it is so devastating to lose one that Nolan looks so good in this current metagame. We're gonna play this out, and this is an example of what Gideon mentioned of how dangerous it is to step up. Look how far Falcons will continue this push. They're gonna be willing to give up the little bit of control they have in the bottom lane just for sheer focus and will to break down the first inhibitor up top. After they get the second tower, they will continue. And look just how one Abyssal Arrow and one Uranus will stop Falcons from defending. They get Coffin down. That's the -1. The siege minion makes it through, meaning that they get to pop the passive, and then they're going to be continuing this into a push with the rest of the minions.
Before you end this, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do you feel about the Moskov far on the right side there when the team's defending? Is that a good decision?
You see a lot of teams with the Moskov want to do this.
Yeah,
they
just
want
let
to
this
open
go.
up the map on the other side.
Okay.
And then if ever Falcons had an error here and they didn't get Coffin, maybe let's say they were a little bit too aggressive with trying to get that tower down, they weren't patient, then the Moskov comes in with an SOD. Yeah, and it turns the fight around.
Okay.
Now we go into the second one, and I feel like this was already a big lead for Falcons heading into this, but this was the dagger, proving once again why Haji was the biggest question for this one, and he answered this absolutely. It was pointed out by the casters. Ogun gets that double taunt, but Haji will also commit the flicker just to finish this off. But I also wanted to capture this moment because this is how you envision how it would go good for Falcons Mena, where you see it's a huge immobilize onto 3 for Sanji with the Throne of Ruin, and the other members of Falcons over here trying to just make sure. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's go with right there.
Nice.
Just trying to make sure that they can hold on and hope that the rest of the team will be able to take down the Alice before the other members of Falcons Mena will be able to get out and join that fight. But the problem is, here for Falcons Mena, pointed out by Gideon as well, they were just lacking the firepower and they needed the help of the turret to do really well with this. But even with the help of the turret, it was still a trade that went very well for Falcons. They lost members, but Kyle and Super Marco were able to get some small wins here and there. They didn't lose themselves. They burned the flicker from the Cho, which would open up options for them for the next 2 minutes. So in the end, that was still a win for Falcons PH, despite Falcons Mena getting some kills. It was just a harsh reality check that they just didn't have enough to be at a good spot.
Is the indication there too? I'm going very in depth. Could you bring that back up real quick? I wanted to say something about it. If you can, no problem. No problem.
Right.
It was a 15 Moskov going against a lot of level 12s, 13s, 14s, but 0 kills.
Yeah.
So this just indicates that despite the Moskov pushing and trying to get what he's supposed to do, he was still being completely outfarmed by Super Marco.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because again, it's about how much actual money is on the map at one time. There's a couple of ways you can get it, from kills, which unfortunately Falcons don't have access to, the lane, or even jungle creeps. And out of those things, Super Marco can hit 2 lanes, 3 lanes at the same time, clear up the enemy jungle. While they're doing it, he will always have double the farm, double the money in this particular scenario. And like Renmar mentioned, right? Especially they needed this turret specifically to deal damage because unfortunately for poor Moskov did not have 3 items at that point of time. So that's the only other way.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because you look at like where your win conditions are, and it's kind of a popcorn term, but it helps to understand what went right, what went wrong, and what has to go right next time around. Obviously, that gold lane matchup really important, and for a character like Claude to be winning at that high level, and obviously not having a great win rate. To me, I think that seems like they did not do enough in that matchup to really put pressure on him, or at least. What did you think? Was it the entire composition that didn't put enough pressure?
I'm going to bring in some favorite basketball terms here. They play pick and pop, man.
Hey.
Sometimes the pick and pop is a little bit too difficult to stop, especially, I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
The pick and pop is tough to stop.
Yeah, especially if the defense isn't ready for it. And if you keep getting hit by the arrow, and there was one play there that was just so unashamedly Team Falcons PH, the long stun on the Selena arrow, and they committed the ultimate of the Gatot Kacha just to get that kill onto the Juicin as like an extra exclamation point of like, you guys are not gonna get the early game you need for your Moskov. It's our Claude's game.
Well, but let's also not forget, I mean, it's still talking ball, the screens, the importance of actually having to play quote unquote defense, but really just to deny the opponents, because the only way that early game could have gone well for Team Falcons Mena is if Boyet got that lead. He was like somewhat close. He was always like right there on the line, but his influence could never go down to the gold lane. Every single time it occurred, Falcons PH one step ahead, either having traps for vision, more importantly, sending in supports to cover that side.
Yeah, and since we're still on basketball, the balls on Team Falcons PH.
Come on, man.
Like they were honest with it, man. Nolan, Selena, they were just saying, we don't care, man. We're going to be able to execute this.
Yeah.
You need a lot of bravado to make this work, and they were so confident with it.
I love it, man. And Team Falcons PH dunking on Team Falcons Meta just to continue with it. I also got to ask you guys got a basketball go? Because I already know my answer. No, you're not going there?
It's MJ.
MJ.
It's MJ.
Mine's his protege, you know, Kobe.
Oh, Kobe.
Kobe, man. Come on, I'm a Kobe guy.
I feel you.
You got an answer?
I don't.
You're staying out of it?
Too much heat. Too much heat every time we get into talking ball, man. It's not good.
You got to have a favorite. Hey, I'm from LA, born and raised, so I can have a Laker as my number one, right? You understand what I mean? I love talking a little bit of ball. Also talking about the back and forth between these teams too. One of the interesting things that, you know, I think about the squad of Team Falcons Meta and Team Falcons PH is how they're utilizing their drafts and trying to catch each other off guard, and how people are responding to that, because you're already at the second or third layer of the response. And I want to point out the fact that the Belleric was banned early and the Harara was prioritized for the first pick, and it didn't actually get ahead of the Nolan, which was taken later on, which means you set up for a draft to get an advantage and you didn't get that advantage. And so now do you go back and you ban the Selena, or you take something else away like the jungle situation so that you force even a Nolan to potentially get picked up by you and then no other jungle options? Or if they take the Nolan, you have something else to respond to win another lane?
I'll drop my opinion on this real quick. I think it's okay for Falcons Mena to just prioritize bans on the Selena. We saw Onyx do it earlier against SRG.
We did.
Absolutely, but that comes with a couple of conditions here, right? Because last time it was like, oh, I had to be the one to ban out the Belleric, and the opposing side needed to get rid of the Atlas on their end, so they're just gonna have to roll the dice a bit. But if, let's say, right, you know, in a perfect world, they swap sides. I think red side comes in with a much bigger advantage, especially when we're talking about red 4 and the final couple of bans at the end of the day. But the hard decisions really come down to, hey, if we do decide to get rid of Atlas on our side, we still must always get rid of Marcel, always get rid of the Freya, and that doesn't really change.
Yeah, on Falcon PH, when they were on the red side earlier, it was Marcel, Freya, Atlas, as you mentioned. For Falcons Mena, they banned out the Fanny, Ling, and Belleric. Not terrible bans, but maybe we're slowly starting to see a little shift away from rushing the Herara right out of the gate. Because with heroes such as Selena, I'm not saying pick the Selena over the Herara.
Yeah.
But now there are answers, risky answers, not absolute answers. Maybe?
I think, because every time we say...
There it is.
Yeah. Every single time, right? It's about building the system around the Herara. Do you have a strong enough mid trio to enable this first blood? Or do you at least have a sandbag to kind of control that side of the wave?
Well, I like the adjustment because we mentioned going deeper into the assassin ban and not prioritizing the Herara. They take out the Selena as well, which we mentioned. Ling and Fanny gone, which forces you to go deeper into that pool if you want to grab it. The Herara taken on the other side, but the Uranus taken on the side of Falcons Meta. They liked how it worked. The Belleric's still available, which is a dangerous composition. And the Claude, that's an early prio. Gideon, you're questioning that?
I'm very surprised because now they can pick up Belleric on their side and even look to actually secure their mid lane down. Yeah. But maybe this could be like an attack, right? This is a hidden attack. I'm saying if we finish our first 3, we get to the second phase, we're looking at your gold laner if you don't pick it up in the first 3.
But isn't Belleric Eudora too good here to pass up? Or would you?
That is the trap that a lot of...
Never mind.
Why are we shifting it now?
Yeah, why?
This is like 3rd level. These teams have done this before to each other, it feels like.
I think we don't see their jungler just yet. They might keep the option open
I think they need to
put the Sakai into the jungle or roam, and then you pick up the Eudora here, as mentioned by Rain.
Whoa.
They're going...
Hey, this is some beef.
I like what I'm seeing. Just because I don't see the Eudora. For that sole purpose. Is it questionable? Absolutely.
Man.
Because I wish they held on to the flex option instead of showing it right away.
I agree, but at the same time, I think they also recognize that, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that Bulletproof Marco is going to do Bulletproof Marco things and try and dominate that side of the lane. So at least let's affect it by forcing him to take a Purify. That's number one. The second thing is, I don't know how they're going to play that early game now, because now that Akai has kind of revealed itself alongside the chill, the early game isn't exactly leaning towards Falcons PH on this Herara, right? Because I would imagine that with Herara, you want to set up for that level 2, but it's just too much stats.
Okay.
Wow.
They go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda. There's one pick right now that Falcons Mena needs to ban, and that's the Valentina. If the Valentina gets through, this is going to be really tough for Falcons Mena. Yes, Falcons PH won't have the range, but it's Haji. This is his signature hero in MPL Philippines Season 17. He'll have a wealth of options, and he's just going to be looking at 2. Heavy spin and the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
With just those two ultimates, it changes the image of team fights to favor Falcons PH more.
This is an interesting one, guys. I mean, I thought a lot of things. Now, who knows what we think? But of course, the Valentina looks like a pretty smart ban. A lot of really good ultimates on the side with control for Falcons meta. Just showing you a little bit here. The Harara stolen and the Uranus stolen. So swap there. The Selena no longer involved in a major prioritization in the Claude and the Cho.
I think Falcons PH might let the Harith through because they still have an option to play a glue roam if ever.
Yeah, blue roam is also pretty good. I'm also thinking whether or not they need to get rid of the Lilia at this point, because again, these are very like picks that kind of signal what they think is going to be a problem for their final comp at the end of the day. And the peel is good. Not to mention, I mean, there's still also the Zushin that they could have picked up later on the line, get a nice clean swan, and then still peel off this tanks. So the question is, do you want to peel them, or do you want to be a legitimate threat? If you want to be a legitimate threat, there's still Vixana, there's still Lilia.
Some really good choices here for the mid lane. For the gold, I'm pretty sure the Falcons man is also thinking about what to give Sano. He has two signature picks with his most prolific heroes, Moskov, Bruno. And if you're a Bruno player, that means you also play Brody. So you have 3 picks to choose from, and Falcons needs to be very careful with what they show at Red 4 because that'll make the choice so much easier for Falcons.
Man, we don't talk about Bruno in my house.
All right,
okay?
all right.
We're big Encanto fans. My daughter cannot stop singing it.
Until now, it's been a while. Hey, look, it is really catchy. It is super catchy.
Come on, man. Lin-Manuel Miranda, come on.
Looking at these final bans, though, I think this one's a really, really tough choice for Mina. At this stage, you've kind of gotten rid of like the big team fight ultimates, and now that you're also getting rid of one more, you've opened up the Valentina this time round. But do you really want to spin Beyblades against the Akai, or like how are we doing this?
Spin it. You get the Valentina, then you get the glue. Because with the Minotaur ban, I feel like that's a huge signal that they're going to be going for a
There it is.
Harith. They close it up with, I guess, Harith, and then...
Harith Zushin, but that wouldn't be enough damage unless they play like early game Akai invades.
Here's a question. What problem have they addressed from game 1 so far? And I'm talking Falcons meta, but what problem are they potentially letting go with this draft?
The fact that some of their biggest ultimates are going to be also in the hands of Falcons and covering what Falcons needs in their draft.
Did they address something in last game, though?
The Uranus.
Okay.
The Uranus was answered.
One, at least they get to control at one side of the map to actually sandbag it, right? But in terms of tempo, I don't think they've answered it just yet. I think they still are going to have a bit of a tempo problem here, but you've already got at least the Cho to help that out. The Moskov as well, okay, totally fine. There's the Jushin, and now we have like a strong, solid mid trio that's very, very hard to punish.
Glue? I think it's just glueable,
for sure. For sure, right? What else? Well, I mean, what other supports do we have to think about at this stage, other than maybe like the Hilda Max? Yeah. And even then, it's like not the greatest. You're only going to play it around Super Marco and also the Hirara.
Yeah.
Energy on stage. Sometimes you got to mention it. It's actually caught on this cam. Some daps. The coach is going back. I mean, it felt like they liked their draft.
Yeah. It's solid. It goes back to the identity of Falcons meta. You get Boyet on the utility jungle. You get Sano on a signature hero, and of course, it's the Gato. Just every time when I think it's going to be something different, it's just a Gato Kacha again.
But I can't clear waves. Gato shows up once more. But both sides have very similar idea of how their compositions want to work. The early game is where we're going to have to see whether, you know, Falcons PH can set up that early snowball in that first blood. If not, I think as mid-game starts to come around, there's a lot of defensive tools that Mina can use to deter them. Like, stay back, but as long as I hold my ultimate, you have to respect me.
Yeah, it seems like a disciplined game would benefit Team Falcons meta because they have a lot of ways to use that utility, but can they apply enough pressure to get ahead and snowball, especially if they get in this position where they are down and almost out? One game to tie it up or one game to send them home. Team Falcons PH on the verge of victory. Let's send it back over to your casters for game 2, where they might find themselves in the knockout stage.
Here we go into the land of dawn. Falcons meta backed onto a wall. On the brink of elimination, they rely back on their main identity that won them the wild card. Boyet on utility, Sano on a carry, Kelvin on Juiced.
I was about to say it's comfort. Going back to comfort for Falcons meta in this very dangerous spot that they're currently in. A do or die up against Falcons PH, who based on this series alone have seemed to figure out what has been lacking for them in their previous series here in MSC. You see how they've been very proactive in setting the tempo. And now that they're on a Hirara, it's all the more reason for them to do the same.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Sano taking a Master Assassin, but losing out already. 1v1 up top. At least the Letho gets taken out by Falcons Mana's Boyet. But you can definitely see the clear speed difference earlier. Kyle got level 2 so quick, he was able to get the gold crab. So at the end of the day, a full clear plus a gold crab will be a bit better than the Letho plus semi-full clear because he didn't get the lizard up top.
And let's see Falcons Mena to play the mid differently this time, because earlier it was a clear struggle for them to just rotate out of this. Once again, you see Troll on the Troll, but nonetheless, it's not a guarantee that you have the Spear Wave clear and you tend to win it out, because right now Falcons, you don't really sense where Kyle is just yet. Buffet might just get caught here. There goes the flicker. Forced out again just before the objective spawns.
Falcons PH are just so good at this. Right now it's 2 times. First time it was Haji on the Selena who's forcing it. Haji!
Okay, he gets caught there. Fortunately has a dash, so he will get away, but Troll is actually going for it! First blood over to Falcons Mena. And isn't this great? They have an Akai in their side, and they take out the mid from Falcons PH right before the objective.
They bet out the flicker of Cuffin, but yeah, that's definitely way more worth it for Falcons Mena. They're able to pick up the kill. Just when I was about to say Cuffin needs to be way safer up against the Assassin, we see Haji step forward a bit too far, and now it's Sanji who's zoning them away.
Unbreakable doesn't land. Sanji flickers out. Troll trying to look for something. Space creation is the name of the game. Sanji actually creates enough and also secures the objective for himself. Heavy spin used defensively. The SOD does land, but Falcons Mena, I think it's a clear re-engage from them this time.
There's a reason Falcons... Oh, Troll!
Oh, never mind. It's re-engage once again. All over again. Falcons Mena. They find Ogwin.
Wow.
Troll goes down in exchange, but that's the heavy spin copied by Haji. They're not going to proceed with a fight.
A 1-for-1 in the end on top of the neutral objective. Sanji.
Oh, that's Remembers. He's not going to get out of that. It's Kyle providing the damage. And so it somehow equalizes the trade. 2 for 2 now on the board for Falcons PH and Mena.
You're right. It's 2 for 2 now. It's just a neutral objective diff. And hey, believe it to Falcons PH to be able to come back from what looked to be a great play from Troll. But we see now why Falcons Mena were able to win the wild card with the utility jungle. It just seems so different from last game where they were playing the Hirara, playing the new meta. Doesn't really suit them, right?
Yeah.
Go back to your trump card and then play around Sano. Marco with Blazing Duet.
Okay, it does get the gold crab. It's a small win. And yeah, I feel like the pacing changes overall when Falcons Mena are just on these kinds of lineups. Cuffin and Troll seem to be playing a much more confident game, while it also probably goes hand in hand with the fact that they are up against a matchup which doesn't have as much range and doesn't have as much surprise potential, with the Abyssal Arrows just falling all over the place. But Ogun now below half HP, does have the AOG still. Not going to use it just yet though. But that's clear control for Falcons Mena so far here in mid.
It's all about mid prio whenever you have the utility jungle. Same playstyle from the wild card again. Boyet every single time after full clear goes into mid, consistently helps to get that mid prio to secure these neutral objectives. Down below it's Flap who wins out the XP crab battle, and it just seems like we're setting up for this neutral objective. Ooh. Great read by Falcons PH though. They know when it comes to the 50-50 around the neutral objectives, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
They have to look for a win elsewhere, but they can't look for that trade up top. Sano's playing too safe.
They spot Kyle already. They know Kyle's already within the area. Knockups from the Lantern Flare. Troll trying to look for a target. Crimson Beacon in from Cuffin. Ogun already very, very low. Troll with a 3-man knockup. Sanji too, pretty low. Might have to get away from this. But then Sanji, for the second time around, secures the turtle for Falcons Mena. Flap and Haji trying to chase after Boyet. Heavy spin already committed. And Troll, both Troll and Cuffin just get to protect their jungler from that.
Hi-oh.
Oh boy, it's low.
Yep, shoot away from it. Conceal coming down now. Ogwin wants to take control over this purple buff. But yes, Sanji secures the neutral objective. Falcons Mena again with the Akai. Pulling a win over the neutral objectives, but that's what it's meant to do, this composition.
Yeah.
Now we have to go back to the fact that Falcons PH, they can still scale, but so can Falcons Mena. So it basically makes it all even.
Falcons Meta getting the neutral objective isn't a way to snowball. Rather, it's a way to stay neutral in the game. Something that they weren't able to do on Assassins. Now, they can play for the scaling on Sano. It's protect Mr. President. As long as Sano continues to farm this way, and Falcons Meta are able to keep the gold lead from staggering out of control, it's A-okay. It's back to Falcons Meta playing their signature game.
Yeah, but I think Falcons PH are too good at keeping it really under control. It's not growing into any significant lead just yet. Falcons Meta, they're not able to convert it into any structures, and so we see that the lead is something you don't really get to feel, at least for now in this game. But that's a really high cut for Sanji. There's a response coming out from Falcons PH this time just because of that, and he will go down. That's another kill over to Kyle, or actually the first kill. The second one he's able to get in this game.
Let's see, they're able to bait people down into the bottom lane. That means a turret up top. Wait a second.
Oh.
AOG?
Could that have been the plan? Ogun goes in with the AOG, yes, but it's not going to break out into a fight just yet. They have their eyes on Troll, however. He might be the pick-off, but he has the Jeet Kune Do. He is going to survive.
And no turret for Falcons Meta.
Okay.
Great defense by Falcons PH, really just keeping that turret from going down, but now it's Boyet up top. Kyle onto the neutral objective first. Same level, it's 9-9.
Sanji already using the consecration, trying to get some info. Troll gets revealed here, and Kyle for the first time actually secures the objective away from Falcons Meta. The SOD did land, but I don't think Falcons Meta want to commit to a fight just yet.
Nope, not just yet. Not until Sano gets the 3-item power spike. But again, it'll be the same for Marco. Wait a second. Sano will be able to get a turret down below, so that makes it quite okay. Marco, though, obviously always there to get compensation off of these trades, right? Falcons Meta are trying their darn best to get some trades on the map. But Falcons PH always refuse for it to be an equal trade. It's always a kill on top of it, a neutral objective on top of a structure. And that's why they are the ones with the 1,000 gold lead, despite Falcons Meta's hold onto the 2 turtles.
Yeah, I wanted to say it looked equal, but then I looked at the gold lead and it's, for some reason, not. Falcons are the ones getting a better hold of this.
Look at Marco.
Oh, again.
Yup, it's all about the macro plays right now, taking the structures around the map. It's the same, though, for Falcons Meta. They are able to push up top. It was basically broken at top. So low. Just needed one more minion. Little strike down from the Winion. But now it's back to the scaling game. Wait a second, wait the dragon.
They find Flap. Do they have damage though? That's a really good AOG from Ogun just to stop them in their tracks. Crimson Bee got out from Cuffin, and now they might have to run away. They wanted to go for Flap, interestingly enough. But the damage again, I think it's a question mark.
And again, even in that skirmish that looked like Falcons Meta were the ones being proactive, it was Sano who had to burn the flicker.
SOD, he actually escapes. Whoa, Sano with that play. Okay, at least they don't hand over more and more advantage to Team Falcons PH.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of clean with it. Great escape, man, against 4 members of Falcons PH. Any normal player would just be like, all right, I'm dead. But Sano refuses to play safe gold lane. He is the definition of play safe gold lane. He knows if 4 members are coming up, how to handle them. Up top though, Marco's gonna try to build a slow push, and Falcons Meta won't actually be using Moskov, Sano. Oh,
yeah, he's here in mid, and because they need the damage, they pin down Owen, they want to burst him down. Flap goes in with a falling star moon, but the Crimson Beacon too as a response. They want to apply a bit more crowd control, and now he's slowly being shredded down. Kyle enters from the sides, but he doesn't seem to land the damage onto anyone. It's Sanji, just needs one more hit. It's a flicker from him to finish off the kill on Kyle, but Marco going in. This might just be the turnaround. Boyet stays alive for too long, but not until the damage from Falcons PH arrive.
Both Falcons want to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, fighting fire with fire. They started the fight with a pick with a Way the Dragon on Ogwin. It ended up being 3 for 2 in favor of Falcons Meta. The 2,000 gold lead for Falcons PH now crumbling down to 1.7k, and you see again in the skirmish, Falcons Meta really utilizing that man advantage for a while. Thank God for Haji getting that angle to go for the pin on Sano, because if not, it would have been a bad fight for Falcons PH to take. Marco was just way too late in the skirmish. Again, Selena, Valentina, it just seems like it's Haji who's holding down Fort.
Yeah, it looked like a really good entry from Kyle too, but the fact that the damage didn't really land onto anyone was just so unfortunate. Okay, it's different this time, yes. So they might have a bit more advantage. Oh, Falcons PH though, they go in for the engage. Sanji already very low, but the layer of the dragon!
Wait!
They find Haji! SOD does not connect! Sano might have to commit to the push. He will as the team fight still continues to break out, and Kyle will secure the objective for Falcons PH!
It was a 4v5. Falcons Meta held them down for so long, but in the end, it's Flap with a triple. But a base turret up top might be taken by Sano. The rest of the team want to punish this. Sano, I don't think you have the minions, buddy.
Oh, he just wanted the turret, but now he might have to go down to no SOD available. And the kill goes over to Super Marco.
What a crazy sequence of events. They tried to go for the 4v5. Initially, it looked good. They got the pick off on Haji, but they really used everything for it. Even the heavy spin that was supposed to win them out the red tree battles. Again with Kyle, able to stitch out that damage together with the red tree, chaining it, securing the neutral objective. Sano, I really feel like that was already good. The fact that they were able to get a tier 2, but they wanted more. And in the end, now they might lose a base turret because of it.
Yeah, they desperately wanted that because they lost on the objective fight. They wanted something, but now it's Falcons who is trying to set up something with the AOG troll. Finding a target! He finds Kyle! Falcons gonna take down one crucial member. The damage seems to be enough. Blazing do it though as a response from Super Marco. They might want to calculate it a bit. There's the knock-up on Super Marco. No kick available. The falling star mode from Flap. He's starting to become a massive threat, but Troll is yet to fall. Sanji's still alive too. Falcons Vena, none of them are going down.
Marco gets the Melfic gun. He's so confident. Kyle gets taken out, but there is no bounty, so it's A-okay. Falcons PH can still chill even after that skirmish. Oh my god, it's just back-to-back fights. Falcons Meta now. It's all about scaling again for Sano. The Melfic gun already for Marco, so now it's Sano waiting for his own Melfic gun. Let's take a look at the items real quick. Melfic gun on the way. The Fury Hammer is next. I thought maybe there's a possibility for him to go into nature, just looking at the amount of damage that Falcons PH have on him. But yes, he needs the range. He needs to be able to dish out the damage when his frontline tanks it up. But that gold lead is ridiculous, 1,500. A whole item with the Melfic gun. He's going to be able to get the win of nature before the Melfic gun of Sano gets completed. Now it's damage on Troll. Marco as well.
Oh, who got it? Okay.
Buff Boyet. Boyet still got it with the red tree. Kyle had his red tree on cooldown.
At this point, it's just the mid-duo of Falcons Meta who are slightly ahead, and it's not even a significant lead. It's just that they had a bit more advantage, and you saw that, I mean, from the early up until the current point that we're at here in this game, and that's a Sky Piercer on Coffin too, so I guess it's at least successful scaling that you see from Falcons Mena at this point onwards. It's just that maybe the decisions should be something they really take into consideration, especially that one time we saw from Sano earlier on. That cost them a bit too much, and now Falcons PH, they are setting the tempo all over again for this upcoming Lord fight.
Sano's in the bottom lane. This is going to be this looks great. Oh, Marco low though.
Oh, Boyet, they don't want him to get near. But Boyet's trying his best. Heavy spin, 2 heavy spins. SOD could have made it. Haji goes down though. Falcons PH do get the objective, but Falcons Meta now on fight. AOG from Ogwen, that might just have been the means to stop Falcons Meta. Super Marco landing the free hits. He finds a double on both Sanji and Boyet. It looked too good for Falcons Mena, but the AOG and now Sano. Can he get away from this? He's still trying to survive, but Kyle will find Troll.
Falcons PH played the long game in that skirmish. They got the Lord. It looked great for Falcons Mena as they got one man down straight up. But it wasn't enough in the end. Falcons PH waited for the resources to be spent, to be burnt down. Then they re-engaged. Marco on the claw, that blazing duet, and the clutch factor you have when you have Mr. Bulletproof in your team. It's just ridiculous. Now, Falcons PH, you're going to be looking for the throat.
Okay, that's a blazing duet from Super Marco. Just blasting Sano, and that's one of the most important members you have on your side if you're Team Falcons Mena. It just seems like such a big difference. It's the sides that you're seeing from Falcons PH really making work. Falcons Mena, they had so much promise in the early for their mid, but now it's Kyle on a killing spree against Sanji. Boyet catches multiple members,
it's over.
But what can they do? Cuffin flickers out. The Lord is still
of the Philippines, the only team left representing their region, and they made it a 2-0 win against their sister organizations, Falcon Mena, Falcon PH. It was GG, well played. Only one Falcon can prevail, and today, it's the one from the Philippines.
It's so weird seeing same exact jerseys, but it is what it is. They know each other so well. Our panelists have mentioned it too. Scrim partners even. This isn't the first time. They've been up against each other multiple times, and you see how they really fought until the very end, especially for Falcons Mena. Reverting back to comforts, taking the risk, trying to play for Sano in the late game. But it didn't work out for them. Falcons PH seemed very much more polished compared to their previous performances here in this series.
Absolutely, they really fixed a lot of the errors that we saw in their match against Vitality here. They're finding their craft and playing it clean, not panicking. Especially here, you know, committing, making those decisions, the right ones, not hesitating a single time in this game. Even though there were some dicey situations that Falcons Mena placed them in, again, it looked really good. It looked like this pickoff was great with Haji down 4v5. But they'd already used all their resources, and Flap and Ogwen, these two were too darn tanky. They were too darn good. At the end of the day, with Sano dead, there was no chance for them to defend. Haji with the constant pins, these heavy spin steals, man. Wow, the Kadam machine.
Haji, Kadam machine, Selena, Valentina. He's definitely got it this time.
We're gonna throw it over to an interview on stage with Flap.
Yes, my friends, we're here with Flap. It's Falcons PH that take the win in advance over their sister team. Few questions. What does it feel like to be back here on the international big stage?
We feel really good to be back in international, yes.
It's a hell of a moment here, but not only are you coming in and being the only Filipino team that's advancing on in the knockouts, but you're also representing the EWC 2025 Club Champions. What does that mean to you as a person and as a team?
I think it means a lot because I need to win this one for my team and my bosses, so...
That's an extra bit of pressure on here, but you've got a lot of people that are giving you that energy all the way from home. So is there anything you'd like to say to the camera here to all the Filipino fans out there cheering for you?
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa amin. Kami ang last hope.
The last hope, there it is, Flap and Falcons PH taking it and advancing on to the knockout stage. But you know what that means. It's time to crush a key. Come on over, my friends. All of Falcons PH, and let's head all the way back. Our final key to be crushed here in the group stage of MSC at EWC 2026. 16 teams are now down to only 8. There's one more to fill in the gap. It has to be a team-on-team kill. But it's Falcons PH, the only and final hope for the Philippines that get to crush, guess what? Team Falcons' own. Whoa, back. There it is. Congratulations, Team Falcons PH. Eliminate Team Falcons Mena and secure their own spot in the knockouts. With that, the key is crushed, the heart is done, and it's one Falcon that'll fly out of the nest. Whereas the other one, they're just gonna have to go back home into that egg and prepare for their next bout. And that is our group stage, but that is only the beginning.
Enter the knockout stages. I think it's gonna be so crazy. And you know what? The group stages, it's such a roller coaster. The teams that we were expecting to smooth sail it all the way has unfortunately dropped. We lost the defending champions yesterday. Today we send home the 2024 champions. I honestly cannot believe this is how MSC 2026 is playing out, Milosh.
It just means that if you want to compete at the top level in MLBB, you have to constantly be on your toes. It's an important thing here at the Esports World Cup is that everything is earned, right? You cannot just come in and assume that you'll be given the space. No, and that applies the same way to MSC 26. Every single point, every single moment has been earned by our victors. And from here on, we move on to knockouts.
But you know what's going to be exciting about these knockouts, Milosh?
There's a lot, but yes.
One thing that could be a possibility that for the first time in a very, very long time, there is a high chance that we will be crowning a new region as the champions in MSC. And oh boy, I am excited for that.
It really gets you pumped up because then you think, hey, the crown is up for grabs for anybody, not just here, but it sets the tone for the future, right? M Series, MSC next year, but we're still in the here and now. And we have to decide how teams are going to be seated and playing up against one another next up. And that all depends on how they're selected based on their seeding and performance.
Yes, sir. So we have two seededs here for the draw. Seed 1 teams will pick from the Seed 2 2-1 bracket. And of course, how they are allocated is based on their winning game time. As you guys can see on your screens right now, Team Vamos is leading in the #1 position, followed by Yangon Galacticus, Team Vitality, and lastly, Aurora Gaming. Now, some people might ask, like, why do we have Aurora Gaming in the last place despite them having 2 9-minute and 40-second game? Simple. Their last match here in the group stages ended in a 2-1, which gave them a little bit more time. I think they could have been easily #1 if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, because you're trying to have cumulative good performance, right? If you're already moving out and having that first seed in what is essentially 2 victories in a row, then of course that adds to it. But those are the Seed 1s. They're already set up in the final bracket. They're going to have to choose from 4 other teams, and that's where our second seed comes in here in our draw show. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our second seeded teams. And we'll see them heading out. It's Team Spirit with Kid Bomba, Pro Esport with Saw, Onyx with Kelra, and of course, Falcons with Ogwin. And Falcons PH, that is, if you just missed the action. These 4, one of them will be picked first by one of our teams on the other side in the Seed 1.
Yes, indeed. So, you know what? Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
Let's call on the team seated in the first seed. We have Aurora Gaming, Lunar, Team Vitality Shogun, Yangon Galacticus, M-God, and Team Vamos Error 404, who looks like he's the tiniest among the bunch.
He packs a big punch when it's in the game. I can tell you that much. But this is quite simple because the running order is, as Rose mentioned, Vamos, Galacticos, Vitality, and Aurora. They'll be choosing one by one whoever is on the side that they would like to play against. They don't really know what the others are planning on picking. So, Team Vamos will be the first one to choose. So, Error, please join us on here.
Hello. How are you feeling today, especially knowing that you're the first to choose, which gives you an advantage?
Feels really weird because we got to pick first, you know, out of all these strong teams.
You weren't expecting that, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, so the moment of truth. Who will you pick in the second seeded team?
Team Spirit.
Whoa!
Wow, okay. Kid
come
Bomba,
on over. Kid Bomba, come on in.
Why Team Spirit?
Because I think we are really confident against them. Yeah.
That's a lot of confidence. Are you going to let him talk like that?
I mean, what should I say? He can say whatever he wants. We will see in the game.
All right, gentlemen, come on close. Come in. Stare down. Let's go. Face to face. Let's see if you can hold this one, Air. Let's go.
Serious face on.
Final word before we send you guys off.
Good luck, everyone.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck And you can move out from the center all the way to the middle. Our first matchup is set. As you saw it, that's Team Spirit versus Team Vamos.
Ooh, that's gonna be a spicy one. But of course, we have the next team, Yangon Galacticas with M God. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay. How are you feeling about, the remaining teams here?
Oh, they are so good. They should be the one in the doozy.
So, moment of truth. Who do you want to go up against?
I'm gonna choose Pro.
Pro
Esports
nice.
again. We are gonna have a rematch here.
Wow, okay, Sa, I have to say this, man. He's asking for trouble.
It's okay. I'm looking for a rematch also.
Do you think you're gonna take him down this time, really, for done?
Let's see.
All right, let's see, gentlemen, please. One more time, up close. Final words before we get this show on the road.
Good luck. Good luck also.
Good luck, shake hands. Please, friends. We're not doing weigh-ins for this one, that's for sure. We're doing size-ups in the game itself. Our second game is set and ready. That's Pro Esports versus Yangon Galacticos.
Dude, that is crazy. Yangon Galacticas is the reason why they were even dropped to the lower bracket in the first place.
Revenge tastes so sweet in knockouts.
Ooh, I think it felt so good. Yangon wants to do it twice.
That's the sort of moments we're looking for here. But we're left with only two options, but with only one team that can choose first, and that is Team Vitality. Join us up here, please.
Come on over, Shogun. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Are you nervous?
Not really.
Not really. So between these two, who do you want to pick and who do you want to leave with Aurora Gaming over there?
I think we're gonna choose Falcon PH.
Wow.
Falcons PH, come on in.
Why Falcons PH though?
We love greens.
They love them greens. They love the greens.
Oh, I mean, look, it's no secret, right? Team Falcons, Team Vitality in the club championship, they have a big rivalry. What do you have to say to this, man?
It's a rematch. Yeah. So we will do our best.
We'll do your best. All right, please come on in for one more face-off. I don't think people can keep a straight face and try not to laugh through this, but...
Oh, Gwen, can you flex? Flex the Shogun. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, now we're talking.
All right, final words, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Good luck, Pre.
There you go. Shake hands, my friends. And off you go. That's a third game set up. Falcons versus Vitality. Not only in the context of MSC is that super cool, but in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, that adds a lot more to it.
Overall, just an amazing matchup. And you know what? For the last matchup, come here, Lunar.
Come here.
Come here, Lunar. Who do you want to meet, Lunar?
That's a pretty hard choice for me, but I will go with Onyx.
Yeah, so hard. Hardest question of the day.
Honestly, did you expect to pick them? If you had the choice, would you pick Onyx?
Either if you're first to all, no, but if you're third, I think yeah.
Okay. There's a bit of praise on there. What do you got to say?
I'll just take my revenge.
Oh, it's all revenge matches in this coming knockouts.
What do you got?
For our group stage match, you also said revenge.
All right, get him close. Final words, gents.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, you may leave us on the stage. There's love between all of our teams. That's a big part of the competition. But when we're walking in the server, it is on another level.
Yes, but just a reminder to everybody and to all the fans that are watching, the order that we pick the players and the teams today does not determine the final schedule for match day itself. So don't forget to wait for the official announcement. That is it from us on the main stage for the group stages. But of course, we have to throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this series and in this draw.
Thank you, Rose and Milos. What an exciting time. Those were some fun head-to-heads. I like that trash talk. They said revenge already. And so now they're finding a way to see if it'll be real this time or if it'll be a little deja vu. I love what we get to see there. And, also all of them having a little bit of fun with it as well. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, Renmar, Gideon. Guys, closing out the day. We've got the bracket coming up soon. That will tell, like Rose aptly put in, actually, it's here now. It's not necessarily the timing of when we'll play these games, but here is what it is going to look like. Team Vamos over Team Spirit. You know what? You guys can read it out. Why don't you focus on the matchups that are most interesting to you?
A lot of rematches. I think Vamos Spirit are the only ones that isn't a rematch, if I'm not mistaken. And the theory of everyone that Vitality and Aurora Gaming might just be the grand finals of this MSC, the possibility is still alive.
It really is. It's pretty crazy how this actually turned out to be so many rematches. Like, of course, I'm excited to see how Yangon Galacticos are going to face up against Pearl because that was already a banger. You can only imagine that they're going to push it to the 45 minutes rather than the 30s.
I'm really excited about this, again, because of all the dynamics we've seen throughout this tournament. It is also really important to mention that we do have a Filipino representative. That was going to be the question. You haven't seen a lot of international tournaments, a lot of tournaments at all without a Filipino representative, and you still won't see one in the knockout stages here without a PH representative in the knockout stages because they've made it through. But against a tough opponent, Team Vitality, who a lot of people are thinking could be front runners in taking this all.
Yeah, Team Falcons PH, they're gonna have to really do a lot. I mean, we already saw in their game one of their previous meetup here in the group stages, they were taking it to them up until Moreno on that Selena said, no, I'm taking over, when Finn on the Badang said, it's pretty much done for this Fanny, and then the Sana in that game number 2. So it will be a climb for Falcons PH, but I know and I hope that we just get an unforgettable series from that, no matter the result.
I mean, let's not forget that there's also club championships on the line as well, right? So again, this could really not only affect the positionings of the overalls, but more importantly, the further they go, the more points they get. The more points they get, maybe they'll get a fat bonus on top of being champions. So I'm just saying, there's more than meets the eye.
Gentlemen, I mean, $1 million for the winner. Tons of prize money, 100,000 guaranteed at minimum for top 8. Talk to me a little bit about the reset that we're going to go through, a couple of days to practice, to prep, and then get ready for this storm that is about to take over the Land of Dawn.
Well, I think knockouts, the first few games we're going to be seeing for every matchup, we're going to start seeing some crazier picks. The theories about the fighters in the mid lane that we haven't seen yet. Nolan coming back up as a priority over the Ling. This draft might just evolve even more. This meta might evolve even more.
I think there's still a lot to be said about this meta currently because not only is it flexible, but it's also about understanding, hey, that those first 3 picks, it's to set up for something later down the line to start hurting either the side lanes or the overall composition. So I feel like we're just scratching the surface. Every day, we've seen a new element to the meta.
Now we have 2 days that are going to be happening between the next time we play. Obviously, adjustments are going to occur, but for you watching at home, it must have been a blur. This MSC, and we've seen online, we've seen whether it's Reddit or the communities on Facebook or Instagram, talking about how memorable, how unusual this MSC has been. But the beautiful part is it's unusual for MLBB as well to be here in Paris. It's a fresh look. It's a fresh look for a lot of the esports that have transitioned here as it's been hosted in France, which is an exciting time, but it also means it's a new time. It's a time to pay attention, and it's a time to show up big. So everybody who has made MLBB the most watched esport of EWC so far, tune in next week because the action continues. My friends, final words before we take a couple days break and come back for the knockouts.
It has been an honor. It ain't over yet, and I can't wait for my mind to be blown with the action we're about to see.
I hope we break more records here. I hope we maintain the most viewed esports because so far, I mean, newer viewers can understand you don't need to know much about the game to see how exciting it is, especially with players of this caliber.
Renmar, Gideon, great job today, guys. It's been a pleasure hosting this with you. I'll continue to be there next week after some much-needed rest. For everybody who's watching, everyone a part of the MLBB community, we appreciate you. We love you. Congratulations representing your teams, rooting for the players that you love. That's the passion. We love to see it. We accept it. We appreciate it. And we hope you bring it next week because knockouts are upon us. $1 million on the line and a chance to lift a trophy on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name's been Rain Day, and as always, my friends, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll leave you with the SDC recap and say goodnight from Paris.